When you feel like it's over and nothing else matters. When you feel so divided, it gets overburdened. You better start walk, girl. Open up, just let me hear you talk, girl. You have come too far to give it up now. Even though it's the way out. Take a look in the mirror now. What We break up and you slam the door. I'm messed up on the bedroom floor. What the hell do we do this for? I push you out, but you come back. That attraction, we can't fight that. Oh, keep telling myself that I should let go, but I hold on. And oh, keep telling myself that I should move on, but I don't. 'Cause we got that mad love, we got that sad love, we got that fun love, we got that young love, yeah, that dumb love. 'Cause we got that mad
Gucci.
I know this already. I think we faced them.
Hellraisers, right?
Yeah, Hellraisers.
Yeah.
Yeah, easy.
Yeah.
It's B. Hellraisers, good job.
Do you know that, Freddy?
No, but I guess I've been playing for a while, but I haven't been like the mad fucking fragger. But I want to say D, but I'm unsure. It's C or D, 100%.
I think it's C because I thought I saw someone and they were like above 32, and I don't think you're like in the top, right?
I mean, the top is around 40k right now, right? I think Forest has the record, yeah.
Okay, then it's D, I think.
Yeah, I think D as well.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, we'll say D.
So D, final answer is right. Good job.
Nice. Get right on Forest?
No.
Or what? Oh, was it Passion, really?
I think Get Right was number 1 and Forest was number 2. Oh, Forest wasn't even number 2, I think. Get Right was first, 100%.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Should be...
So it has to be like...
It's not Kenny or Shox as well. It's Pasha or JW and Flasha.
No, they played with Fnatic, right? Back then.
Yeah.
JW. So they were like the second best team, or?
No, that was the French guys. Maybe it was Kenny.
I actually have no idea, but I want to say
Get Right was first. Yeah, let's go with that one because Get Right was first. That is all I remember.
Yeah, let's go with Passion Snacks.
So, Passion Snacks.
Yeah.
Is good choice, yeah, that's right.
Nice, Roy.
Okay,
Get Right first, Flasha second.
What a list.
Oh,
yeah.
yeah.
As well, Freddy.
Yes.
Let's go.
What the fuck? Yeah, it was actually.
Good job.
1G.
You think it's 1G?
Yeah, no.
Maybe they changed it after that thing. It wouldn't like surprise me though.
No way. No way.
Fucking Valve or memers,
it has
man.
to be. I think it's fire or Molotov. Like it.
Yeah, I think fire as well.
It has to be fire because that's like both grenades, right? And Molotov is only like the T one, so
Yeah.
I think let's say fire.
So final answer A
Yeah.
is wrong. It's actually Inferno.
Really. Oh.
Nobody knows why, but it's Inferno.
Makes zero sense.
Great question.
True. Developers, you know.
Actually, I had no clue that. Is it named like those two different things with a letter?
I
Like,
mean, there's different marks, right? Or what do you call it?
Yeah, different.
Symbols.
Yeah. I think when I googled it, it's Japanese symbols for 1 and 2.
ah.
But there
Actually,
is something on the skin.
It's gonna be something like simple. You see the trigger? It's metal blank, right?
Yeah, that's true. Maybe.
That was supposed to be red or like the orange thing.
No.
Well, I have no idea.
So it's,
No idea.
maybe it's like the. Actually, I have no idea. I haven't seen this game that much.
It was a little face
Oh,
that is on the handle. There's just
Oh.
simple difference.
I think that's the Arma that didn't get to anything, right? That's one. Do you have anything else?
gold.
I know you have that one from 2020.
Yeah,
yeah, that one where the major didn't happen, right? Because of COVID.
That was the first gold, right? I think just the Fnatic logo.
Yeah. You
I think
didn't have
what-
anything before that? If you don't have anything before that, then there's
No,
only
the
one.
gold was introduced then, right? As the
I'm not sure.
yeah, I think so. I think it's only one.
Yeah, then it's one then. Yeah.
So only one?
Yeah,
Yeah, good.
Yeah,
it
it
was
was
this
that
one. There are many other, but they are on the souvenir cases.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Souvenir weapons.
not the Turn of Fire, I think.
No, I want to say.
Wait. Didn't we play that one?
You might
No,
have.
not. I think I played it. I think we won it, right? No,
Who did you face then in the final?
I don't remember now. I think it was Eternal Fire. No,
Okay.
maybe not. Yeah, I'm just gonna go with Eternal Fire.
Okay, let's go with that.
So final answer D?
Yeah,
Yes, it was
Yeah, but-
Eternal Fire, and you won.
yeah, that's true.
Okay,
Yeah.
what a memory.
Nice. Good job.
The right shield, right?
Yes, tactical shield.
That's one.
If I can get you a hint, it's not a weapon.
You can. Oh, the night vision goggles, right?
Oh,
Yes.
that's true.
Yes, tactical shield and night vision.
You gotta know the last one, Crims. You played 1.6 for.
Yeah, oof. This is
So night vision goggles, the tactical shield, and then. Oh, maybe it's some sort of grenade.
no.
What did it was only smoke.
Maybe it was smoke, flash,
HE,
flash,
right?
HE, yeah.
Yeah. Oh, I know what it is. Ammunition.
Yes.
No,
primary
that's
and
true.
secondary.
That's true.
Good job.
Alright, let's go. Okay, so it has to be like those two on Mirage, right?
Yeah, those 7. Yeah.
Yeah, that's two then, right?
It looks like those two.
Oh, the location. Oh, I thought this was like an alley in like Italy or something. Okay,
No.
that's 200%. Yeah.
That's
I
that's
think
2.
so.
And can you name exact location?
Doesn't it look
Where-
like it's. Is that long or what?
Yeah, it's long. Good job. It's behind these bars,
Okay.
yeah.
and it's along here.
Oh, next to the dentist. Yeah.
Nice.
Good job.
Dentist.
I will change a lot, but let's say I can go first. Let's remove vertigo
No!
and put back the old cobble or the old cash.
Okay, and I would remove Dust 2 and I would bring in the old couple. 100%.
So
Both on
old
cobble
couple.
though.
Yeah, I love that map. But you can't remove Vertigo, Freddy, come on.
Okay. Sorry.
kills, so his name is X-Cloud, falls back, and the SMG peeks in. Mangs will get traded back by Woxy. He's now with a 1v3, and that's exactly what he does.
Woxy got to swing out wide on the contact. Can't try and do the same, see if we can isolate these jewels.
In hand. Shot against James. Oh, what a tap. And what a round. What a clutch from Calix. When high player still completely unscathed for Eternal Fire. Flash forward. Natara's going to see so many. He transfers back. Makes it a quadra. What a spray transfer. The ace for Zentaris. Hello once again, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to Republic Season 3. In our penultimate day of action, we continue with our playoff stage with the last 4 teams remaining in the semi-finals, and we'll cut those guys down to 2, see who will be contending for that all-important trophy. I'm the Eternal J. I'm joined by Dwag, as per usual, in today's proceedings, and it's been a fun week and a bit so far in this one. Dwag, yesterday had some surprising results and some surprising teams that will be showing up in today's proceedings.
Of course, and do you know what as well, Jay? We think back to the last season, how difficult the brackets have come down. Fnatic, we saw that were here last season. They're obviously still fighting through. Eternal Fire, the grand finalists, they're not here at all. And Entropic 2, that made a top 4 finish, they didn't even make the playoffs.
Yeah, such a different set of circumstances compared to Season 2. And of course, the top 4 teams, as you can see on screen, ECSTATIC, XMAD Lions, Fnatic, and Bad News Eagles. Some squads we didn't think would be here. Honestly, we believed that Mouse and Forza would be the teams playing in the semi-finals, but they are not. So here are your standings, and here are the squads that will be playing out the course of the day. Of course, Fnatic and BNE will be up on stream first and foremost. ECSTATIC versus XMAD Lions will be our second match of the day. And I do feel like both have some interesting talking points, interesting things to delve into in both best of 3s.
Definitely so, and it comes down to that whole idea of a couple of surprises in both the group stage and in some of the early rounds of the quarterfinals that we saw yesterday to get teams in this sort of situation. Some of them, especially ECSTATIC and Fnatic, I think a lot of people would have seen to be in a playoff position. As for BNE, you could probably make that conversation as well. For XMAD Lions, they have surpassed so much expectations to even get here.
Absolutely. Like, they're going to have a real tough time, I think, from here on out, but they have managed to surprise so far, so we'll get to see how far they can go in the second best of 3 of the day. But for now, we focus on our first match, Fnatic versus Bad News Eagles. Of course, we did get to see the Bad News Eagles yesterday, but Fnatic we haven't seen in a fair while, so good thing to start with them so far, Dweg. This tournament was the big first impression, right, for this Fnatic side. They came into Republic having their final 5th, or at least trialing a final 5th, having just brought Nico Ellis and Roy into the roster as part of the rebuild project. So I guess now's a good time. I guess now's a good time to ask the question, Dwayne. How have their first impressions been?
A bit average. I don't think it's been anything too special. Obviously, they came through from the upper bracket final. They won all of their games, so advancing to the semi-finals is definitely a huge leg up. But then when you think about the competition they played, ITB, who didn't give them much of a fight, that went out in last place in a very disappointing loss against Finest 2. Against Sinners, well, that matchup, they played the Czechs with a coach, and then for Mouse NXT, that was quite a close series. But then we also saw that Mouse NXT yesterday didn't put up much of a fight at all against XMAD Lions.
It's so weird as a result there for Fnatic, because it's all these negative points. Like, on paper, you'd say that Sinners would be a pretty decent tier 2 team, and obviously you have the mitigating circumstances on that front. Mouse NXT should be a bit of a layup, and as you mentioned, they suffered yesterday very badly to the hands of the XMAD Lions. So if for Fnatic, I do feel like they're in a bit of hot water against the Bad News Eagles side, who they themselves have had a much stronger run. They faced up full-fledged squads of Sprout, XMAD Lions, and of course the ECSTATIC side on the other side of the bracket, who defeated them in the upper bracket portion of the group stage. And of course, yesterday, the Forza result, which was an epic bonanza of a battle, back and forth and blow for blow from both sides. So for BNE, they've definitely had the more difficult pathway here.
There's no question. And knowing that some of the players really came forward, we saw some very good signs from Flatroo, from Rigon, GXX with that AWP. They were vital in that series against Forza. Because remember, that was one of the only series that we've had, Jay, that actually went back and forth with map picks. We saw the way that Forza picked into Nuke. They lost that one. We saw then BNE trying to pick into Mirage. They lost that. And then it went down to Inferno. And it came down to a very good T side, a very good first half, which got BNE over the line.
Ultimately over towards the semi-finals as well for them here. I mean, up against a very tough task, and Fnatic still at their own right, because one thing that you did mention to me before the broadcast, Dwayne, is the fact that BNE have always faced up against Fnatic in the Academy side of things. They faced up against Fnatic Rising in the past. This is their first time taking on the main Fnatic squad in any form. So, like, how do we sort of weigh this situation up? Because we've got a very unpredictable Fnatic side who we don't really still know much about in terms of what they have the potential to do. And then you've got BNE, who have never faced up against the Fnatic squad, and we don't know what this potential match could play out. So, like, what are the expectations in this best of 3?
Well, for B&E, homework's going to be limited, so it means working on your own game, focusing more on yourselves, because you can't really prep for a team like Fnatic, because we've only seen them with 3 best-of-3s, and even with that in mind, I think we spoke to Messi on the interview, and he was saying, oh yeah, our map pool's quite deep, we keep going different directions. The fact that they've had a different map pick in every best-of-3 series so far puts a lot of unknowns, a lot of question marks in the air.
Yeah, I do feel like he more meant along the lines of we're still experimenting with our map pool, because that's what it seems like to me above all else here in the early doors of this roster. We'll find out whether that's actually ended up being the case in the Vita itself. Mirage is a sticking point map for these two teams for me to egg, so what's the likelihood we see that out in the first wave?
Well, I would say we'd probably get Dust 2 for B&E, but Instaband coming out of Fnatic, so Mirage still comes in. Ancient is also a pick that could come through. They go in towards Nuke. We know that Nuke isn't the strongest for B&E, but keep in mind, they beat Forza on it yesterday.
They also beat Mountain XT during the course, over the course of the group stage for Fnatic side, so they pick into that one overall. Ancient coming out for the bad news Eagles. That does feel like it's a bit more of a punish against Fnatic, considering they never really have had a great sort of showing on that in any formation since the map's introduction. And then Vertigo Inferno taking out, leaving Mirage as that final map in this series. I do have to say, a very appropriate final map, Dwayne, but I do feel like B&E might come into the favourites, because we saw how awkward that Mirage was against Mountain XT for Fnatic during the group stage.
Well, B&E have played the veto really well, because they know if we pick Mirage, we're not going to get Ancient as a decider. So if we pick Ancient, we'll probably get Mirage as a decider. So it's working out which way the maps are going to come through into the fold. And I'm especially looking at the first 2 and thinking the opportunity of an upset of Fnatic losing Nuke is actually fairly high. But for me, I think B&E are probably going to take it 2-1.
I kind of have a similar inkling as the 2-1 result. My one concern for B&E is that they're picking into Ancient, and historically, it hasn't been a very great map. They haven't got a great win rate on it. Admittedly, the caveat point is that they've taken on a lot of Tier 1 opposition in FaZe, in NIP, in Copenhagen Flames, arguably. So it's a case of where we place Fnatic on that level. Do we place them up with those squads, or do we see them more as like a Tier 2 contender? I don't really know at this stage. So for Ancient, for me, feels like it's going to be a bit of a weird one for the B&E side.
Remember, we have not seen the core of Fnatic on Ancient. So what this means is no officials for Heap, no officials for Nico Odos, none for Roy. The new lineup has not played Ancient. So we've only got the idea of what Crims and Messi did on previous iterations. And spots could have been changed. They could have completely manipulated how they play on that map. So what we know for B&E is it's the 3rd highest picked map in the pool. I would say it's a confident one on the picking stage, maybe not so much on the result stage.
Well, if anything, that probably adds a bit more risk into the pick for the B&E side, knowing that they don't really know, or none of us really know what Fnatic can do on this map up as the 5-man unit. So it really throws that whole map into an even bigger unpredictable status for me, which is why I kind of don't really like, my mind hasn't been swayed on whether Ancient can be as confident for B&E as they might seem to enjoy their own pick stage. I do feel like you can still go to 3 maps. I'm still umming and ahhing who I want to pick towards it, though, because I see good signs for Fnatic. They've got a great set of players, some really high firepower individuals, and obviously accomplished individuals, particularly at the recent major in the case of Nico Odos and Roy. Then I look at B&E, I think they've had the stronger run so far, and Fnatic is still in the teething period, and it's like we've got points towards their favour. So I don't know where my loyalties lie on this one, Doug. I know that you've confidently come in and said B&E 2-1. I don't know about that one. Like, to me, it just feels like there's something else. There's a bit more of an extra layer to this conversation here.
Well, maybe to help you with the Ancient discussion is look at what B&E played on Ancient in their upper bracket semi-final. They took on the X-Mad Lion side, they picked into Ancient, and you'd have to say there's a lot of question marks with that team as well. They're mixing, they're not practicing, you don't know what to expect. So surely that conversation of facing a team like X-Mad Lions is almost down the same line as Fnatic, and that was a convincing result. That was a very one-sided map.
Diving into our first map, of course, Nuke is going to be the pick of the Fnatic side. It will be the first one played out in this matchup itself. We talked a lot about Ancient and Mirage. We've been a little bit remiss to mention this Nuke. You said there's high potential in which B&E could pull off the upset. Give me a few more details as to what they can do here.
Well, come on. We saw that Nuke against Mouse NXT, and unless Fnatic would have won that eco right at the end, I don't think they would have won Nuke. I think it actually would have gone the way of Mouse NXT. They got ever so close to really not coming through in that upper bracket final. Yeah, they've got the win against ITB, but I can't put much into that. I have to put so much more emphasis down on that Mouse NXT result of Nuke. And to be in all honest, Jay, it's not a one-sided result. It's a 16-14. It was a close one.
Indeed it was, but we've also seen how the Mouse and XT side crumbled in yesterday's performances, so whether or not that was like a good run in the group stage is yet to be decided in my personal opinion. You're right, that 16-14 is not very encouraging for the likes of this Fnatic team, but in general they've done pretty decent against other squads as well. 16-7 above Big, for example, which was again with a 4-man core over at LAN of the Pinnacle Cup Championship. So there are some bright sparks here and there from what limited pool of results we can look at here for Fnatic.
And it comes down to who's going to show up on the day. You've got a lot of individuals on both of these sides that have really excited us in this event. I think the Danes have put on a very good statement, both for Nikoerdos and for Roy. Krims has been playing to a very much height. But then you also look at the other side, Jay, and it's GXX, it's Flatroo, it's Rigon. We have got some hard hitters on both of these teams.
And all three of those players were stellar in yesterday's performance against Forza, so I'm looking forward to seeing how well they'll perform in this one. It's crunch time, Dweg. I am going to give a prediction, but just to be contrarian, I'm going to go 2-1 to Fnatic just to throw that extra spatter into the works.
Okay.
Let's see how far it will go. Bad news, Eagles, walking into this one with a stronger run and the confident start here in the pistol round. They have the CT start on Nuke, and Fnatic send Heap as the first contact into the A play.
Got to be the upper execution. Even Synopsy could be the first point of contact, allow Rigon to swing on the contact out from main. And for Fnatic, they've got to get this util down pat.
Taps on from Synopsy, spotting several players, but unable to connect a connection shot or a kill yet. Heap eventually will get overwhelmed from Heaven. Synopsy will strike first, but the bomb's on a site and it will get planted here.
Nikoerdos does catch the play out to that ramp control, though, just as the retake's trying to come through. It's answered back to a 4v4, and B&E try and slow it down on the retake.
Oh, a flank in from lower as well. Krim's coming out towards the upper site, gets the kill out towards Yard. Rigon will drop, and now Roy swings in for a bit of aggression. Flatroo will take him down, but Synopsy's traded, so it's all left to Flatroo in the 1 versus 3 situation. Swings out, sees Krim's out towards Redbox, but that flank may have saved the pistol for Fnatic, as Flatroo's now pinned further away from the site, overwhelmed by the peaks. Nikoerdos gets the kill, and Fnatic get the pistol.
Very creative coming through on the T side. You can see the way they're going for that upper site hit. It comes down to losing that first pick towards Heaven. Nikoerdos is able to respond, holding the lobby control on that quick wrap in from GXX. But it's Krims diving down the vents, getting out to that secret control, which not only wastes time, but pulls the distraction. Helps that crossfire be landed from Roy getting aggressive out to that main portion. And Fnatic get things started on the T side.
A very good start on the T side. Guns coming in immediately. You would expect, of course, a very complicated strategy, and one that the B&E side didn't see until it was far too late. Now, I wonder if there's more out of the Fnatic side in this one. Again, they picked into this map, so with a map like Nuke, you expect there to be some sort of game plan coming in from Mezzi.
B&E have the best second round breaks in the event, though, Jay. 5 wins and 3 losses when they force buy.
There's Rigon's Deagle, which stole many around from Forza yesterday. Overwhelmed by Krims and Roy in this case. The Mac 10 still facing down. GXX who will burn to 1 point of health and back up to the observation window.
This is looking decent so far from the Fnatic side. Even Heap is trying to keep eyes on, but he's missed the timing. And there's a backstab coming through from Secret, a Flatroo.
It's got the bomb as well, but Mezzi and Heap can combine and get the Triumphs back into a 4 versus 2 situation for Fnatic. Still got GXX at 1 point of health as well, and now Senna's going to join him here on the B site play. Fnatic might consider the rotate, but they don't have the info on these last 2.
Very well handled, coming through from the Fnatic side, just slowing it down, not making too much happen, just running the default and establishing the crossfires. Senna has to really try and recover this round back, and knowing how successful B&E have been on the force buys, they won't be happy about this.
We'll also be understanding the fact they are up against automatic weapons with these Deagles, and ultimately they will all fall apart. GXX left alone towards the ramp control, and on 1 point of health, surely his best play is to hold the Kevlar.
Got to imagine so. Not really any way in which he can go for this retake. Fnatic find their second. And building on the T side is going to be very important, because I think when we look back at that Mouse NXT result, we saw Fnatic starting up on that T side. They managed an 8-7 half. Might not have even been enough rounds. We saw the struggles continuing on CT to close it out right in the end. A lot of pressure starting to build in this first map of the series.
Well, so far, the confidence building for Fnatic of their own right, 2-0. Opening rounds being won by them. No second round force break from B&E. So Harshariko in for the 3rd round, what should be a 3-0 start for Fnatic to continue their momentum and hold on to the T-side line. It's a very encouraging start to the T-side for them.
And I'm wondering, is this the series, Jay, where we see Heat? Because as of right now, he's the 61st highest rated player in the event. -13 KD difference, averages a 0.94 rating. It's not the best of stats.
That's an oddly specific number to say there, Dwayne. 61st highest in the whole tournament. Does that include the close qualifier?
No, just the group stage, and now into playoffs.
Okay, so out of what are we talking? 100
Well,
odd
16
players?
teams? Yeah,
16
5
teams
players.
by 5,
90,
roughly.
90. Yeah.
Yeah, roughly 100. So yeah, not below average is what we're saying for him. Certainly not encouraging for him as being the potential permanent fifth for Fnatic. As Roy will not be able to prove much of his own right here. It's Secret getting killed off by the USPs. Crim's forced to trade it, and now they will go hunting for that AK. Make sure it doesn't stay in for the CT side. A deadly weapon to concede. GXX will get caught, and Flatru will also drop. So the AK will stay in play. They will hold on to all of the primary rifles.
This is an opportunity to see what GXX is made of. And when I think back to that nuke official that we had against the Forza side, we saw some very good signs out of both GXX and Rigon. Those were kind of the two high-standing entities to make that first map of the series be a steal. Try and see if they can start building up with that big green in their pouch. And for Fnatic, I like the way they're going to keep this as a bonus round. A lot of head Kevlar being invested, though. BNE probably having that idea, too.
Lacking in 2 helmets on the part of Flatru and Rigon. There's not a perfect helmet buy, but they have got the full investment regardless. Use the MAC-10s and the Galil as being particularly dangerous weapons for Fnatic here. Flash into the site, one man caught off by Rigon, trying to transfer that spray back against Crims, and indeed, Synopsy will help him out a little bit. Drop the bomb again. 5-on-3 situation as they converge in against the T-side line.
A little bit flat in that upper execution. Finally, some more damage and at least a way back into the round towards their outside control. But what they don't know is about Senna aggressing forward. Rigon still waiting out for the squeak door run. And for Fnatic, they're just desperate to try and get another pick to force it back.
We've got that one towards outside of Roy's part. Sat in credit card, he'll wait for even more CT aggression, but Synopsy is going to be the closest man all the way up in heaven. Waiting for an aggressive face from Roy, and will there be no aggression for Fnatic? They're holding passive and hoping for a mistake.
Roy's got to start getting in towards that main position, but he doesn't know when the timing's good to go. Senna has not heard any of the footsteps continuing. Might hear some of the util being used by Roy outside.
Last 40 seconds of the round, and Fnatic will start to form up the split play. Rigon and GXX. Seeing Roy catching him in the head. Senna also able to support Nico Odos, and Rigon will deal with heat pretty effectively. So bonus bolstered, and BNE will have their first.
Slapping back, only allowing 1 death to come through. They'll be very happy about that one for BNE. That initial stance defense on that A side just has the crossfire being set between Rigon and Synopsy. And just saw it there, Jay. No molly towards the back vent position. Not really many flashes in over the skylights, meaning that those were a couple of easy picks to drop. And as soon as that bomb falls into the open, it's always so difficult to recover around like that.
It's going to be a difficult affair for Fnatic in the first place again. MAC-10s and Galil versus the Gambit of rifles, one of which is the AK on Rigon that strikes on Roy with the better buy. AK's back in for the quick exit towards the upper site. Rigon will get forced away by Mezzi in the smoke and all. The AWP of GXX is still fragging though, and Synopsy at the open vent corner about to become a major thorn on the side of Crims and Heap. Both players down. Nico Odos 1v4.
Oh my goodness, what is going on in this round? Synopsy's even going to go in for another peek. He ends up with a triple, and I've got to be honest, Jay. First of all, Rigon should not have been able to get that first kill, and we could even say that for GXX. What is happening? How did both of them get picks?
The flicks are effective. Look at how accurate that was. The most impressive thing was the AWP being flashed off. How he didn't overcook that or undercook that, I don't know. It's going to be encouraging starts, however, for the BNE side as they connect 2 in a row. Not even allowing a bomb plant for Fnatic here.
Very juicy, and now starting to see if they can get themselves into a tied-up scoreline. Fast play towards event control, and Messi's hoping that he probably didn't make that play.
Oh, well, with a crossfire, didn't have any idea where the CTs were. It's a very fast dive. You're hoping to get into that vent control. Once you're forced to slow down, it's basically over from there for Fnatic. First man to fall on the pistols. On paper, shouldn't throw out much of a fight, but they have got 2 deagles in for Heap and Nico Odos.
It's the lack of nades and the Kevlar, which is going to be a big factor, especially for this crossfire. Synopsy's just jiggling, trying to pull more attention away.
Well, there's the kill against Heap. 2 to line up for Senna. Struggling a little bit, will get overwhelmed in the end, but Synopsy's there to make sure the AK does not stay in for the T-side line. USP pulled out. Roy just get another good frag, but eventually GXX will be there to close it all down. They do lose a couple of AKs in that exchange, actually, so not a terrible eco for Fnatic.
They've got to start putting the pressure back down and strengthening the economy float when it comes to the rifle rounds. Don't let BNE get off to a tasty streak. And as of right now, we're seeing a good performance out of Synopsy, the in-game leader for BNE.
137 ADR, 8 picks deep in a 6-round game.
Not bad.
Not bad at all. I'd say it's pretty great for those kind of numbers. Very rare you get above 100. And the impact man for BNE, and a lot of players to watch out for on this particular side as well. So seeing just one of them get going in the early game, hindrance to the Fnatic side, as they slow the whole pacing of the match down.
The spam going down towards those outside smokes is not actually finding too many connections. Flatroo is hearing some of the footsteps. The HE placement's close towards Roy.
The smoke is set on to secret entrance. Corridors blocking. Holding out and waiting for the time being. Just blind fire to keep Fnatic suppressed, but they're happy to continue the slow pace.
And knowing that BNE aren't really going for too many info plays towards outside, all the time in which Fnatic are running the clock, they're not gaining anything out of it. They're not forcing those over-rotations at all. And Flatroo and GXX are just trying to pin off one another and spot for information when it's the contact towards lower or back up secret to A.
Start walking their way into the lower corridors. Flatroo sees two, maybe even that bomb information to get Gainer forced to rotate back. He does get away with a kill on Roy, but Messi swung at the same time, and Crims will also find Synopsis, so the advantage sits with Fnatic here.
Down towards that lower bomb side, they've got to deal with GXX, and the NWP is going to get flashed off angle, has to try and reposition.
Smoke to the cross as well, then able to do damage to the two players out there, but the bomb will be secured in the open pretty handily. Flashes to suppress even further as all 4 CTs look to come in from ramp.
Gotta think, come together, try and force them out. And now for Fnatic, even on the post plant, they haven't seen Crims getting aggressive.
Further flashes in from the T-side line. Sadly, advanced angle to try to cut them off at the old toxic angle. Half the time a tick by GXX, barely being spotted by the AK of Messi, who swings, finds Rigon, Nico Odos gets center, and now GXX has to save as Fnatic defend the lead.
Decent idea to go for it. You're down in a 3v4. You've got plenty of money in the bank. At least give yourself some confidence to try and see if there's a way in. If you can find a pick, you can open up, put some continuous pressure on. Heap's trying to even put some pressure down towards outside, but he's not going to catch the AWPer. BNE can buy in the next round. And for Fnatic, even that 1-for-1 trade down towards Decon, it wasn't until Crims was able to find one of the picks in the vents on the rotate. That was the round sealer for me.
All right, firepower of Fnatic working well for them. BNE rebuy into the 8th round. Of course, they have the money to do so. Like in the previous buyback for Fnatic, though, as you mentioned, need to start applying pressure, and the CT side is going to be most important to the Eagles here. Saw them have a stellar T side yesterday, so I'm hoping that they can do a similar amount, but for Fnatic, they won't go lying down for it. If they're smart, and I believe Fnatic are smart, they would have taken a look at yesterday's match and have a game plan for the second half.
That's always the leg up that you've got when you come in the semi-finals. A couple of extra days of breathing room. Even said, not too much breathing room up towards a ramp contact. Still gets away with a couple for GXX to reposition.
The trades have come back for Crims and Roy, though, so it's going to be turned to the advantage of Fnatic as Crims extends for even more. Roy does get caught towards the outside, though. So once again, BNE bring it back to a 2-on-2. Synopsy caught off by Nico Odos, extending back from lobby, so it's all on Rigon to clutch this.
Down towards that lower bomb site, you have to imagine another save. 41 HP in the 1v2. This is high risk if he goes for it.
Our plant will be secured. Rigon's got a decision to make. Oh, he's making noise down towards the vents, pulling their attention towards that backside. Nico's going to be close, covering off Decon. Swing, spray, doesn't get any damage for it. It's always going to be a difficult time for Rigon. He's going to go ahead and commit towards that. And leave the economy in an awkward state for BNE here.
Can't really buy. You got GXX with enough to go for a hero AWP, and they've actually done that a couple of times when we think back to that Forza series where money's not ideal. City side, GXX has got quite a lot. Get a hero AWP out of there and a couple of upgraded pistols. I don't think they're going to force buy though.
We did see the AWP get brought down a moment ago, so I imagine that at least it will be the hero AWP, but indeed, half-bought pistols around it. GXX forcing down and looking towards the outside control, where the smoke's been set up by Fnatic quite consistently. Haven't seen many gaps in those smokes either so far.
Oh, okay. Slight gap or not, Jay. Straight dome. Doesn't even need it.
Hacks. That's all I can say. Must have heard the footsteps or something. What a shot. Roy will be disappointed at that, and Fnatic... I was going to say stunned and capacitous, but they're passive anyway in this round. One Flatroo Now with the Deagle out towards the lower corridors, swung upon by Mezzi, looking for the head, and he can't get it. The damage continues, the nade to follow up as well.
This is decent. And remember back to the Forza game, Jay, we saw so many eco steals. So many rounds in which B&E had limited buys and they still get so much out of it. Knowing that that AWP is still in play and damage has been done, this is winnable.
We've got Deagles watching the long-range angles here. Rotating back down to that B side, thinking there might be still a B play on the table. And there is a B play on the table. Do Fnatic commit to it? They're thinking about rotates. 40 seconds to go.
They've got to make the right call here, because if they go down towards lower, they are running into a massive trap. They're running into one of the strongest crossfires we've seen it be all map so far.
Including the 5-7 of Synopsis that peeks in first, but doesn't land the shot to Crims. Senna, however, gets a Deagle in against 2 more players. Doubling up to make it a 3-on-2 as he is traded back. And now the rotation begins. Bomb making his way up, Heap checking the upper side. Rigon's extended out towards lobby, so the bomb should get planted here.
They know, and Rigon could be so quickly to put pressure on from the squeak door.
In, tapping on, doing damage, but Nico Odos will win the fight. And now Heap's backed up at 100 HP to do the heavy lifting. Both players inbound from Mini, and Nico Odos trying to set up the flank towards it. The AWP has not made noise, and neither is the AK in a minute to swing out against one. Flat True comes up good for Heap, and now it's GXX alone. So close to contact against one man. No inkling of the second. He'll get that pick, and the bomb's not planted for Nico Odos here. He's got to sneak in real quick. Noise is being made, though, as GXX backs off without a kit. He realizes he hasn't got the time for it. He'll save the AWP. Nico will go hunting, but Fnatic will win their 6th.
GXX just got to make sure he stays alive. Nico Odos hoping to catch a perfect timing. Swing out, damage being done. HG2, GXX should survive, and even peeks in. Does lose that AWP in the end, but think about the potential right there, Jay. That is a hero AWP round, and while they don't keep it in play, that really disrupts the economy being built from Fnatic.
All for a single AWP. And it started with Rigon's Deagle. What a shot. Behind the smoke and everything. It all fell apart to the Deagle's hands and everything. The AWP was just a little bit of moral support, it felt like. Got that main pick that led it to a 1 versus 1. And they did take it down, so they can't afford the AWP in the next round, I don't think. Yeah, scout out for the likes of GXX. M4s across everybody else, one of which is towards the outside of Flatcher. Roy will get the kill against him. Rigon's so close to contact, though. Around that smoke, he will get the trade.
Crims is going to try the exact same thing. Rigon's going to be a dead man. And now the crunch coming through from upper. Crims is even able to multi-frag.
The Synopsis chimes right back in, though. Looks for that double against Mezzi, but Heap comes in from heaven, doubles up, deals with both, brings in 7.
And this is where you have to kind of knuckle down for B&E. You think back to that hero AWP round, and while it was a lot of economical damage, Jay, that was a round that could have been winnable. And now it doesn't come through. It puts pressure on the next round, so okay, we have to step it up. Rigon is able to find the first kill out towards main, but then Crims multi-frags, and even Heat down towards the site is getting entries. And for Fnatic, this is really starting to build into a good T side, a very proficient one where they can muster up quite a lot of rounds.
Especially with the guns coming out once again at the pistol basis. BNE will I'll find the exit frags to their credit. They're constantly doing decent work against Fnatic in these anti-ecos and these half-buys. 1 for 1 for the time being. Fnatic still have the advantage.
Even Rigon towards outside is hoping for those smokes to clear to catch Nico Odos behind the T-red position. They just know timing's going to be everything on these repositions, and Fnatic have been loving the outside.
Yeah, B&E have been putting more emphasis out here as the match has gone on what plan to make their way in from Secret. Flat True's gonna get 2. Okay. Nearly got a Deagle steal in the last round, and they got several over the course of Nuke over the last couple of days. Basically going to chime in against Synopsis, and Heap is struggling to find anything out towards ramp. He's gonna back away.
Heap's been good though in these late rounds. Been really stepping up when it's required. And now him and Mezzi have to work together. Senna's still keeping his eyes towards ramp.
Prodding in towards Trophy on occasion, spotting Heap. Mezzi leans forward as well as they back off. 3-on-2 situation. Senna continuing to prod as Heap will find Rigon, bring it back to a 2-on-2 situation, and they give chase to the lone B player. But the stack has set itself up with the AK here. This could be a bit of a trap for Fnatic. Walking in, Senna gets the kill on Heap, now leaving it all on Mezzi for the trade. No idea where the last man is. The bomb's on his back. A 4K for Flat Trophy makes this work, and Mezzi's got to commit now.
There's no way he can go A. Has to go down towards B. How does he know? How does he even fake it? He might just go straight into the bomb plant. This is Flatroo to win the clutch, to peek out from default, to make the damage happen, to get the steal, and that's what B&E were hoping for. And now you can see the money float. Roy doesn't have any. Crims is the same. It's only Mezzi, Heap, and Nico Odos that have got funds.
I think they might still get the buy together with dropping the AKs, though. Might take a tactical to figure out the specifics of the buy. Flatroo, man, what an outside play he just made happen, including the quadra on that clutch towards backside. Mezzi just didn't have the wherewithal to check the back of the silo. Not enough time. The AK to swing and hit. Indeed, there will be a tactical for Fnatic. A moment's respite to figure out what they're going to do here, and it looks like the buy will feature the 4 AKs. One dropped out to Roy. Crims will take the damage and be on the deagle for this one.
So they had an opportunity of going AWP for Nico Odos, and maybe he drops a deagle over, so then Crims and Roy have got pistols to work with. But they've taken a slight limitation. Get Nico Odos on the AK instead, allow another AK drop to go down to Roy. Got to try and get as much out of this round as possible, because we look at these sort of rounds, Jay, and this could be a swing of momentum. This could really break the back of the entire Fnatic side if B&E start getting a move on and they start putting rounds down in a row. Could be a massive change in the entire first half.
Quick up from GXX's AWP into Seek. We're going to challenge Roy first and land the kill. Make it look so easy. Wait for even more contact, but Fnatic, it's the only aggressive player they had. The whole default is slow.
Repositions ever so slightly, a bit more back passive, get a little bit of spam in from his teammate at Flatroo towards the outside. And now for Fnatic, there's not really that many more nades to work with, Jay. They put so much down outside.
Set themselves up for the secret cross. Now going to have to attack from a different angle, surely. Still got Crims towards outside. His deagle prodding in against Flatroo. Flashes in as well for the M4 Synopsy to peek. They leave Mezzi back in this cubby corner. AK just ready for aggression from the CT side.
Senna's hoping that he doesn't get cleared, that there's just a walkout commitment. He's the first one to peek the contact, the one on low HP, and Senna's still alive. That's a great ramp hold.
A jump face recovering fire. Mezzi's picked up towards the outside. And there's 2 left for Fnatic as B&E find a dismantling setup here. Should be a dismantling round unless Crims and Nico Odos do something silly and Crims will just be unable to get the chance. 1 man left. Towards the outside, he'll see Flatroo at least and get the spray down against the man, but revealing his own position allows the AWP GXX to swing and bring the round together for B&E.
Probably doesn't want to be in a status where he could have saved. 1v5, he had that opportunity of just going towards CT spawn and just hiding, making the clock run out, but then they know they're not going to buy next round anyway, so just let it go down, get the pistols through. I love that hold from Senna. Take the contact onto the low HP player of Heap, fall back, and one, I guess, maybe status that we're seeing on the City side for B&E, Jay, is they often like double dipping, but they don't always peak immediately. We saw that there from Senna. Yeah, he went down towards ramp, but still slightly came up. B&E really like to try and get those multi-frags forward.
Right, like to bring the pistols forward themselves. Not a lot of firepower to play with here against the rifles, and Flatroo will kick things off on the right foot. Synopsis drops the bomb. And the whole round falls apart at the seams for Fnatic. All 5 alive for B&E. 1 away from equalising the scoreline. And again, that was an eco, so guns could be expected for round 14.
And just remember, Jay, we think back only a few rounds ago, there was definitely a way in which Fnatic could have got double digits in the first half. And to think that this is a semi-final matchup, that you're going into Nuke, and there's a possibility of getting 10+ rounds on the T side, you go, wow, that's an incredible achievement. And then you just feel as if B&E get a slightly slow start. They start putting rifle rounds in a row. And we've actually got a very competitive scoreline. It's changed completely.
Still a good typical T side for Fnatic, though. They get 7 on the board, even if it is 8-7 for B&E. Still got potential for even more. Similar story for B&E themselves. 9-6 is what Fnatic would love to find regardless here. That's also an achievement for a T side line. They're going to take it careful, play it slow to find everything they need.
I'm loving this crossfire outside. It is so aggressive. It's so difficult to break apart. And for B&E, they've just got to be careful about over-aggressing, going for some info plays right up towards the backstab of lobby, because you've still got Crims at the top of the silo.
Playing Overwatch to the outer yard. Re-smokes on towards the squeaky door inside of the A site. The nade coming in from Rigon is going to be a little bit closer than you'd expect, but it doesn't do any damage here.
Even Synopsy can re-smoke again. They keep cancelling, Jay. Anytime they go, right, we're going to pop. Oh, no, we have to stop. Oh, wait, hang on. You're getting dispersed. You're getting into a situation that because the util is so good, look at GXX. Look how aggressive he is in Heart.
That's the last smoke that they've got here on the CT side. Just not using the incendiaries for suppression. The flashbang's coming in. GXX will get forced away, but sprayed down by the AK. Tagged up quite heavily. Crim starts things off, but Synopsy with a 3K lineup dismantles the main force from exiting out of Squeaky as GXX fights Nico Odos. Crims is left alone at the flank, and BNE will equalize.
X Factor, Jay. That's how I like to categorize BNE at their absolute peak. What an incredible round that is. The fact that they keep prodding so much util around that squeak door position, and while GXX gets forced out in the open, while he has to try and retreat from Hut, Synopsy's got his back. A triple coming down from that squeak door, and then GXX just lands a couple of beauties. 7-7, and with AKs being saved in, this should be them at the lead.
Yeah, Mac 10s and Tech 9s and Deagles coming out from Fnatic. Contrast the overwhelming firepower buy that BNE have brought into this one. Senna with the M4 especially set up towards the contact position here. A trophy, 4 players to face him. He should just line them up easy. Get the kill against only one, actually. Overwhelmed by Heaps Mac Tech 9, rather. M4 in his hands now, and they can dive to the B side.
Flyra's got to be careful not to get caught towards outside. That's an important kill onto Roy. Even GXX is here to defend from the windows.
AWP watching the flashbang, going to be completely evaded as it landed too low. Still, the bait and switch comes out, and the AWP can't land his shots. Is dinged down at 10 points of health. Ooh. And burning to Mezzy's great molly. CT's on rotate, though. Rigon is low HP, and all 3 are down here. The rotate can still be called him a Fnatic.
Nikoidos has still got to play towards top side, so if he gets in towards Evan and reads the A is clear, that bomb can rotate back up from Vent.
He will stick around and double-check things and ensure there's no sneaky plays from the CT side, but Mezzy will rotate up. The rotation start coming back from Synopsy. The Deagle fires away as the bomb should be planted for backside. Of course, open for Heaven. The third man, what does he do in this change? He seems to go for the backstab, but he could be the winning element here.
Just wants to slow it down, make it uncomfortable for the CTs getting out to position. Nico Odos is spotting towards Secret and seeing nothing.
All right, Heaps moving in against the backs turned towards him. Flat True keeping his eyes on Mini just in case. Nico Odos seeing nothing towards the outside, and Mezzy nothing towards Tetris. CT's inbound from all 3 angles. They haven't checked the hell entrance. Mezzy gets his kill. Flat True has no idea where he is. Rigon with 1 trade, needs to get 2 more with the time ticking way too far on the bomb. Mezzy will take the fight, and Rigon will just spray manically, hope for the best, but ultimately lose to the quadra of the IGL of Fnatic. 8-7 for the T side as they turn in a decent half and come back with their better after the break.
Hej bre!
Bra.
Kujamare, aha.
Hey,
måste blocka ni, hey! Admin, stop making this, hey!
It's
Okres, bre!
Sui, za shoes.
guys, attack. Wait here. Wait.
Nu börjar boosta sig.
Are you ready? Go.
Ja, I'm so shit.
Are you ready? Go.
Drop reps up på flashan sen.
Support.
Din där att flash. Why is he throwing flashes, bro?
To blind the T.
Hey!
There, flash.
Yeah, flash.
Hey, what the f will do here?
And flash.
Right, sir.
Oh,
Flash not work.
Got baited.
Flash made in.
oh my god, it sends me.
Fuck off, them first. Run! Hey, where have to go, Admin?
Yes, falling target.
Spoty kamer shkuar doj.
Naltë kjo bjet në djatë.
Qysh më Ronaldin djath?
Hey, das må të nëse se vjen ajt myt o kles që i të
Coming
po.
up, flash.
O si që shtu jam më bish, po di ka më shku.
Po djatë në të nalt. Što ovo? Po i fordën.
Same.
Ah! No! What? From the start?
Yeah, of course, bro.
Flash. Do you want? GX.
No.
What is this, bro? Hey.
Ay.
This is hard, I think.
Yesterday against Forza, it was all about BNE's T side, and lucky them, that's what they're on in the second half against Fnatic. Down by a single round, but all the difference in the world to make it, Dweck.
And just remember back, put yourself in the position for BNE. There was 9 rounds played out yesterday. In that second half, 7 of them won by BNE on their T side, Jay. They were speedrunning. They closed it out so damn quickly, and you get the same vibe here today. Fnatic really have to put a foot down, otherwise this could get stolen.
Yeah, pistol may be important to the CT side, and they gained the pistol in the previous half. Let's see whether they can do that right here. Roy starts on Synopsy, kicks things off on the right foot. Mezzi backed up, and Ikarodos in a hell will try and provide some support as GXX clears the backside, and the bomb does get planted.
Keeping eyes up towards that heaven position. Quick rotate coming through from Fnatic. They're all coming heaven, actually, Jay.
Well, this is about to be a raining shower of CT side players. Crims in first and foremost, Rig on fire and back GXX gets picked up as Crims doubles up, looks out for even more. The Raptors players bear down on Flattrue, and Senna doesn't even stand a chance. All 5 alive, a confident pistol from Fnatic.
Just overwhelming coming through from Fnatic. They've already got a man advantage to work with. You put down the paint can smoke and just dive into that bomb site. You've got a couple of players that haven't gone all the way down, a couple that are playing up on the rafters, and it just means that the T's are looking elsewhere. They're looking up, they're looking down, they're getting exposed down to the open, and Crims diving into the site, just multi-frags. BNE though, bomb plant, I reckon they force it.
Not that atypical of them.
Ooh, they're playing it safe?
I'm waiting for a last second bite to come in.
No. They're gonna nade stack it somewhere.
Okay. So no force bite wave, despite all logic dictating it should be that case. Not happening for BNE. Fnatic receive a little bit of a pleasant surprise. The nades will all come out towards me, do some significant damage towards Crims here. Probably pass that M4 off to Mezzi or one of the SMG players. For now they sit pretty and wait for BNE's strike.
Just knowing how successful BNE were in the yesterday's best of 3 and even in some of their group stage officials with those force-ups in the second round, they opt against it. They play the safer option. Want to try and get those rifles in early, and for Fnatic, they can see the Big 10 coming up onto their radars. For BNE, just hoping that anyone's going to over-aggress if they can try and force out a pick to really come through uncomfortably. As of right now from Fnatic, it's very disciplined.
Sat in their positions waiting for BNE to make some noise. But it's so far so quiet here on the T side. Ikarodos is just standing and waiting. Bring out some footsteps to try to draw the T side in closer. Especially draw their attention towards him, give Heap the chance to farm up the cash.
BNE really running down the clock. Now the explosion's coming in.
Heap lines up 2. Doesn't quite land the triple. Roy comes in with one of his own. And Heap's USP, we're left to close out against Rigon, so only 1 casualty taken. The M4 can stay in for the CT side. Fnatic with 10. BNE now will buy the back.
And knowing that GXX had a positive KD in every map versus Forza, dropping a whopping 62 kills and 48 deaths, you'd imagine that he could be quite a key person on this T side, Jay. Get the AWP ability out, especially when the money is strong enough, but see what he could do with the rifle. Get those AKs up, put pressure down onto what is a bonus round here from Fnatic. Not opting to upgrade that MP9, so Mezzi's going to hold on to it. And for BNE, they're looking for that strike back potential.
Still sitting with a bonus weapon on Mezzi's part here for the CT side. Not quite as heavy-handed on the bonus as it was for the T side line for Fnatic. Be a bit more careful about how many players they lose and whether they lose the round itself. It might still be expensive for them in the follow-up round 19. Smokes down, seeing the first player out. Roy with plenty of work to do, but Rigon just domes him in. Flatru's low HP and Heap just can't hold on forever. The lineup for Nicoros does a ton of damage, but gets away with only 1 kill.
We did see some excellent crosshair placement on the T side of Nuke yesterday, Jay, and I think we saw it right there. That first kill, the one that Rigon gets towards that Hell entrance, is an absolute blinder. And from that point onwards, it's just constant trading. It's players working off one another, diving down to that lower bomb side. That's an excellent ramp take to be.
So kind of take the least Fnatic on the save. Again, not a lot of cash for the CT side. Smoke pulled out at the worst moment. Maybe Messi might find an AK or the drop 10-4. But Crims is nowhere near this bomb site, so 8-4 for the BNE cap. Just overwhelming them out that position. Not really anybody else in that angle. At least Messi will get away with a decent kill. The AK saved. And no hunt for the T side either.
Messi should be able to hold on to it. Okay, it does go a little bit further forward, so it's actually sent it to drop, so it's not as many players staying alive as BNE would have hoped, which isn't ideal, Jay. And I think when we look back against that Forza result, there were quite a few rounds where Economy was always on the ropes. They didn't exactly have a lot of funds in the bank. There was a lot of rounds that they were winning with limited players alive. It's now down to Fnatic to see if they can actually find that leg up and really compromise.
And we'll find the buyback for them. Not a lot of cash in the bank for the CT forces. BNE have the loss bonus to work from. Advantage T side for now. The AKs set into the defaults. The smoke's going down. Covering off the majority of vision here for the CT line. They're still blind firing, get some connections. Synopsy down at 60 HP, but Crim's down to 19.
Just so many bullets being spammed down to that main position, and Flatru has got all the way out towards open vent. They've got no idea about this, and as soon as Messi looks up, this could be a freebie.
Oh, spray is awkward from Flatru, but it does come together in the end. Disappearing behind that smoke is where he'll wait. The bait and switch through that smoke, enabling Messi to go forward and into his demise. Now it's Heap left here as the most aggressive player in lobby. Will he get checked? Yes, he will! And Senna gets a TK for it. What was a bit of hesitation, a trigger discipline moment that ultimately cost the CT side in that one. 4-on-3 for BNE.
This is done. This has got to be another save call from Fnatic. No one's in good positions. They're all stuck behind Hell. They've got to back off.
The Flatru's there to try and cut rotations in case Roy wants to try anything funny here in the ramp control. GXX might get spotted. The kills start coming in. Actually, they might still go for this. They've completely an account for Flatru. No! They get the kill anyway. And Senna is now left alone as the sole defender of the site. Half timer ticked away. Nico Odos faced in upon, gets the headshot. An impossible retake still found by Fnatic.
BNE let themselves down there. Why are they so aggressive? They've got a 4v3. I think Fnatic are honestly looking for exits there, Jay. I don't think their heart is in that retake. But then you've just got overpeaks. You've got Flatru holding ramp. Why is GXX getting so aggressive like that? Just when they've done so well. The fact that they even pre-aim towards that right-hand side just in case, that's not good enough. Rigon and GXX are going to be disappointed, and Flatru is just going to be disappointed in the team, thinking, mate, I had the hold.
A lot of pride in Nico Odos there for Fnatic, though. The 3K that ultimately brought back that whole scenario. BNE having no right to lose that one. Fnatic up to 11 now. How contrary is that? We saw so many 4vx clutch scenarios from BNE in yesterday's match. And now it's Fnatic repeating and turning around to their favor instead. The tactical was just taken by that CT side. I'm surprised it's not BNE taking the attack, because they're on pistols and they need a miracle.
That round may have lost them the map, in all honesty, Jay. That's put quite a lot of difference in the scoreline, quite a lot of difference on the economy situations, and now they've got an eco. Now you're looking at Fnatic up to 12 and pushing down a decent start here on their CT side in the second half. Even Roy trying to get quickly towards that secret control, and for BNE, they've got to try and muster up another one of these steal rounds, or at least keep it expensive.
Smoke set towards the outside. We'll try and block off the red box cross. Roy standing with Synopsy, completely blinded by Nico Odos' flashbang. Jump face, trying to get out of dodge, but ultimately losing control of everything. Was leaving the advantage of Fnatic here. Player forward against Heat probably should be able to lock out a decent spray.
Knowing that Nico Odos is there for the support, BNE have got to cancel or at least wait it out. Now you've got two crossfires of two very strong weapons. This is going to be nearly impossible to break.
Yeah, Lester Deagle with the Tech 9 gets the perfect headshots and the perfect peaks. Flashes in to provide support, and they do spread out a little bit, get that 1 kill on Heat, but 2 kills come back for him and Nico Odos. Rigon also tagged, seeing the bomb as well for the CT players. GXX does force out a fight against Roy. Reduce Fnatic to 3 players and try bail out a position towards the upper site. Mezzi is watching and waiting for GXX, however, gets that kill, locks out Rigon, keeps it together for Fnatic.
What I think is pretty insane, Jay, is how well Mezzi is actually playing so far on Nuke. We've had the idea that he's obviously changed his roles, and I don't think we've seen too much from him over the course of this event, just knowing the fact that Nico Odos and Roy and Crims have been so consistent. But as of right now, the in-game leader of Fnatic is really putting on a good performance.
Been leading the charge for a while, I think. In the first half, he was among the top frag positions for the Fnatic side. The 20 kills right now for his team. That's the Mezzi I remember. I mean, he wasn't the IGL doing all the great work, and it's encouraging for Fnatic the IGL's fragging hard because they're in the lead, and his teammates are playing backup.
For B&E, even on the buyback, you're working with a Galil for Synopsy, AKs for the rest. Some limitations in the slightest of the util. Senna having a difficult time against this ramp control. We've seen Heap and especially Nico Odos on rotation start getting some good sequences over there. For B&E, just prodding their way around, start working the outside. Even Roy has not overextended at all.
Got his eyes set behind the blue box. Smokes down here at the diagonal cross. One of them missing will get thrown out in the end to try allow them to cross back towards his secret position. Is fire back from Heap on the blind spray. Hoping he can catch a tag or two, and he is getting close to Rigon, so he's doing all right. Tag's being heard by Roy especially.
Very slow, very passive in this one. And it does seem as if it's going to be an A crunch. It's a matter of timing of when these entries come through. 2 players for a bait and switch behind default.
Oh, swing on to Roy, allows Rigon the kill. Flat True comes up good the same. Mezzi back sight with a lot of work to be done. Backup is there towards Heaven as Mezzi gets his kill. Doubles up, swings for the triple and down near lands it. Heap is there to finish the job, leaving it all to GXX. 18 seconds for the 1v2. Knows that Heap is in the rafters, will isolate the leg shot and catch him off. Now left to the AWP. Nico Odos, an open plant for him. An easy kill to find. A 13th on the board for Fnatic.
That is superb coming through from Fnatic. And for B&E, I reckon frustrations are an all-time high. They had a double entry. They had a 5-on-3 crunching down on the A site. You had the main picks coming through very successfully. And for Mezzi, he just stays alive for so long and puts the damage down, Jay. 2 kills from the back of default. And then even for Heap, he's being mollied towards that Heaven position. He still goes. He knows he has to keep that pressure on, knows that he has to try and catch them off guard. And that rotate to back up Mezzi was on point.
This Fnatic looks like a different beast to what we saw in the group stage thus far. Sprays through, damage done to the Molotovs. Crims getting a triple. Mezzi with an SMG frag. Last pistol left in Flat True. It's the veteran with the Quadra. And a 14th to the board of Fnatic. No T-side advantage for B&E on this occasion. It's full control for the CT forces in the second half, and only 2 more rounds to push this one into map 1.
And just when I'm trying to build parallels, Jay, from what happened in the last Nuke official up against Forza yesterday, that idea that we saw so much on that T side, 7 out of 9 rounds being gained to close it down, and we're seeing a lack of success. 1 T round is all that's been gained for B&E. This has been a completely different situation from them.
M4 swinging for Roy, catching GXX. Nico Odos. Tag to 41 to start things off. Rigon spraying through as Roy swings back, sees where Synopsy is. Backs away for Senna's part of Senna. Gets the kill on the retreating individual. Mezzi close to the SMG. Gets Flat True as Nico Odos chimes in with the AWP. And once again, B&E are dismantled.
Even Synopsy towards the outside is trying to regroup with Senna, but they're in completely opposite positions. And knowing that the util is so limited, grouping up with one another is just not an option. Instead, Synopsy's going to go down towards that lower bomb site, and Senna's going to go back into lobby.
Minute on the clock. Senna. Try walking on Crim's part. Plant will be secured towards the lower bomb site, but the lurker upstairs dealt with. So Synopsy with a 1-on-4 clutch. It would be incredible for him. But I honestly don't think Fnatic are going to give this one up.
So many players to work with. They can peek on each other's contact. Couple diving down from that fence position. Synopsy needs to deal with Mezzy first. That's the first. And the second. There's a chance now, Jay.
19 HP needs a headshot on Nico. Odo sees his shoulder. Heap knows where he's going and will shut him down. Take any doubt out of your minds on Fnatic's map point. 15-8. A good effort on that clutch for Synopsy, but just not to be.
And this has got to be one of the best map performances that we've seen from Fnatic against an adequate team. I don't want to put ITB and Sinners in that conversation because of the circumstances that we've already spoken about, but I would for Mouse and XTJ. And looking back at that series, every map was competitive. There was no whitewashers at all.
Here against major contenders and challenges in the BNE side, Fnatic doing work against them. Remember, Fnatic didn't even get to that stage in this form or the previous. Finally showing the promise that I think we're expecting out of this particular side. Nades, Molotov sent down towards the red box. Nikodas with the AWP, trying to provide support with the smokes coming in. The boost up for Rigon, his head's been seen. And the M4 of Roy should still be known back here. The leg shot did connect towards Rigon, and Flattrue leaves Roy unchecked. He gets a double, and GXX is forced to trade.
Even Nikodas is trying to keep eyes towards that outside position. Synopsy with the walkout on A has caught off Crims, but they've got to get the bomb control back.
Yeah, WP still watching for Rigon. Flick connects easy. All left to two, GXX and Synopsy. One man on site, one player outside with the bomb, and Nico saw the shoulder, connecting the shot for the double. And that should seal it. Synopsy center of sight. Heaps playing Overwatch will line the spray for the headshot. 16-8 for Fnatic. Their own map pick going their way. Dweg, and so much for the 2-0 potential upset there for BNE. Fnatic pulling out a hell of a start in this series.
Very impressed from Fnatic. Kept their composure in the first half, came into the second, and I think that's where we saw some of the players that were missing really come alive. Roy, as an example, had a bit of a poor performance in the first half, getting some more impact frags. Nico Edos with the AWP in those last couple of rounds, but Mezzy, you have to talk about the in-game leader. He was so consistent over the course of this entire map.
Straight from the PSG bench, Thenor Mezzy leading the charge, becoming the man of the hour here for the Fnatic side. Definitely deserved MVP performance from him. And it's so surprising as well, because again, he's adopting this IGL role, so you don't expect him to be the top fragger of this team. But the fact he had great backup in Nico Odos and Crims having major impactful performance. Nico Odos on the AWP, particularly towards the end. What a performance from Fnatic, and a far better showing from them in this map by comparison to their run so far. But it's just the start of the challenge for the international team. They are up against BNE on BNE's map pick of Ancient up next. So after we head towards this break, we'll come back with the second of our series.
Gambit, it's Gambit.
Yeah, Gambit.
Yeah.
B.
Good choice, BBB. Who ended on second?
Immortals.
Easy question for you. Good job.
Of course, bro.
2014.
No, Get Right was first. Get Right was first, 2014.
Yes.
Kan jag spela?
Yes, Guardianen då.
Guardian? I think it's Kenny, but Flash plus a Kenny beer. I think Kenny.
Or
So we can lock
No.
Kenny, yes?
on said these, but
Go, lock Kenny.
Lock Kenny?
I think
Yeah.
it's Guard.
Okay, Kenny's final answer is wrong. It was Pasha.
Oh, Pasha.
My brother.
1.4 million.
B, 1.4 million.
Are you sure?
Yes.
100%.
Yeah. It was offered in Bitcoin.
Yeah.
Yes. I
Good
know,
job.
I bought it.
Well,
But it was offered but declined.
yeah. He wants 2 million.
2 million he wants.
Yeah.
Oh.
So if you have it from Republic, you know what to do.
Either A or D, GX.
Yeah, such tries here.
Really?
It's not that much
Okay, then it's
expensive.
B, bro.
I think it's B.
Yeah, B. Lock in B.
Us or?
No, I think it's A, man.
I think it's B.
What do we do now, Edmi? We split?
You need to choose only one.
Okay,
Can
we
I-
choose this answer.
Ciao then.
Let's go A.
So final answer A.
Yeah, go.
That's right. Good job.
Ah, you see?
Skin
I'm a master. What do you think, Jax?
C or A?
Well, you choose now. It's your choice.
C.
Okay, let's go lock in C.
So final answer C.
Yeah.
Let's try it.
It's wrong.
Who paid for this one? Oh. Hellraisers or Astana?
B.
Hellraisers, yeah.
I think it's B.
Was Astana?
Uh-uh.
Or Astana played that? No. B, Hellraisers.
B. Lock in B.
Yeah.
B.
2014.
Yeah.
Good job.
I think copyright issues with artwork.
Let's go with D. I don't know. I don't know this
You
question.
don't know? Yeah, it was because
Yeah,
of copyright
I
issues.
heard something about this.
Good job, good job.
It was €5 at the beginning. Now 5k.
Mm-hmm.
Oh. It's this rocket, but
This is Rocket.
Yeah, that's right. And from which map?
a rocket.
Nuke, maybe?
But it's new.
Nuke, I guess.
On Nuke, you have nuclear plant. There is not so much military stuff as I know.
Military stuff.
Is it official map?
Yeah.
Yeah. It is competitive map right now.
Mirage, maybe. They have tanks. Oh?
Inferno?
Oh, yeah. Could be Inferno.
Inferno. And where exactly?
A site, huh? Or I don't know.
By the tanks, maybe?
Where is tanks exactly?
City spawn.
City spawn.
No. But I give you point for Inferno. That's
It's
right.
A site.
It's B side coffins.
Oh,
But
I forgot.
we need time we found map at least.
But you get full points, so.
Oh.
I would remove Vertigo again. I hate this map. And I would bring back Train again.
I would remove Overpass and bring Train.
So train is your favorite map?
Yeah.
And remove Overpass.
Not favorite, but I would remove those maps.
Well, a positive start for Fnatic in this best-of-3 series, claiming their map pick of Nuke, and in a pretty confident fashion at 16-8. As we move on to Ancient now, Dweg. Logic would dictate that it could be on through 2-0 for Fnatic, but to be honest here, we're working purely in theoreticals at the moment, because, look, the first map looked confident, that's great and all. Ancient, however, we have no idea what this 5-man lineup will look like here on this map.
And because of that, we can't say that this is going to be a 2-0 for Fnatic, even if they played as well as they did, even better than they did on Nuke, because we just don't have the information to pull from. What we do for BNE is, this is a map that they pick quite a lot in best of threes. While maybe their track record in the last few months hasn't been that great, you also keep in mind who they're playing. They're playing a lot of staunch, high-level competition. So going up against a team like Fnatic, this is prime opportunity for BNE to take this map and to take it to a third.
Now, a concept I presented during the veto stage before the match got started on map 1 was the idea of where we place Fnatic. Because just to break down a few more details about BNE's map history, they have got a lot of losses against the likes of FaZe, Copenhagen Flames, and NIP. And the thing about those results is that they have been relatively close on Ancient. 16-11 and 16-12 against NIP twice. They took 16-14 loss to Copenhagen Flames. ECSTATIC with a 16-12 loss. The victories against the X-Mad Lions and MIBR were 16-7 and 16-8. So we're looking at confidence in the tier 2 space and decent results, even if they are losses against tier 1 teams. So where in that spectrum do we fit Fnatic here?
Has to be tier 2. It has to be. There's no other way of putting them in a tier 1 category. The sample size is too small with the officials that we've been seeing. The fact that they're bringing 2 tier 2 players over from Copenhagen Flames and another one from Heap, they have to categorize themselves more so in that boat of MIBR and X-Mad Lions for me.
Well, we'll see whether they end up proving that overall, because it has been a bit shaky, and again, sample size is extremely slow. My concern is more about the theoretical of where this team should be in the context of what some of their parts can end up being, right? Because obviously the thing about this whole scenario is that it's so teething period that we don't really know. At the moment, we haven't got an inkling as to where Fnatic will sit on that spectrum, and you can imagine that Fnatic as an organization will be aiming for the tier 1 space. They have the Pro League spot, obviously. They're looking to always be a competitive team in that sort of high end, as they have always been over the period of CSGO. So for me, I'm seeing what this team, I'm trying to get a feel of whether this team ends up mounting up to the potential of a FaZe, an NIP, a Copenhagen Flames, probably in that NIP Copenhagen Flames sort of area, and whether that's going to be proven here on this map of Ancient. But the reality is that we can just speculate all day and we won't really come to a definitive conclusion as to how this map is going to play out here.
They need time. Again, this is the 4th best of 3 that the entire team is playing. So the fact that we're even coming into the idea of, oh, they could be tier 1, we can't even have that discussion. We've seen 4 best of 3s. This is the 4th one. This is now an opportunity for the present. And for Fnatic, it's an opportunity to see what Ancient is like for this 5-man lineup. Because again, Jay, we don't know. I'd like to see them have a good performance. I'd like to see them keep it competitive. I'd like to think that if they get a good first half, they might be able to keep it close. But I'm still giving BNE the opportunity of taking this to a 3rd map.
Well, all bets are off here on this 2nd map of the series, and I am kind of with you on that front. I do believe it should be a 3-map affair here. There's no real reason to pick Fnatic into this one, but again, I hold hope that some unpredictable stuff can happen, and it can at least be a close map here over on Ancient. As we'd expect, of course, the Fnatic squad will be able to get the CT side to start things, and I imagine that the first half might be definitive to their success.
And keep in mind, even Ancient was a map that we saw a couple of times in the IM Dallas EU closed qualifiers. Now, again, that is only core 2 of both Mezzi and from Crims. They lost to Entropic and EC Kiev, Jay, and some of those results weren't even that close. So we've seen Fnatic on it in the past. We just haven't seen this lineup of Fnatic.
We'll see how much those results will play into confidence here on this map in this series with this particular 5-man unit. Pistol round going live. USPs and P2Ks out. The double flash and defuse for Mezzi set in. The mid default coming in from BNE.
Bait and switch setup. Crims is going to take that first duel and allow Heat to be a little bit later on. BNE trying to see if they can explode down towards A, and the double entry coming through from Synopsy.
Quick kills on Crimson Heap. Roy trying to spot out GXX. Did see him out there towards Candles, and we'll be able to get that shot back to a 4-on-3 for BNE's side. Bomb plant secured successfully. Smoke down towards the elbow position, and Mezzi will still find Synopsy getting aggressive. So back to evens. The retake is on.
Couple of flashes to work with that kid as well. If they can get Nico Edos aggressive down for this temple position, this could still very much be on for the retake.
Nico Otis, fast man in, flash to check out the open site. Towards the side entrance as well, seeing where Rigon and Flatru are. Taps forward to the USP, doing the damage. And Flatru able to get the kill towards Nico Otis. Nades coming in close, flashbangs, doing so much damage to the T-side line. Roy's got all the work in the world, but can't land a headshot on the high HP man at center. So B&E can overwhelm with a 3-man crossfire and get the pistol on the board.
Very confident coming through from B&E. You saw that explosion starter coming through from the double entry towards Donut. Really ramped the pace up towards A. Slightly over-aggressive into the matter of when the bomb gets down, you're peeking towards CT Sport, you're trying to see if you could put some pressure on, and it comes down to Mezzi with the capitalization onto Synopsy. But overall, once they slow it down and they peek off one another, there was no chance in that round at all from Roy, and B&E gets started on T-side.
Opening round gained. Fnatic on the force back for them. They won both the pistols in the previous map up, so contraire for B&E to start off this one. Slow things right down on the T-side defense, particularly here at the lane position. Flash in for Mezzi to take a peek, and we'll be able to get killed off, but Roy just find the trade.
All about now of setting up the stack on towards that B site for B&E. A lot of lane control, and especially out towards ramp. It seems like they are going to run into the trap.
Forward, the smoke being set down. Rigon's MAC-10 leans up against Heap. Roy takes the swing with the SMG and does get picked up by the MAC-10, but Heap can still get the trade. So Fnatic keeping this as even as possible.
Thinking about a mid-rotation, Crims trying to get as much out of that as possible. Another one-for-one trade, but so many footsteps to Synopsy hearing on the rotate back towards spawn.
Inserting himself into the CT line as well. You've still got Nico Otis back towards long. Bomb can go down. The Deagle has backed away though. The bomb plant will be heard. Safe behind the pillar. I think that player might be out there, engaged upon by Senna. Heat with the Deagle shot though. Back to a one-on-one. Needs the head to turn around here. Rifle not in his hands. It's all about the taps, and the taps just a little bit too far off. Senna takes no damage to the triple to his name and to the second round for B&E.
Senna coming through when it matters the most. That was an uncomfortable round there for B&E. Not a crazy amount of success. They try and prod their way around the B site. They think, okay, let's try and offer up at least a slight rotation from lane into that window control towards mid. And Crims just gets another one-for-one. Comes down to B&E thinking that Synopsy can start making a play further aggressive towards that lane control, and then eventually Senna's going to be the one to muster up the clutch to come through and make it a 2-0 start for Fnatic. Not going to force buy again, but they are going to stack up B.
Quickly work their way in towards lane, around the outside of where B&E are placing towards GXX. With a decent kill, Nico Otis does find one of his own right, but all in all, the T is able to clean up house. The MAC-10 frags, especially on Flatru, making it a triple and getting back some of the cash they lost in the previous round. Can play a bonus now for B&E as Fnatic bring their guns out here.
And just keep in mind about Ancient too against some of the other teams. Now for B&E, they played Sprout in the opening game. Sprout are actually a very proficient Ancient team. Think about the way that they played ECSTATIC. ECSTATIC are actually a very good Ancient team. So because of that, we actually only saw Ancient being played against the XMAD Lions side, and that was a map pick in for B&E. 10 rounds, Jay, on the T side they gained in that one.
T-sides are so difficult here on Ancient. Of course, we are playing on the older version of the map for those of you that might not be aware. Fast rush in towards the B side, so we won't see any of the changes as of right now. The flashes coming in, the spray is through, doing damage to Synopsy, GXX. Flatru getting a little bit of damage as well. The spray back from Nico Otis finally draws out first blood. The nade will finish off Synopsy from Roy. So a 5-on-3 gain. T still pressing up close and personal for Flatru. Known here, Mezzi so close to the flames, but not burning alive just yet. Flatru might get forced back in the midst of that smoke. That incendiary will land Roy in the corner of Cave. And B&E are hunting for a pick back here. Reduced to 2 individuals, now towards 1 individual. Senna surrounded by the CT side, and Fnatic getting there first.
Very chaotic in that round from Fnatic's point of view. They try and set themselves up in and around a lot of that utility. And for B&E, they're just not backing down. They're going for that B site XE, and no matter how many players are on that B site, no matter how much counter utility or spam there is, they're going to keep going. Keep charging their way forward up towards that ramp control. And as soon as they start working around that smoke, you can just see how much spam damage was really coming down there from Fnatic.
Overwhelming on the crossfire, stacked up that B site so quickly, we're able to receive the rush tactics from B&E, so it might be worth it to slow things down now that they've run into the rifles. Bonus didn't really get much against the Fnatic side, and the buyback from both teams will leave the economies in tatters. For B&E more so than the FNC side. Walk their way in towards mid-control. Worked out well for them in a pistol. Let's see if it works out for them in a rifle round.
Roy's going to get a good timing. Flash over. Senna being blind towards that elbow position still grants that opening man advantage, and now they can work the mid-control.
The Molotov support definitely aids on that front. Flash in to allow the peeks forward from Donut and at Temple. Candles, Heap is going to force back away. Try spray back against them, but taking damage to less than half HP. Get out of dodge as the T's will also back off.
Even Heap is just waiting forward of a walk play, someone to slowly encroach into that Candles position. B&E really slow it down, and look at this mid-round call. Fnatic is stacking up A.
B&E lean into B. Messi in the back lane of the east side. Well, might be able to get a decent kill on one player. Be required if they want to go for this retake here.
Now it's got to be called in. Now it's surely got to be a save. Even Heat trying to get out towards that long position. I'm surprised he's still so aggressive.
Line spray on Rigon, got to time this well. Doesn't do so, doesn't pull the trigger. Sticking around for a T-side player to face, waiting for the bomb to get tapped. Spray, pre-firing onto the totem. And a flashbang now to get him back out of dodge because he knows that he cannot get anything left in this round. If he got the spray lined up correctly, if he was able to get the player planting the bomb, then maybe they could have gone for it. But it was always a foregone conclusion.
And the way we're setting it up here from Fnatic, if they really want to put some damage down on Ancient, is get off to a good start. Right now, Jay, they're 1-4 down on the City side. That is not ideal at all. Now, context is important. It was the pistol and it was the 3-0 start. We've now gone back and forth for the rifles. It now comes down into the conclusion of money not being great, CT's holding onto their weapons, and B&E are taking a lot of control on this T side.
Extending their lead to 4-1. Taking one more rifle out of their hands. Heap unable to survive back at spawn. Had low HP anyway. The buy-up should be scraped together by Fnatic just about. They'll pass those weapons around and get the true guns in. Started off with a very awkward duel, and then from there, everything kind of fell apart. What a peak that was from GXX. The B site fell so quickly for it.
That's actually a bit of a shame that Heat doesn't hold on to his weapon, because it means that he's down to a FAMAS, and it shows the importance of that late hunt coming through from B&E, that they've actually managed to hurt the economy even further.
Look at the aggression from Mezzi, going to try hurt the T's directly here. Sees that AWP gun barrel, gets the kill against him, sees Rigon popping out, and Nico Otis can provide support with the AK, and the aid, then the nade coming in. 3 kills on the trot for the CT side. B&E not standing a chance in this round. How contrasting is this compared to the last one?
Well, they wanted to trade back. Mezzi obviously concede that they want to keep over-facing towards that ramp control, put the pressure back on. And Fnatic just have a good protocol. They've got the angle of elevation with that vertical crossfire between Mezzi and Nico Erdos to work off one another. Even Senna's getting spammed down into oblivion. So those 2 players left in a 5 are really struggling to bring this back. And even Senna's going to drop.
Synopsy now left alone. Backed away, leaning forward into lane. Down towards Cheats, try land a shot, try to get some exits on the board, but the AWP now being suppressed, now being surrounded. Crims on the way in, Synopsy on the way out. Out of the round, that is. And out of the second for Fnatic. All 5 players alive, very confident form to hold on to. Unable to get the AWP, unfortunately, for Crims' part, so it won't come in for the next round. But they don't have to invest anything either.
Well, this is a bit back and forth at the moment, for the last couple of rounds at least. Nico Erdos providing a lot of assistance via that spam, and even Crims being boosted up from the window position, just prodding forward, allowing himself a couple of kills towards the end of that round. And now for B&E, they find themselves in a state that, because they couldn't get a bomb plant, Jay, they're not able to continue going back and forth with the force, so give it up and decide to run an eco.
Upgrade pistols on the eco, though, so it doesn't provide some potential damage here. A Flatcher in particular doing some tags on towards Roy, but unable to get the kill. GXX also got tagged earlier on. The AK and Nico Otis going to have to swing forward. Trades might be available. Nope. Support from Roy comes in to make sure Nico Otis stays alive, does not lose that AK. Meanwhile, the bomb's on its way towards the A site, and Heap's now seen it in Synopsis. So he's going to focus on getting that plant down. Not even given the time of day. The perfect headshot. And Fnatic now 1 to the difference. B&E only hold 1 over them.
Remember back that we saw in the upper bracket semi-finals of that result for between B&E and X-Mad Lions. Now, because that was in Group AJ, it actually has been a decent stretch of time since that official. It's been 18 days for that matter. So it's been a few times in which Fnatic can know who their opponent are, think back to that ancient result and pull quite a lot of data from it.
Opportunity to counter-strat. Some of those rifle rounds might prove who's got the better counter-strats. So far, early damage coming in for Fnatic here in round 8. Rigon to just less than 60. Royce sitting in over to the cheater position. Could try find an advanced angle ahead of the smoke. Might even peek forward of the smoke. Wall bang is not successful for him.
It's always very difficult for teams too, Jay, when new maps or at least updates have come through and yet tournaments aren't running the new updates. Because do you prac on the old update because the tournament's still running that, or do you try and reinvent it because there's been new changes? It's very difficult.
Well, for the time being, I best to practice the old map for the moment. Come back to that in a second, because Synopsy and Nico are going back and forth for the trades. 1-for-1 at the moment. Roy comes in ahead of the smoke. GXX is spotted and sprayed down. Senna is also known, but Rigon and Flattrue are the ones to strike. Back in a cave and out towards mid. The bomb can get picked up and rotated here, but they're going to leave it back outside the B door and continue the B presence.
They're going to slow it down and allow Fnatic to split the bomb sites evenly. This puts so much more pressure down onto Nico Erdos, and you've got to imagine he gets cleared. They don't have a molly for him.
Holding the advanced angle. Maybe they don't. Maybe. Hold on. Flash is over. They do check it, but he gets away with one decent kill. It's all on Heat now with his FAMAS in hand. If only he had a rifle, a true M4 or an AK being seen now. Swing out. Two to get. Does find Flattrue. Where's Senna though? Back up to Nico. This position. He has no idea. Half HP. The flick does not quite land. The AK just does him one better. BNE with 5-5.
This is Senna now twice, Jay, stepping up in clutch situations, and he always seems to be the guy that's clearing the cheeky angles. Remember back to what we saw on Nuke when they were taking the ramp control and Heat was quite aggressive? Senna was the one, yeah, the DK did come through, but still clearing those positions. And you just get a very good vibe in that round, Jay, that if Senna's not there, Senna's not alive, that might get overlooked. That might be in a position where they don't clear out Nico Erdos. That is such an important check.
How fast they want to swing into the next round with it as well. The AK in for Flattrue combining with GXX to get a kill on Crims, but Heap tries back in with two. Fnatic found a full buy. They still had a bit of a bonus in that previous round. Didn't invest, kept the FAMAS and kept the M4s, and now bring the M4s and the AWP to the fold where Heap can find two. And Senna's down on 15 HP the same.
Very loose there coming through from Heap. The idea that Crims loses that first fight from the donut entrance. He flies out from the top of Candles, try to put pressure down and at least give away back into the round. Heap now even thinking about another duel being presented. Rigon's on the other side has not been seen just yet.
Oh, caught off on the AK. The AWP and Nico Erdos can finally strike to the first, not to the second. Synopsy finds his response and opens up the A site.
Even Roy, does he try the big backstab? Rather than coming through from Donut and being involved in the retake quickly, he's going to go all the way around.
Slowly but surely creep his way around as well. Give no info to the BNE side. They don't have any idea that this backstab might be in effect. They have got the player up top plat, front plat. Utility thrown in, the flashbang. Turn their attention away, Rigon. Check the adjustment from Roy's a little bit too late though. He's such low HP, but it won't matter for Mezzy as Rigon still lines up the triple and brings in number 6 for BNE.
I don't even know what to say there. Rigon is not holding the backstab for pretty much the entire post plant. And then as soon as Roy comes out and starts slow walking towards A main, what happens? Rigon goes, yeah, I might just check it just in case. And then on 10 HP, Jay, he swings again and multi-frags. What an unbelievable round by Rigon.
Perfect timing in the world. And now there's no buy potential for Fnatic, down to the pistols. BNE, we talked about the T-side half of it went well for them, and it could end up just being the map sealed. So far, so great, and I feel like they've already done enough.
They probably have, and they are going to do a lot more, mate. I'll tell you that much. Even up against the Eco, trying to see if they can put some pressure down towards that Candles position. It is a 1-for-1 trade, but Roy's really got to get involved into the action.
Not going to extend too far, then Molotov pushing forward. GXX gets the kill. Great read in the AWP. 4-3 now for BNE.
There is an aggressive approach from Heap, getting right out towards the A main portion, but I think it's even being watched by Rigon at elbow.
Yeah, tapped up, burst easy. Mezzy and Nico Erdos, the last 2 players left. P2K will fight on the center, get dealt with as GXX's pistol that gets Nico Erdos. So 7-3 for BNE and a tactical finally called in by Fnatic.
And this whole bunch of players on this B&E side, I think it's a really cool story. That whole idea that you had Senna, sort of GXX working together, a part of the lineup for a very long time. You had like Galito there as well, a couple of the other players. And then Flatroo and Synopsy think to themselves, well, we've been European for about 18 months, 2 years now. Now's the chance to build the Albanian super team, go back over, bring Rigon over too, that they'd played with in the past, and just start working their way forward. Because I think when they joined Blink initially, they were ranked less than, or more than 100. They were absolutely nowhere even close to that top 30 marker. And all of last year, Jay, was just a massive grind from them.
And now, so far this year has been the payoff to that grind, I guess.
Absolutely, without a doubt.
Great results from this squad. Of course, the major is the highlight moment. Even going to tournaments like Blast Showdown, Pinnacle Cup. And of course, here in Republic, their chance to make it to the grand finals. They face off against Fnatic and will walk straight into the A site, mostly uncontested. Smokes down, Crims will back away. Set up the retake without a kit here for the CT side. He actually wants a bit more out of this here. Pushed into Candles, burning quite significantly, dead to the hands of Rigon. As a 5-on-3 now, BNE just forced the issue, and I think this round might already be over. Mezzy only gets that one trade, and they're reduced to 2.
Roy, last one left, out towards this turn-up position, and he's actually going to try and attempt to go for the retake, but not to be. Fnatic, I think, are just getting too desperate in some of these situations, Jay.
Yeah.
There's so many rounds I look at and go, it's done. Just back off, hold on to your weapons. Even if they hold 3 M4s, they can still force by next round and get a decent rifle. Instead, they just keep going for it. And I think we've seen a massive shift in these rifle rounds. It was a good start from Fnatic, they kept the pressure on, but now it's just B&E cleaning up completely.
On the T side as well, by the way. 5 rounds in the lead. Deagle's out for Fnatic's half buy eco. Not a lot of cash to work with, not a lot of buy to work with. Nades are stacked off to Crims. He's a dead man already. Deagle a heap, less than lucky. A site opened up.
B&E have been liking the A site these last couple of rounds, doing very well with the post plants. Even Dran Flatroo thinking about aggressing further forward, keeping that util down on Pat. Nico Odos and Mezzy trying their best. There is a slight backstab that has not been seen just yet.
As now, Nico Odos with that kill and that second. Okay. Needs to get a whole lot more out of this. Synopsy about to walk into the hands of the player in the corner. Okay, now it's on! The Deagles, the Fnatic showing up like the Deagles of BNE from Nuke. And GXX is suddenly alone here. Creeping up, looking for a better rifle, but making noise. AK up against them, and they'll just hide on Fnatic's side.
What is going on? This was a 5-on-2. They had this whole side coverage as well. And now Nico Odos is on for the quadra, picked up the rifle, and he's going to win it out. What a steal that is from Fnatic. That has really come out of left field. That has come out from absolutely nowhere.
2v5, wasn't it?
2v5, yep.
Inserting themselves into the back lines of the side. You mentioned it could be a sneaky backstab. It certainly was. BNE weren't expecting it. Caught unprepared, and Nico Odos just a perfect Deagles. Mezzy got piece of the pie himself, but really, it was the Dane that stepped up the most. And now Fnatic need to convert 3 more off the back of it.
I'm looking forward to watching that on Nico Odos' highlight YouTube channel, Jay. I'm expecting that to come in a few weeks' time. That was a ripper. That was an unreal round from him. And it came down to that slight distraction, allowing Mezzy to be in that temple position just when a couple of kills come through for Nico Odos. They think, okay, let's try to apply a little bit more pressure. Let's make sure that a trade frag comes through. But for BNE, just sloppy positioning. Players giving up individual fights when they could have slowed it down and played off one another. They just got desperate for the jewels, and it came down to them just losing the entire round because of it.
The buyback for BNE doesn't look great here for round 13. Off with the AKs, Mach 10, Tech 9, sprays through, incendiary damage done. Crims has pushed all the way up towards mid. Will lose his life, but Nico Odos is there to continue his frag counts. Behind that smoke, players will lean in. Senna's gonna get caught. Flatroo still holding there though. Might find the flank to gain that mid position. Nico Odos' back is completely turned. Flatroo finally spots him, but he holds his nerve here, waiting for another CT to peek out towards him. That could lead to his demise, and Heap will find the trade.
Very good effort. Needed to deal with Heap first if he had a chance of doing so. A GXX 1v3. Deal with Heap, get the bomb down, even towards CT spawn. This could be a possible duel onto Mezzy.
M4 holding, Orp leaning in. Flick was close, but he didn't get the shot in time. Orp is saved for the 5th round of the CT side.
Whew. This is now turning into something quite competitive, but it really looked like B&E were going to get 10, maybe 11 rounds in the first half. You start thinking about it, the idea that they forced in the last, the economy's not great, hero rifle coming down now to round 14. If Fnatic get it up to 7 on the CT side, we couldn't say that it was a fantastic half, but we can say it's a recovery.
The concern is that recovery going to be enough? Ancient has always been defined by its CT halves, and Fnatic, even being down up to a 7-8 recovery, could not be considered to be a great CT half. It would be B&E still in the lead. And already this hero, AK, struck first. The first man is down in mid.
I do have some worries already, knowing that Flatterer's been able to get the first pick. The issue, of course, is even if other rifles are recovered, like it has been for GXX, you got no armor for anybody else. So the aim punch is really going to hurt. Probably better off to go to those deagles anyway. And out towards the B site, as of right now, it's very passive. It's passive across the board. I guess because Fnatic know that they're in a 4v5, they just want to play deep rather than allowing any silly duels to come in.
60 seconds left, and they are playing slowly. Got one man backed up to the back of the B site. Mezzi sat with the M4 to receive them all. Flash is coming in to catch him blind. He won't be blinded at all. Extension from Senna, sees the gun barrel. Swing out to Nida Plant, gets 1 and 2 and 3. Runs out of ammo for number 4. Now Nico Otis is here to try to back it up. Flat True is going to get caught. Synopsy standing alone with the M4 back in his hands and will fall down to the Dane anyway. So 2 AKs Orp saved into round 15 for Fnatic now.
And knowing the idea that we have not seen the likes of Nico Erdos, Roy, or Heap playing on Ancient with Fnatic, you kind of have the expectation, okay, well, Crims has played it before, Messi's done the same, they're probably going to be the 2 players to look out for. Nico Erdos is playing unbelievably well. We've seen a lot of impact frags from him in rifle rounds, clearing up the pieces here to make sure that the eco does not get out of hand at all, and get Fnatic up to 6.
Lead them into the last round with a decent buy. The AWP can be out for Heap. It can't be out for B&E though. Mezzi again charging forward towards his ramp position. In the midst of the smoke, knowing the Molotov's burning around towards it. Brigon's gonna get caught with his back turn. Spray through, comes up with 2.
Imagine the tilt. You've just had Mezzi dry walk without a flash around a smoke, multi-frag, and he's even wanting a little bit more, Jay. He's still holding aggressive towards ramp.
Now Roy starts prodding. Senna, about to see him take his head off his shoulders pretty cleanly as well, but Mezzi triple dips for the triple kill. 4 on 2. Fnatic, their IGL is having a life game here.
You reckon he goes again? Reckon he peeks ramp just for another time, just to see what comes out of it? Crims even taking some damage towards his donut position. And for B&E, where do they end up? It's got to be on B. Flatterer's got to try and get deep in towards CT Sport, put some pressure down onto Heap.
Heap was turning away for a moment, but now he's been seen. Thatcher will keep that AWP in the spawn itself. It's still got Crim set up at Donut, tagged heavy. Got 1 high HP player per site. That's Nico Erdos on B. And Heap playing in towards mid, trying to rotate towards the A site if necessary. He obviously can't go towards that B site. He's been smoked off. And Mezzi continues pressing forward here. He might meet a player head on, and finally he'll lose his life.
This is now actually turning back in favor of B&E. Get the smoke down towards that long control. Try and get the bomb plant in. This is very doable if they can get the plant in without losing any more casualties.
Smoke and re-flash on. Gordos hears the footsteps, can spray through blind on Senna, but doesn't have the crosshair placement for it. Flat True, similar story, making his moves in. The AWP might get caught flank now as Flat True turns into a 2 versus 2. A backstab's in for Crims. The AWP of Heap desperately hunting onto the site itself as Crims leans up. Flat True's caught, head taken off. Senna in at K, bomb plant open for him. I think they know exactly where he is as well. We'll check those back lines. Flashbang in, keeps him blind. Crims does his damage, will continue to swing forward. The spray's manic for Senna, stalling for time, but ultimately overwhelmed. 4-7 on the board for Fnatic. Cannot claim the half. B&E have it on the T side, but is that enough of a recovery for the international squad? We'll find out after the break.
I'm through. Can I actually get here? No, no way.
that one's already done. That one didn't respawn. Wait, how come this one's not respawning?
What was?
I don't know what happened.
What can I do? What can I do?
I know what happens.
Oh,
Oh,
damn,
good
dude.
shoot.
Now you kind of cracked yourself, Jimmy.
Alright.
I know what
You
this
can
is.
actually-
Yeah, bro, yeah.
You actually have to start from the beginning. Oh my god, this is actually stupid.
What? This is scam.
No. No, Roy went for it and I didn't go for it.
That's a mirror. That's what shit.
Approve. Ah! I'll approve.
You're cheating, what the hell was that? Like, one of you should just do it for the team, honestly. Like, you guys can talk right now and just do... What? It's not fair! What?
You
This
suck.
mirror is insane.
Wait, what's this?
What is this? I'm out of here.
Oh shit. Oh. Yeah, that's aiming at me. Oh shit.
That was scary though. Will you
Please don't say I started. Oh my god.
No!
This is actually unreal.
landed on top of it?
I was smurfing. I died spawn.
There you go.
Shut up.
Snake muted or something.
Hello?
No.
Well, usually 7-3 is the scoreline, which would assert dominance for BNE, but Fnatic, with their rally back and their resurgence to what was a 7-8 half for the BNE favour, to their credit, they still hold dominion as they enter the CT side, Dweg. The question is, has that been enough?
I think it has been enough to an extent. They have to capitalize now. The fact that BNE were up by such a strong margin in an early state and Fnatic driving these rounds back does bring some confidence into the fold, but it's now down to whether they can continue that in the second half. Fnatic taking a lot of this lane control, thinking about one of those B-side X's with the smoke and flash for Nico Odos, and for BNE, it might have to be a retake setup. You've only got Flatru holding B by himself.
USP swinging upon for his own part, checking out that K position, backing up towards ramp, smokes in towards that short position. He's out of dodge, sprays and taps come out from the Glocks as they overwhelm BNE and force him out of the sight.
Very difficult position now for BNE. Synopsy coming in quickly, has at least shown some presence down here to the cave entrance, but he needs to get the cavalry in as well.
Damaged up, taps are decent. Synopsy keeps his eyes on GXX core, overwhelming. Heap gets the kill. HP advantage so strong for the T side right now, and Crimson's got so many around the corner. Switches to burst, switches to automatic, and is ultimately overwhelmed. A 4-on-3, Flatru caught off. Roy and Nico Odos chime in center with a trade to a 2-on-2. Bombs being diffused right with the smoke. They haven't got the angle. They haven't got the angle. BNE with the ninja, finding the pistol despite Fnatic having the front foot for the entire round.
Excellent stuff from BNE, and it comes down, Jay, to not panicking, to keeping you calm in the close scenario. They realized that eventually they brute force those trades. Rigon gives them some space in and around cave, and Senna has got the kit, got the smoke. Just get on it, mate. You know that Roy has got aggressive out to those backlines, so you have the confidence that Rigon's going to be the support.
That's exactly what he was. Instant tactical for Fnatic. No time hesitated, immediately going to bring out the 30-second bonus talk with Keita, their third one utilized here on Ancient. They put up a hell of a fight, Dwayne, but that pistol sets them back so far.
Well, they have to be thinking about a force-up, knowing that they were able to drop 3 players and get a bomb down. You think to yourself, what's the likelihood of getting those Galils and what we want to try and get out of it? And keep in mind, 3 tacticals against 0. BNE have been in their element and feel as if they've had complete control.
Basically, since the start of the match, pretty much. Galil's Deagle will be out for Fnatic's camp. Damage they can do if they can steal the round outright. Might have to steal the round outright here. BNE have gotten away with such murder in that pistol. It's the kind of murder that would give them the map victory.
Look at the aggression. The map control being taken outside of A main. I love this from BNE. Just really sandwiched forward, and Heap's going to get caught off guard.
Kill on the first man. Crims follow suit against Synopsy. The pistols and the rifles showing up decent. Now the Galils to act out towards the ramp. It's Roy that leans in first. Nico Otis at the bomb on his back, and Rigon starts to rotate away to the A stack.
I can't believe Heap got that kill with the P250. That's really come out of nowhere. And now it's the state that Crims follows up. Rigon's on low HP. This has to be a save. All the rifles are just going to hold back on A.
They're pushed out towards that main position to ensure that it's completely clear. And maybe if Rigon got a kill and he stalled for that bomb plant for a time, maybe that could have worked out towards them. But the fact that Dink came back for the T side means that ultimately it's best to just concede this one. Give Fnatic their 8th. BNE with these rifles have a bit of a basis to force by around, but Senna's going to get caught off. Mezzi has one man to face as well, and the Deagle takes GXX, and that's heavy damage sustained. Fnatic beating in against BNE.
Mezzi putting on another good show, top fragging in that last map, second to the board here in the second. And now for Rigon, he just hopes that he doesn't get cleared. They are putting emphasis down on towards A, so he might actually drop.
They're going for the hunt. This is huge.
It's got to be Roy.
Huge pick for Fnatic to take. Rigon sees Nico Odos, and Nico Odos lands it with the Glock. No one survives for the Eagles side.
That's the worst. That's the worst case situation, because even though they're double eco status, Jay, they'd force by next round. You've got comfortability. You've got 3 rifles to hold on, and instead it's nothing. Nothing. Not even Rigon's 1 M4 can get hold in. Great display from Mezzi with that dig towards the elbow position, and Nico Odos just spamming wildly with that Glock. Fnatic up to 8, and BNE, they need to get another steal out of nowhere here, Jay.
Deagle's forced back. Fnatic, full control right now. Taps on these Deagles of Senna. Hunt for the likes of Crims up at the top end of the window position. Roy's Galil sat back and pressed and holding position for the time being. Synopsy leans in as Roy gets his frag. Not know that there's a player out there in cave. The backup dancer waiting in the corner.
Gamble stack on B. Look at what BNE are trying to provide here. And for Roy, this is just more of a distraction. Flatroot and Rigon are so desperate to try and pick up one of these Galils. And for Fnatic, they're just trying to slow the whole round down.
They've got that bomb over towards the B stores, so they could still go in and try push towards this B site. It seems like the most likely option for them. Depends how much resistance they take and whether they start to prod towards that mid control. You can see one man is leaning there. I think that's Mezzi. Flashes in towards Candles at BNE. Bolster down the B site as the XE starts to come in.
They do need to get a bit of a move on. The slower the clock runs low, the higher the advantage of the steal comes through for BNE.
Roy back turn towards Flatroot, but Flatroot still goes down. Synopsy gets only 1 trade. Deagle desperately spamming away at low HP, and Senna left alone. B stack was a decent idea for BNE, but it didn't work out for them. Just a firepower difference too high on the Fnatic side, and Senna missing his only opportunity to get a kill. Bringing Fnatic to evens at 9-all, and with the eco now inbound for BNE, this should be a lead.
You'd imagine so. This could actually be some very good work being brought forward. And that last result that we saw against EC Kiev, Jay, 16-14 loss. They had 4 rounds on their T side. They didn't get much. And as of right now, there's more breathing room. They've got the money on their side. They've got the slight momentum being brought forward from the end of the first half, now building into the second. And for BNE, their main focus has to be come round 20 to just get the rifles forward.
On their positions, the USP set. Stacking towards this K position, maybe overwhelm Roy, but Fnatic playing the majority of their forces out towards the A site, and Roy now sees what's going on. Dink down, will try hide behind the corner. Probably should get overwhelmed, at least Nico Otis provides a little bit of support. That Galil will fall in the end though. The bomb will get planted.
Nico Odos just wants to make sure that, if it's possible, that they don't keep their hands on that Galil. Because remember, even though they're going to buy next round, Jay, they probably won't waste it. They'll probably keep it on at least one person's hands, so then the money's a little bit stronger.
That little bit of a bonus. Ultimately not to lead towards anything major for BNE in this round. The Galil stays, the USP might go hunting for GXX. They won't lose anything. What they do lose, however, is the lead. For the first time here on Ancient, Fnatic will usurp the Bad News Eagles. The guns, the buyback, the investment will be everything now to this CT side.
Rigon getting the Galil eco on the eco, Jay. You a fan of that one? Fan of the skin?
Not really.
Not really? No, it's one of the best Galil skins out there.
I'm just not a fan of the aesthetic. I just don't think it's all that good.
He's more focused on the double digits from Fnatic. 6 more to go.
Yeah. That's an aesthetic I like.
Yeah.
It's very shocking. I mean, I did predict Fnatic to win the series, so, you know,
So
definitely
shocking, Jay. I can't believe you'd even say that.
Well, look, it's shocking that the T side right now is going so well for BNE and for Fnatic in the early doors here. Fast rush out towards the A side. Only Senna stands to hold up against them. Flashbang keeps him blind, smokes down. He challenges Crims and catches Mezzy at the front lines. You've got GXX back at Temple. Nico Odos jumps right past him. Heavy damage sustained here on the T side line as Crims is overwhelmed. Nico Odos right back in the backstab. Senna so low, still presses. Roy's back turn, and finally Heap gets the trade. 3-on-2. Synopsy drops, and now it's all to Nico Odos. 20 HP versus 2. Bomb is in the open, and they know exactly where he is. They'll swing, they'll find him, and BNE will equalize.
That's an incredible hold coming through from Senna. He's the guy that's the first line of defense, playing out the off angle from that donut position, and so much damage comes through around that smoke. And think about the chaos that the CTs try and ring out there. Senna presses, deals with Mezzy, and then there's just players fighting absolutely everywhere, all around the util, and it makes it so uncomfortable for Fnatic that they can't even get the bomb down in that scenario.
The numbers game overwhelming. Bad news, Eagles. Way brought back in. Fnatic, of course, will have the AK buy across the entire board. And still a little bit of cash in the back pockets to play with into round 22. A lot of potential right now for the Fnatic side. Flashing forward, trying to spot out Synopsy behind that smoke. He disappears. And there's no chance for the opening frag for Fnatic. Nades onto elbow. Also miss out the damage.
Synopsy and GXX get a very good idea that there's no more continuous press towards that mid control at least. And for Fnatic, start working in towards A main once again. Nothing aggressive from that approach. Roy and Nico Odos is hoping that BNE start taking back some of this lane control, get into that cubby corner. And Heap, you'd have to imagine that if they start putting more emphasis towards B, he might be able to have a walkout later into the round towards A.
Walk in. Nade set. M4 sees 1, maybe even seen 2. Synopsy set with the crossfire. Roy's going to get caught. Nico Odos with 1. Awkward sprays back, and backup has arrived from Flattrue, so they do find the 4-on-3 for BNE.
He's going to try his luck, start that walkout, and Senna doesn't know about him.
Taps to the AK, doesn't get the headshot, eventually does do so. So the T's will start storming the A site as Heap starts to extend, but GXX has found the other line into the site. Crim's better be ready for this, and he's absolutely not. The backstab now to find 2. Synopsy down. GXX is still known back here. Smokes up as Mezzy tries to get that bomb to commit. 20 seconds, it's got to be the A site, and now GXX is on the site. The face in, the footsteps should be heard, the information not being seen, and Heap's to adjust the AK to the head with Mezzy landing flat true. And with the timer against them, the pressure forcing them back, they find the only angles they can to win the round.
Even though the numbers might not say it, Jay, this is without a doubt one of the best series we've seen from Heap the entire REPUBLEAGUE event so far. So much impact there towards the ramp room on Nuke, really locking it down on the CT side. And now what we're seeing here from Ancient, the picks are so important in a round like that to maintain the lead, to get them back up into control, to rip the economy again. And they were the tightest of angles too.
And what a time for Heap to step up here in the semi-finals when we casted doubt on Fnatic in this tournament. Saying BNE had the stronger run, saying Fnatic struggles in the group stage might cost them here. Now Rigon trying to change the narrative. Back to the BNE favor. Roy picks him up, opens the B site.
And BNE probably thinking to themselves, give us Forza again, give us X-Mad Lions, anyone here but not Fnatic. GXX trying his best to keep as much in this round as possible on the eco. Another one of these gamble stacks perhaps all start rotating over to together. Fnatic getting closer to 12. And this is a very much large eye-opener to the Fnatic side to see what they can do against a top-class Tier 2 team.
Continue walking on to overwhelm these pistols, Nico Odos. Sees GXX, takes a dink back on that USP and won't take the reface. Turn away from that B site. Fnatic focus on A and only one man to defend it, that's Synopsy.
Need a miracle, need something absolutely huge, and he might even have to jump on them for the first kill.
Flashes and smokes. Diving out of the way. He seen, as is his teammates, and ultimately the pistol is overwhelmed by the automatics, as you would expect. 2 on 5. Senna, no trades. GXX, USP for the trade. Surely shouldn't put it off.
You can't imagine so. There's a slight moment of opportunity where no one is looking towards his direction, but not having anything else to work with in a USP. Already starting to strike and missing that chance onto Mezzi, so he's going to get cleaned up by Roy. 2 rounds to the advantage now for Fnatic and for BNE. There's not even an opportunity to get an AWP out for GXX. There's going to be limitations with the buy. Rigon wants a little bit more utility, so he's going to go down to an MP9. And the FAMAS 2 for Synopsy. The money is really down in the dumps right now.
Has been for BNE for quite the half so far. Economy charts favouring Fnatic quite heavily. They found their rhythm and they've stuck to it here on the T side. And I find it very funny how we were saying, oh, the CT half is going to be important to both teams, and yet somehow it's the T halves that have come up good to gain the lead for both BNE and Fnatic respectively here. Fnatic have many more advantages than just the weapon advantage as well. The experience around some of these players to outplay the BNE camp. Working in the defaults. Trying to find that opening frag against the FAMAS and an SMG.
I do like the positioning coming through from Senna, knowing that he's the one on the MP9. He's aggressive. He wants to fight a multi.
Messes and check. Plat Heat runs into it the same. Tanks a ton of damage. Synopsy chimes in on Crims. Nico Otis with 2 to get out here towards ramp, but struggles with the spray adjustment towards Flat True, leaving Heap and Roy in the 2-on-3. Heap also being such low HP here.
Pincer aggression all across the map. We saw it there from the initial stance towards A main. We're now seeing it towards the bottom of ramp. And for Roy, he needs to clean up the pieces. He's got to get a clean kill here onto Flatroot to open up B, and he does exactly that.
Caught it. Well done, Dwag. 2-on-2. GXX is so close, and Roy's seeing him as well. Flashbang's coming in. We'll check out behind that smoke, but might think that he's there on the short control. Synopsy watching in from mid, thinking this might still be a ruse. Oh, GXX's timing is so perfect as well.
Oh, the positioning. This looks good for Roy as he opens up again. Another frag, still on 100 HP. And Synopsy's got to save. He can't go in for the clutch, but he's positioning to go for it. And Roy drops him. Desperation across the faces there for BNE as they attempt a 1v2 on 13 points of health. And Fnatic get closer to closing out the series.
What a clean round from Roy. 100 HP on each of those individual fights. Didn't lose a single scratch to the CT forces. Mind games are plenty for him. What a pickup he's been for Fnatic. And as you mentioned, 13-10, closing in on the win, especially with BNE having only pistols for round 24.
There's a reason that he's coming to this best of 3, Jay, being the 3rd highest rated player of the entire event, averaging a 1.23 rating. And he's showing up here on Ancient. Synopsy, nothing that he could do, just getting rolled over.
GXX leaning forward to the P250, spotting several, unable to connect a tag. Certainly won't find a frag here. Mezzi, this double up, Heap through the smoke, catches Flat True. And Rigon and Senna, no chance here.
Not at all. Look for some extra damage, try and recover a weapon if it's possible. Even Heap is keeping eyes down towards that donut position. Senna gets away with 1, but that's it. And for Fnatic, it just feels as if they're starting to really come into their own in this T side. They're peeking on each other really well. They're doing the simples right. They're playing out the defaults incredibly well. And of course, just having a little bit of flair with some of these entries and closing rounds. Mezzi continuing to impress in this best of 3.
He's not even the top fragger anymore. That honor goes to Nico Odos. 24 kills deep. Roy not that far behind him. And BNE with the weapon advantage, now with 1 final buy. The rush into the B side, gonna catch them all. The spray's so awkward for Heap, and Flat True and GXX can punish them in whole. Fnatic felt so confident on the interim, and now they've got to fight their way back from the deficit again.
Might be thinking that there was a lack of nades, lack of incendiaries. Let's just charge it up towards that ramp control. Have a real quick exit into that B side. Now, this is still recoverable. Even though the bomb is in the CT hands, it's a 2v3. Unfortunately, GXX follows up with the orb.
There's the top fragger of Nico Otis in the 1v3 clutch. Use back's turn to Flat True as he peeks down from ramp. Brings in an important round for BNE, because had they lost that, they would have had no weapons, no money to buy into the match point round. Deficit closes to 3, and Fnatic are not out of the woods just yet.
And anytime you're going for a very aggressive site take into the B site on a rush, you've got to get immediate entries there. And it just didn't happen. We saw Heap struggling, Nico Erdos kind of the same. And in the starts where if you're not opening up the bomb site on the initial contact, you're going to struggle.
Initial contact from Synopsy pushing forward in this round towards the mid control. No rushes from Fnatic. Down to the defaults because those were working so well for them. Smokes in against that elbow position. The damage compounding for the CT side. The economy is even worse for them, so Fnatic could still break them here.
Another A play, and even GXX has brought the AWP over towards the A site. Remember, he was AWPing over a B. They might not be expecting this.
Sat ready and waiting. Bomb going to commit in towards this main position. GXX just holding face. Backup is also at Donut.
The flashes have to be on point. They've got to force him off angle and try and get a molly in towards Temple 2. Really force him back. Otherwise, he's going to be comfortable.
Smoke on towards main at the perfect timing. The nade doesn't support the spray, but it will do the damage after the fact. The seller will fall to the hands of Mezzi. Only blocking that flash. Nico Odos is still sealing. GXX drops the bomb.
Now they've got to try and retreat. Get out of here. Crims is starting to open up some of this mid control. And back out towards the B side. There's a wall coming through from Roy.
We saw what he could do in the last time he solo entered this B site. Rigon, the first man to find, back out towards long. Timing, not perfect. Back turn towards the angle. So not quite as stellar in this occasion. 20 seconds. And the money's pretty good for Fnatic, so they might just go for it anyway. Synopsy tries to cut off Mezzi, but Mezzi gets the kill. Now Rigon in from Cave, 13 seconds. Back might be turned towards Crims. He's got to make the move in now. Kill found, 7 seconds. Bomb's got to go down, and Flatju shuts it all out. Crims can fight hard and get the trade, but he won't have enough time for the plant, and therefore this round goes to BNE.
Beautiful crossfire being set there from BNE. You can see what Fnatic are trying to do. They're running down the clock. They want to break that setup apart. And while Rigon overextends around that temple position, you could just have the idea that Flatru's going to be there, hiding down, wasting the time, dropping that bomb. And even Rigon's kill onto Roy, who was walking forward, trying to get some deep control of those back lanes, get really far up on that long stance. That could have been the opportunity forward. Another tactical being used here from Fnatic. And it's very surprising that we still haven't seen one from BNE.
Or overall used by Fnatic, though. Their last one called in right there. Transitioning into a technical pause, because you can see there are 4 T-side players on their side. So definitely want to be working with the 5-man unit, because they're going to need it right here. Bad news, Eagles have shown up a bit of fight. When the going gets tough, the tough get going, and BNE most certainly are a tough team to beat.
And knowing the BNE are up on that city side, we've got to get the trading game up there, rounds in a row, start allowing themselves to spiral 4 rounds on the trot up to a 16-14 result to take it over to that third of Mirage, a map that for both of these teams in the recent history they do enjoy. And it would almost be a disappointment to the series in the semi-final if we don't get to that third map, if we don't get to Mirage. But for Fnatic, they know, Jay, if we want to close it, it's now. We don't want to go to a third.
To be their primary chance, the economy is still in ruin for BNE, but every round the CT side take just chips away at the money line of Fnatic. Still pretty strong, but very lopsided and not quite as strong as it was a few rounds ago when they were 14-10 up. Even when they were 14-11 up, for that matter. This round means so much to both sides. For BNE to hold on, for Fnatic to get to map point, match point, maybe even more. Smoke suppression and wallbangs attempted, but Mezzi a little bit off position for the angle.
BNE have to weigh up the risk versus reward, Jay, because while it's so important they win this round, they also need to do it in a stance where they're keeping players alive. The last thing they want is to win this round with 1 or 2 players. So they have to have a lot of adaptability in how they play out the round. They're getting the AWP from GXX to constantly move around, playing towards the A side, now out towards long, putting pressure down onto B. And for Fnatic, they're slowly gaining some of this mid-control back.
Walking closer and closer. BNE rotate passive, particularly putting emphasis on that mid control, leaving 1 man to the B side Exi, which is where Fnatic will look to hit.
Not a massive amount of util left over here from the Fnatic side. They've got so much map control. The slow walk forward in towards cave. Rigor might not expect how far they've got out.
Flatru is going to be there for support though, so FAMAS does not stand alone anymore. Smokes up, and now both players will rotate towards this long position. The boost up to allow the M4 to peek. We'll try to look over into the side, but the smoke still covers it off. Now players number 3 and 4 have joined the fray. Heap getting to the bomb site, should get the bomb plant down. The sprays Manic centers nade will finish off Mezzy, but the bomb has been secured here.
And now Fnatic just trying to play the time, fall off and retreat. Heap stuck though, he has to play around the pillar.
Stand as a central site defender. Needs a lot of support from his offside anchors who will swing. Heap with a kill, a double in fact. As Flatru falls and Rigon through the smoke is down the same. A massive kill for the AK, swinging in for the Quadra, but put down by the AWP. A 2-on-2 with Crims holding for the wall bang. GXX caught looking the wrong way as Nico Odos extends his top frag position and gets match point, semi-final point for Fnatic.
Love that from Heap. Absolutely gutted for the round there for B&E because you saw the potential, Jay. The fact that they rotate so many players over, the boost up comes through, the opening kill got granted by the HE, but it's Heap to stand up from the back of that position of the default site. And he gets so much out of that one. And now Fnatic, it's one more to go. It might even be the opening kill for Grims in mid too.
The SMG is Synopsy down and out. Pick found, economies in ruin for B&E, so there's not much more buy and firepower potential, but Juan Flatcher will use his only rifle to do some damage, bringing a 4-on-4.
Now they slow it down. They've gained mid, but it's taken a huge health disadvantage at that. Start working, walking ever so slowly out towards A and center. He's been good in this position before, Jay.
SMG at front plat, 2 players to find, one of which will be the bomb carrier. If you can line up this 2K, that can make all the difference.
Crims is so low. Even the timing onto Mezzy. GXX is going to catch him. There's a chance to pick up the rifle.
He's going to get a headshot. He turns away. Senna can't double up, though. Crims gets a trade. Gives away the info on the bomb. As one player starts acting out to mid, there is still potential for the trade, especially as Rigon is going to get caught jumping with his knife out. Info on both Fnatic players, but the B site's completely open, and Crims is waiting for an extension.
I think they have to end up on A. They don't really have the time in the map control. Roy is still keeping eyes out, and he's not seeing that rotation. He's not seeing the play from Donut, so it gives them the idea that the CTs have not got aggressive.
And Flatru's heard the footsteps, so GXX will hard rotate, ascend forward. The Deagle tagged up in this exchange, got to land the headshots, and Roy gets his headshot in. It's GXX alone, one of the star men over the course of the tournament run for B&E. Now got to stand up as a star right here, but he burns out against Roy, a 16-12 for Fnatic as they take the series 2-0 and find themselves up in the grand finals of Republic.
And to think that they weren't even really that tested, Jay. There wasn't any crazy overtime, some 16-14s. It was clean against both map 1 and on map 2. That is a very good performance out from Fnatic, and one that steps up their gameplay so much more than what we saw in the group stage. This has elevated it to another level.
And to think all logic was pointing to the idea that B&E would be the stronger team here in this one. Like, Fnatic had some serious struggles in the group stage, but to come out as good as they have done, they did their homework against this squad, and it shows very heavily. The fact that even on Ancient, right, how the B&E side had an incredible T-side half, pretty much sealed the deal right there. Fnatic had a great T-side of their own, right? Like, what's going on with that?
It's slightly wacky, there's no doubt about it, and it probably comes down to the lack of history that you can look at from this Fnatic side, that they are just trying to keep it simple, they're trying to do the basics right on their defaults, and we saw players stepping up. Roy towards the end there was doing really well. Heap had some monster rounds, and Nico Odos was just consistent with the AWP Krents both maps in the series.
Indeed he was. Like, it was just fantastic from Fnatic on a fundamental basis, and that's the risk that you play when you're B&E in this case, against a team that haven't really got the results in the pool to go to a map like Ancient, which we have never seen from this 5-man unit. You run the risk of them being actually a very incredible team on this map. But I don't know if they were incredible per se, but they did enough to get the victory, and once again for Fnatic, that's a much more confident victory for them. A 2-0 here in the playoffs. So there you go. Fnatic for the second season in a row will be in the grand finals of Republic. And for B&E, it's got to sting a little bit, right? Knowing that you had that opportunity on Nuke, didn't quite make it happen. Ancient was going well for you, and then suddenly in the second half, Fnatic just turned the whole situation around. What went wrong for them?
I was convinced they were going to the final off the basis of what I'd seen over the last few days, what we'd seen coming out from Bad News Eagles in recent history. And I think it comes down to a stance of lack of tactical pauses right there in that second half and the entire map of Ancient. Very surprised that was even the case. Just couldn't quite deal with Fnatic, and in some of the important rounds, we saw them not quite coming through. You got to remember, Senna won 2 1vx situations, and it still wasn't really enough in that first half for them.
I honestly think that Senna was one of the standout elements for this Bad News Eagles side, but there were so many others for Fnatic. Mezzi had a stellar series in general. Nico Odos and Roy finished at the top of the board at like 1 frag between them. Roy had that incredible 3K entry into the B site in that 2v3 situation that ultimately turned things over to Fnatic and probably set themselves up for the map victory itself. And you got, obviously, Mezzi doing well. Heap had not the best game by comparison to his teammates, but as you mentioned before, the best performance we've seen from him on Fnatic over the course of this entire tournament here, Dwayne. So there's a lot of positives to take away for the squad.
And when you keep in mind there's 80-odd players here in REPUBLEAGUE that have played group stage, and he's ranked 61st out of all of them in his average rating, you know that he's had a bit of a shocker. He hasn't been able to perform to his level, but the more that we see of him, Jay, I think we're starting to get glimpses of further comfortability, and I definitely saw that in the first map and the second. This was his best performance to date.
Yeah, I'm excited to see where it goes here for Fnatic. Obviously, he hasn't been fully officially confirmed. It's officially supposed to be like a stand-in trial period. So I wonder how it will go for him individually. But what we do know is that Fnatic are onto something right here as they are in the grand finals again of Season 3 of REPUBLEAGUE. And we're going to speak to one of the more permanent additions to this roster. Nico Odos is standing by in the commentary box to discuss with us that matchup, this team, and his general performance so far. Welcome, my friend. Congratulations on the victory. Dweg was so against Fnatic coming into this matchup, saying that you guys were probably going to get losing to the BNE side. Like, did you have any worries about BNE here in this matchup?
Not really, honestly. I feel like we knew that if we just played properly and not like our last game, then we would beat them pretty comfortably. I mean, they have some really hard hitters on their team, and all 5 of them are insane individually, you know. So if you're not on your A game, then it can be a really tough game against those guys. But today I felt like we were playing on point.
And surely you guys knew that Ancient was going to come through in a series like this, knowing that you guys have been banning Dust 2 when it's one of their favorites, even floating Mirage towards the end. Was it the whole team on the right spectrum of, yes, Ancient is definitely going to be coming through in this series?
Yeah, we were pretty sure they were going to pick Ancient or Vertigo, one of those two. And honestly, we were not that confident in Ancient because we're a new team. And when we started practicing Ancient a lot, it was we've been practicing with the new update, you know. So coming back as a whole new team and playing like the old update is a bit different, but we just did the stuff that we knew, and it worked out.
Well, obviously, Fnatic are going through this big rebuilding phase, and we've been talking to a lot of the players that have been in this roster before. And obviously, last week we spoke to Roy about his transition period, and you joined alongside him here as one of the second Danish man of this team. So I wanted to ask for you, from your perspective, how's the transition from Copenhagen Flames to Fnatic been?
It's been a really smooth transition, I would say. Like, the people around the new team Fnatic, they are really nice and really supportive, and we put a lot of effort in that. It's not a short-term project with only results right now. It's a long-term project. They want to get back on top, and I want to help them reach the top, you know.
I've got to ask about Heap as well, because I think definitely in the group stage, it felt as if he was having some underwhelming performances, maybe not playing to the heights that he could. In this series, he turned it around completely. His ramp holds on the City side of Nuke were very impressive. Some of the rounds he was having on T side of Ancient. Are you noticing in practice as well that he's starting to get a bit more comfortable?
Yeah, I would definitely say, because when he came into the team in the beginning, first steps of practice, there was a lot of new positions, roles, etc. You know, so it's takes a lot of time to get fully comfortable. It's not like me getting in the same op role, you know, that I know what stuff I want to do, and I just gotta adapt in the new team. But he had a lot of new roles and stuff like that. But I can definitely see in this game he's getting much more comfortable and playing much better.
Well, for you guys as Fnatic, you're in the grand finals over the 3rd season of the REPUBLEAGUE, the 2nd season in a row that Fnatic will be represented in the grand final matchup, and you'll be up against either ECSTATIC or Mad Lions. Now, I don't want you to give away any particular strategies or preparation points, but just give me some general thoughts about that match going into the grand finals.
I mean, I'm pretty happy with the matchup. Either way, I'm going to play against my friends, you know. I play against ECSTATIC, they have Bird from Sky, one of my good friends. I'm going to play against Expert Lives, they have TMB and Boss, 2 of my good friends, you know, so it's just going to be a fun game regardless.
Awesome. Well, we look forward to a fun matchup indeed. For now, though, it's a big congratulations and a fun time for you in the celebration cap. 2-0 against Bad News Eagles. Nico, thank you so much for joining us, and congratulations on the win. Good luck going into the grand finals, and hopefully we'll get to speak to you again.
Thank you, guys.
There you go, Dwayne. Fnatic proving you wrong, not just in terms of the victory, but a 2-0 victory at that. Bad news, Eagles. Again, might sting a little bit for them, but they are at least in the third place matchup, so they'll have that much to prove themselves a little bit better against the loser of ECSTATIC versus ex-Mad Lions. And we could be in for a very fun final, mate. I'm really looking forward to seeing what's going to happen, because the new combination with this new look Fnatic, with how good they look today, if they carry that forward to tomorrow, I think we could be in for a very good performance.
And I'm very glad that he brought up that they were disappointed with that result against MOUZ NXT, the last best of 3 series that they played, that work had to be done, because work had to be done. You're facing a top academy squad that's borderline top 60 on HLTV, and they nearly lost that series. So to have that all in mind, that you've now come into the playoffs, you've got a fairly convincing 2-0, wasn't even much of a challenge against one of the best teams that we have in this entire player bracket, is a huge wake-up call for some of the other teams. And now we have to look at Fnatic as being a real threat.
Yeah, a wake-up call that was most certainly answered here in the semi-finals, and indeed they are a big threat in those grand finals. They will wait in the wings for the winner of our second series of the day, ECSTATIC and ex-Mad Lions. Some Danes, some international players, some variations on what you could see from this particular semi-final matchup, and one that certainly will prove who could well contest against Fnatic in that grand final position. We'll head towards a break and we'll come back with our second match of the semi-finals.
of the world. I know you've been taken for granted. Give some love to yourself, and you better start walk, girl. Open up, just let me hear you talk, girl. You have come too far to give it up now. Even though it's here, there's no way out. Take a look in the mirror now. What do you see? You can be anything you want to be. You know you will never be alone. We break up and you slam the door. I messed up on the bedroom floor. What the hell do we do this for? I push you out, but you come back. That attraction, we can't fight that. Oh, keep telling myself that I should let go, but I hold on. And oh, keep telling myself that I should move on, but I don't. 'Cause we got that mad love, we got that sad love, we got that fun love, we got that young love, yeah, that dumb love. 'Cause we got that mad love, we got that sad love, we got that fun love, we got that young love, yeah, that dumb love. We got that, 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 we got that love, we got that, we got that. Kiss me and the world disappears. Tell me the things that I wanna hear. I just wanna stay right here. Push me out, but I come back. That attraction, we can't fight that. Oh, keep telling myself that I should let go, but I hold on. And oh, keep telling myself that I should move on, but I don't. 'Cause we got that mad love, we got that sad love, we got that fun love, we got that young love, yeah, that dumb love. We got that mad love, we got that sad love, we got that fun love, we got that young love, yeah, that dumb love. We got that love, we got that, 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 we got that young love, we got that.
I know it's hello. It was Cell Racers.
Yeah.
100%.
Yes, you're right.
Oh, this one is hard.
99, right?
Yeah, I think it's 99 too.
You wanna go with it?
Yeah, I think it's that too. We go with it. We take a risk.
Okay, so answer B, right? Yeah. Actually,
No, I knew it was 99 or 02.
it was Envious, right?
Yeah, I think it was Envious too.
Envious.
Yeah,
I didn't attend it, but it's in my country, so I think it's Envious, yeah.
yeah, I think it's Envious too. It's Envious on NIP, but I think it's Envious.
Envious. Yes, you're right.
Nice, hello. Let's go.
Which of these maps was not in the map pool during first two majors?
Oh, that's hard. It's not Overpass for sure. Oh, it's Overpass.
It's Overpass, yeah.
Not Overpass. Yeah. C, Overpass.
Yes, you're right.
I thought it was two maps for some reason, but it was two majors. I think it was number 11.
11th, yeah.
Yeah, if you think it too, let's go with 11. It's 11 or 13.
Right.
Yes, let's go, Cello. We're so clean.
Yeah.
We know it.
Yeah, it's D.
Nightwish. It's D. Oh, it is, right? Wait.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is Nightwish. D.
100%. Okay. Yes, you're right.
Oh.
It's actually... Oh.
I think it's
C, right? It should be C.
You think it's that much?
Yeah, it is.
Oh, it's factory new. You think it's that much?
Yeah, I think so, yeah.
I don't
I mean, I remember like I searched it a lot some time ago, and it was like a lot, but not B and not A.
You don't think it's A?
No.
Okay, then we go with C. Then I trust you. Because it's not D, that is full troll.
Yeah.
Okay, so
I go C.
Answer C, okay.
I think it's...
Yes, you're right.
Nice, hello. I thought it was A, but you...
Oh, it's a lot, it's a lot.
It
Copyright
was the...
issues,
yeah,
right?
yes. It's D.
D.
Yes, you're right.
Nice. Okay.
The sign,
Yeah.
the Vespa thing, the motorcycle,
Yes.
and the last one
Let's think. I think it's the...
is the ramp. Is the ramp.
Yeah,
You
it's
don't
the
have
ramp.
to- yeah.
I think it's the ramp. It's used to be stairs.
Yeah.
But the ramp. Yeah, so it's the C, the sign with the arrow to the side, and the moped, and the stairs ramp to the right.
Yes, you're right.
Woo! For me, Banks, it will be like cobblestone for sure. Like the old cobblestone, not this new one.
Yeah, the cobblestone. Yeah, I think cobblestone is that too. It's between, for me, it's between like cobblestone and Tuscan. But
Oh, yeah.
like just getting something new, cobblestone Tuscan.
Yeah.
Or if you have to bring it back, it would be cobblestone for sure, because that was already in the pool.
Yep.
Yeah,
Okay,
cobblestone.
and what would you like to remove from a competitive map?
Is it still like both of us or just individual?
Yes. It's both of you.
Because for me, it will be like Vertigo.
Vertigo?
Yeah.
I think Mirage. It's been there for too long, the same way.
I think 90% players from this quiz answered Vertigo.
Oh.
And bring back Cash map.
Cash?
Yeah.
Okay.
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Republic as we're into our final match of the day, our final match of the semi-finals. We've decided the first team that will move on to the grand finals in Fnatic, and now X-Mad Lions will take on the fellow Danes of ECSTATIC. A lot of X's here in the server today, Dwayne, and a match that certainly should look to deliver.
Very excited to be able to rip into this one. Just the idea that ECSTATIC are on some very good form as of late, looking to try and see if they can get into another grand final, and the plucky underdogs of X-Mad Lions are looking to have another upset.
Look, these guys have been amazing so far in Republic, and a very unexpected run for them in the group stage, managing to make it out and beating out the likes of Eternal Fire twice, doing major damage against some very high-tier opposition here in Republic. And now in the semi-finals, we didn't even give them the chance to sort of go over the Knights and Mouse NXT. We genuinely thought they were going to fall down to them, and we thought that it would be Mouse in this position, but that's not what happened. So they deserve all the credit in the world for what they've done so far here in the tournament, but I do feel like they're coming into this match. We've still got ECSTATIC as relatively decent favorites.
You'd imagine so. This X-Mad Lions side is facing off against a tough team. ECSTATIC, the group of boys that were the Lingby Vikings over to the ECSTATIC side, the core has been together for what feels like over a year now. Even Bird from Sky's been a part of this team for coming up to his 4th year, Jay.
Yeah, ever since they were Lingby Vikings, they were establishing themselves as one of the teams that were contesting the Tier 2 space for the last year or so. And now that they've sort of established their position, it's sort of, I guess, kind of regressed to a certain extent back into a bit more of a manageable position for this Danish squad. Because so far this year, they've yet to win a trophy. Now they're only 2 matches away from doing so here in Republic. And what trophy it would be for them to win.
You'd imagine so. Sometimes all you need is a pretty good run. We've seen it in the past that they've made the finals, lose to teams like K23 and not quite come out on top. Now they're in for a very good chance against a team that they've played before, against a map pool that is very strong. ECSTATIC have got a lot of positives in their favor.
You mentioned their great run, and that's all you really need. Forza almost proved that over in yesterday's proceedings. And in the case of the ECSTATIC side, a very similar scenario for them. A 6-match win streak up against the X-Mad Lions side, who are only on a 2-match win streak with a couple of 0-2 losses spread here and there over the course of their respective matches. And ECSTATIC themselves have been flawless throughout the course of this one. X-Mad Lions, lesser so in their group stage.
even look at the jerseys. Warrior2K has the old Mad Lions jersey on because he used to be a part of the lineup, parted ways, and then is kind of regrouped with the ex-Mad Lions and Red Star as well. We knew what he was able to do over on that Fiend side, and I think we got a very good glimpse of who the players to watch out for were in that Mouse NXT game. Warrior2K was an absolute beast.
A monster, I'd give him, honestly. Like, you know, a beast implies something of natural being, whereas Warrior, I don't think really is has the natural tendencies of any regular AWPer in the tier 2 space. He was ridiculous in that match yesterday, and you can only hope that he's going to carry that forward into this game, because ex-Mad Lions are going to have to pull out all the stops to defeat one of our tournament favorites.
And we know with their map pool, there's not a crazy amount of depth. Mirage and Inferno, and that's normally it. That's the maps that they pick. They kind of tend to move away from the nukes and the overpasses and the vertigos. So we've got an ex-Mad Lion side who are quite limited, but still here to do a lot of damage on.
Indeed, they are. Of course, ECSTATIC have been doing a wonderful job in their own run. Again, they both came from the exact same group, and it was ECSTATIC that came through into the semifinals directly. They had the flawless run. They beat OneWin. They beat Entropic. They beat Bad News Eagles, who we just saw lose out. Ex-Mad Lions had to go through Bad News Eagles and lose out towards them the same, while having to go through the lower bracket run. So again, in terms of tournament performances, in terms of this one isolated group stage and this one isolated bracket, it does seem like ECSTATIC are on the better form right now, and they will look to try and do that once again here against the likes of ex-Mad Lions. Yet to see a series played out between them here in this tournament, but there are spared of history. So as the map vetoes come into work, how many parallels can we draw from history?
ECSTATIC getting rid of Mirage, nothing surprising about that as well. You'd imagine when it comes to a map pick of ECSTATIC, they'll probably go Ancient or Inferno. They go in towards Ancient because they know ex-Mad Lions really like Inferno. You'd imagine Dust 2 or Inferno has to be the pick here for the ex-Mad Lions.
You could still see Inferno floated towards the very end here. You mentioned how it could be a pick potential for the ECSTATIC side, and it wouldn't shock me if that was the case. Indeed, it will be given up to the Mad Lions, but they do go towards Nuke as the third and final one there in the best of 3 series. Do you think it would have been better for Nuke or better for Inferno, rather, for the Mad Lions side?
It's a bit more of a risk, to be honest, for ex-Mad Lions, because they're actually a very good Inferno team, but they go in towards Nuke because they know ECSTATIC are a weak Nuke team, so you do play the risk ever so slightly going down to this sort of direction, and if Mad Lions want to try and really get as much out of this series as possible, they have to look at probably getting a 2-0 in my eyes.
I kind of want to agree, honestly. I do feel like Nuke is a bit too much of a risk for the Mad Lions, just because of the fact that it's not really been played all that often recently. You saw the stats on the screen a little bit a moment ago, only 2 in the last 3 months for the core 3 members of this team. So it's very difficult to look at that and sort of say, right, well, this is going to be a great opportunity for them to push into a third map. And as a result there, I don't see them taking it in 2-0 fashion, Dwayne. I do feel like ECSTATIC are the better team overall. The veto might not have gone towards their favor per se, but I do feel like they're powerful enough to be able to outlast the opposition and take this series overall. I'm going 2-0.
I'm going 2-1 ECSTATIC. I'm going to give the benefit of the doubt that ex-Mad Lions can consistently keep this series close like they have done in the past.
Well, Pistols going live between the T and CT sides. Ex-Mad Lions will be over on the CT half of things. And ECSTATIC setting themselves up for the T side of this ancient map. TMB swinging forward. Burr from Sky with the opening kill. Zello able to trade back Warrior2K on the center of the site over at B. 4 on 3. The bomb should commit and it should get planted.
Excellent pace from ECSTATIC getting down towards B, and even Manx getting aggressive out into the back lines. Buzz is eventually going to find that trade, and Red Star's trying to work in the smoke.
And Buzz gets another good headshot, but now he's the last man standing. Looking to catch Burr from Sky, and that's what he does. A triple up for him. Tap the bomb, stick the hole, defuse Fasher, about to force forward, and Buzz cannot get his quadra headshots, so it will be a pistol for ECSTATIC.
Great stuff coming through from Fasher, and I am pretty much convinced, Jay, that Fasher is the best or one of the top 3 riflers that we have right now in the tier 2 scene. He is an incredible talent and one that has really flourished on this lineup.
One of many, ECSTATIC proving themselves amongst the odds, against the odds. Almost the best in the Danish scene, of course. Fasher coming from the outskirts of the Danish scene. One of their Dutch imports there. Zello that leads the charge, of course. Another import from this ECSTATIC side. Not playing with him as a permanent 5th, but playing with him in this tournament. And losing him as the first casualty in this round alongside the other export of Fasher. So a 5-on-3 has been gained.
Difficult situation now for ECSTATIC. They can get the bomb plant in, but they need fights. They've got to start gaining some map control. And Dafu just gets spammed in by Red Star again.
Yeah, 2 left in play. Manx will get that one trade onto JL, reduce it to a 4-on-2 situation, but it's still favourable to the X-Mad Lions side as Manx falls bird from Sky. With it all to do, gets a drive-by on TMB. Red Star's extremely low, and Morrow with a scout is now another player forced away from position. The smokes will start to clear. A re-smoke goes down, though, providing cover to the CT side to stick the Ninja here, and that's what they'll do. Bird from Sky, not going to swing yet. Got some time. Is he going to go for it? He'll charge forward, and will get overwhelmed by Morrow. Bit too patient from his own part. X-Mad Lions will steal the second.
Very good round coming through from X-Mad Lions, and it comes off the initial stance. They get a 5-on-3 pretty much instantly. There's a rush tactic in towards our A side. Buzz is supporting Red Star the best that he can, and these are just deagle spams in from that donut position. Bird from Sky doing the best of a try in which the recovery is attempted to come through in the 1v2, but it just doesn't happen at all. And we go back and forth with at least the first round. Let's see if it continues.
Tech9's Galil and Mac 10, of course, brought down by ECSTATIC. You'd expect them to force the issue right here and now. Bomb plant bonus, giving them the money to do so. The M4's out for the most part here on the X-Mad Lions side. 3 of them with an AK and a Galil to back it up. So there's no SMG expense spared here by the CT side.
We've spoken about how to keep an eye on someone like Fasher for the ECSTATIC side. I think definitely for X-Mad Lions, we've seen some good glimpses from Warrow, TMB, and even JL on this map. One of the ones in the pool from them, which is quite evened up, even though it's not a map that they pick into. A lot of teams try and punish against them. And knowing the weaponry that they have in play come the third round, you'd have to imagine a large advantage is up for grabs to be able to take the 2-1 lead.
Same for now, smokes go down, TMB misses as Dafu swings, and Bird from Sky will provide a little bit of support. Not really much damage support, though. Assistance negated as Warrior's forced to back away.
Even Warrow, what is his best bet? Just to spam forward, allow those rotations to come up. They'd like a boost off the back of perhaps the one on the left-hand side. ECSTATIC, another kill coming through, this time around onto Warrow.
Headshot through the smoke and everything. Boost up to allow JL to peek over, look for the bomb planter, but is unable to fire back. Covered off by being too close to that smoke. The one towards short side will clear, and Dafu will finally get caught for one decent trade, but it's coming so late. Quarter of the time gone already on the plant. And Mad Lions are slowing this one the hell down. ECSTATIC happy to play passive as they just continue walking forward here. Flashes sent in. Fasher holding back behind the box. Not yet seen. Bomb is in the open. They'll spray through, flash him out. Manx starts to swing to look towards the site. Fasher gets his kill. JL traded back by Zella, leaving all the Red Star 1 versus 3. Gets that first, but no more found.
I'm already getting the vibe, Jay, that this could be a very scrappy game between the two. And there's already quite a lot of history being exchanged between these two teams. ECSTATIC have always done well in those head-to-heads versus X-Mad Lions, beating them in 3 out of 3 best-of-3s in history. And knowing that the last head-to-head was only 19 days ago, you know that there's some recency bias coming through to an ECSTATIC side with a lot of positives.
That was a 2-1 victory for ECSTATIC, of course. Great setup that allowed them to be in this position. A lot of share bouts between that series and the previous series as well back in November. Ancient was a map that was played to 16-14, so I wonder if that'll be equally as close between these two squads. Of course, very different rosters on the X-Mad Lions side, and ECSTATIC changing out one player since that point, so slightly different by comparison. Still in with a chance here for ECSTATIC to prove their worth on the T side. Deagle's out for the CTs.
There is a gamble stack involved out to be. And knowing that they're forced down, they're already trying to see if they can pin some damage in towards this cave and cheater angle. Bird from Sky is going to receive an AK and think about continuously prodding down with those bullets.
Now, flash attack to 11 HP. Best to give him the Mac 10 in this case. It's not yet reading the stack. They will pay for it as a result. Warrow taking Dafu down. An aid set from Bird from Sky to try and keep that AK in T-side hands. Just the one man's been spotted though, so X-Mad Lions start to rotate towards the A site.
Well, they know they've already got a walk slightly coming forward from Manx. They're getting some donut control too, so it makes a lot of sense to work with the map coverage already. And JL's going to fall. Manx is going to have a lot to deal with, though.
Gets his second kill as well. Tanking the damage and falling away. Meanwhile, the B site's been gained. That bomb can still rotate. It is up in main, though, so it's fully committed at this stage. Warrior will stand and fight. 3-on-2 situation, and now the wraparounds come forward. So Fasher's backstab could still work out. I say that, and TMB gets him. Now they've got to commit towards the A site, not being spotted, as X-Mad Lions think this is going to be the B play.
Even though Fasher falls, that's so much of a bait, so much of a distraction. And now for X-Mad Lions, they are so out of position to get back into this retake. Knowing that they're both tagged up, they need a bit of a miracle to get the round together.
Would have been nice if they could find one of those AKs, but they've been dropped all the way on the A site, deep in the site itself. try and nade their way into the site and smoke down the donut entrance onto the bomb they can go. No flashes to blind off Bird from Sky. Tap once on the AK. Swing out to try to look for Waro. Spray through on TMB instead. Mac-10 might get the IGL, but as the time ticks too far, there's no kit in play. They'll make it an expensive round. They'll grab an AK to save into the previous. But it will be a third round at the board of ECSTATIC.
I wonder if XMAD Lions actually force again here, Jay. The idea that you've got an AK being saved in play, that you know the economy is on the ropes from ECSTATIC, you're on the CT side of Ancient. There is actually a lot of positives and a lot of entities for why the force invest could be allowed. They're trying to weigh it up in their minds whether it's the right option or not, because as of right now, it has been very competitive between the two. What do we get? We get a safe XMAD Lions. Play it calmly.
A very justifiable force buy, however, as you mentioned, so I wouldn't be shocked if XMAD Lions might try that in some point in the future. ECSTATIC is playing against the one AK that Waro would probably look to save into the true gun round for the extra firepower. Maybe do some damage in this one. Molotov sent down towards Cave, and it pulls the immediate response from XMAD Lions. The 3 pistols on JL, TMB, and Red Star, all set to the B defense.
Miss nade, Birth from Sky having quite a bit of that, and now even the tag in for the Deagle. He might have a difficult time later into the round.
43 HP, not the best of starts. Settles up, also misses. That should have been on right there. A sitter of a shot, but still not to connect.
Okay, things are getting slightly awkward here from the ECSTATIC side. Now Fash has even taken some further damage, and aggression's coming through, Buzz. Okay, Mang steals to them eventually. What is going on in this round, Jay?
Yeah, these fights are getting way too close for ECSTATIC. I don't know how they're allowing XMAD Lions to do all this damage. They're lucky it hasn't amounted to a kill, because by all accounts, at least one player should have fallen by now. Nade's on the TMB at 10 points of health. He'll go, of course, pressing the issue anyway. Having a rifle right behind him in the AK. Waro starts to fall away.
XMAD Lions are getting less of a grip on the round. Even though they've done a lot of damage, they've got to try and bait them forward in towards that B-site stack. Got to try and pull as much attention away from that AK as possible to allow Waro in for damage. ECSTATIC are going to run into it.
Incendiary set, TMB and Red Star have their crossbird from Sky leaning in. There's TMB striking with the Deagle back over towards Wood, unaccounted for till now. The Mac-10 of the AKs do show up. They keep the 3 rifles in, fortunately enough, for ECSTATIC. They get 4-1 on the board.
And it's probably as close to a Danish derby as you could get in this event, Jay. The idea that ECSTATIC are core Danes, but yet European, speaking English. And for the XMAD Lions, you've got TMB, you've got Buzz there as well. So we're entertaining the idea that there's a lot on the line when it comes to the cultural mix between the two.
A lot of line in general in this match, to be fair. Cultural mix aside, semi-finals for a spot in the grand finals, so Victor to go quite deep into this tournament and a massive advantage here. Setting the defaults for ECSTATIC, playing this carefully because I know they're up against the gun buy here for the XMAD Lions side. The M4s across the board, doing some damage to the utility, but nothing major.
Working that lane control, a lot of noise being heard. Bird from Sky getting close to being spammed up. Bullets flying both ways, and eventually a couple of dinks actually come through.
Well, Bird from Sky charging forward of the smoke. No flash support. TMB making it look easy because he was already tagged up earlier, so frag found. XMAD Lions hold control.
Bird was just expecting that when those double dinks come through, XMAD Lions back off, play passively towards a cave position. Just a slight mistiming, aggressing through the smoke. They're still ready for him. Zello not in a position to fight a trade frag. Maybe Fasher is if there's an aggressive approach towards ramp.
Might just be about to get it. AWP, jump face, chance to swing, and Fasher will find the kill he's looking for. 4-on-4 with Flash over towards the site, but no further aggression from ECSTATIC.
They slow it down completely. Start regrouping out towards this ramp position, and TMB, does he bite the bait? Does he go aggressive like his teammate did?
Flash in, knows the back wall, does catch a couple players off, but JL just as blind, so Fasher can get both of the frags. 4-on-2, Buzz desperate to catch anything, but just doing damage. No kills found, and it's got to be a safe call now in this round.
This is a fantastic start coming through from ECSTATIC on the T side of Ancient. Up 5-1, really steamrolling the buys forward, building up money on the bank of themselves. And now for Buzz and Red Star, there's not really too much of a way back into this. This is a rough start.
Very rough indeed. And again, it's so weird seeing what we saw in the last series with Ancient being so as T-sided as it has been.
I don't think it's that weird, to be honest, because you got to remember, this is a map that XMad Lions do not play at all.
This is also a map that's known for its CT basis.
Yeah,
so
but
if there's one half I'd expect to be good, it would be the CT side, and if it's going like this already, then what can we expect in the second half? And what can we expect for the rest of the series, for that matter?
Yeah, well, we have to keep in mind that for XMad Lions, the traditional idea of strong CT sides and good maps and strong maps, I think go out the window, because we heard it from JL yesterday. They're not practicing. They're literally coming in, having a bit of a laugh, having a bit of fun. So you would imagine that even on the CT side of Ancient, there is a very good notion in which ECSTATIC can dictate a lot of pace, bait further mistakes, and have an easy time.
It certainly looked easy so far. I can't debate you on that front. For XMad Lions is not an encouraging start. ECSTATIC hunting for the picks out towards the cave and cheetah position. Dafu will lean in towards the site itself. Smokes will be sent down towards the cave entrance to check the corners of long. No casualties yet, although JL will reveal his position. Won't be able to do anything with it.
What a call coming through from ECSTATIC up against the eco of a couple of safety and M4s. They just hit the wraparound in from ramp, smoke off cave, and they're not even really taking jewels.
Decent effort there from JL to charge into the site, tagging Daffy to 25, Zello to 68. Pistols are doing their work, but at this stage, Red Star and Bugs need to retreat and save the rifles, as ECSTATIC will have 6.
So many flashes going in towards that cave position. Just meaning that TMB and Morrow just striking, spamming so wildly in case any aggressive approach comes in. TMB just looking for an exit. Daffer on the other side. Okay, gets him eventually.
Not bad. So TMB can try and force forward, get an extra pistol or kill too, but nope. Put down by Fasher on the site itself, but again, the 2 rifles staying in are the main cause for the XMad Lions camp. Bolster up the buy with it. It's 6-1 for ECSTATIC.
And it has to be said that ECSTATIC, coming into today, were on a 6-game winning streak until they lost to Sinners a few hours ago, Jay. And looking back at that series, we saw ECSTATIC on map 1 being up 15-14 and 18-17, not closing out. Going up on map 2, 14-12 up, and failing to close on both of those maps. Could be concerns to continue onwards, knowing what we've seen from Sinners in this event, but overall, a very disappointing result there from ECSTATIC.
Well, not much disappointing here in this particular map. Of course, ECSTATIC picking into Ancient and doing well for it. Ready for this style of play against XMad Lions. 5-round lead above them, but again, resistance in the rifle round inbound from the CT side. The AWP will be out for Warrow. You mentioned him in the pre-game. He can be a monster with this gun.
We saw it yesterday. 60 kills, 29 deaths, 105.2 ADR across both maps, and he 30 bombed on both of them. So expect a good performance again out from Morrow.
Nades set in and going down. The flash is over. JL for the moment. Him and TMB into the ramp control, charging down towards B lane. Seeing where those T-side players are at, smoking off the B doors, try and stop them, make their way forward and put some blind bullets down. XMad Lions will get the map control.
Even Red Star playing out towards his donut position could have quite a lot being contested against him. Rotations are coming through, Warrior with that AWP, but it's the lack of util here for XMad Lions on the A side that I'm worried about.
2-man crossfire. Couple of smokes in from Red Star and Warrior could potentially provide some support. Warrior, especially with the smoke on towards main. If he puts that out now, suppresses the execution for the time being, as Bird from Sky is caught first. Casualty out towards the B site, and now they're stacked for the hit.
Now they have to act towards A, knowing that that lurk has been dealt with, and it's actually a walk contact rather than an XE.
To walk right into the hands of the AWP as well. Checks for Dafu and still hits the wallbang shot. Now the jig is up here for ECSTATIC. Molotov sent down, flashes in. Fasher is seen out of Donut. Red Star will get that kill. So a 5-on-3 is found. And they extend to try and get the trade against the man. The bomb's yet to get planted, 30 seconds left. And finally it will go down here.
Warrior's got to try and pick one off, even towards Donut. You can see the aggression in from Dafu, trying to see if they could put the approach down from Zello too, from that temple position. Not to happen. Red Star showing up with 3. And when I recall back to the Fiend games, Jay, who used to play the A side anchor? It was Dreamer. We always used to see Red Star playing B. He was always one of in the pack, playing Cave and out towards the B side. So his roles have changed completely going here with XMad Lions.
The role for the positive in this particular round. 3 kills for him in that donut position, defending the site and defending that mid control. particularly in from the site itself. Warrior support on the AWP, definitely aiding in, but Red Star with the double blow. Bringing in the double rounds for X-Mad Lions. Still a 4-round difference against ECSTATIC, who did get the bomb plant bonus and will have the buy for it.
Now for ECSTATIC, this is the perfect opportunity to cripple any of the hopes of a resurgence on the city side. Bird from Sky will be kicking himself that he got caught off in the lurk out towards the B doors in the last round. Wants to make sure that that's not a possibility again. Even Warrior trying to keep his eyes down towards Elbow.
Red Star with another opening kill. AWP set and ready for the shot back, and won't be able to quite connect it. CMB's looking to try to respond. Know that there's a player out here just below the window. Unaware of the second T-side man, that might become a bit of a concern. Warrior's caught in the open. Needs to use that smoke for support as he tries to dive out of the way, creep out of the way. Not spotting Manx, and he gets to safety.
He's a lucky man that he gets out of there alive. There was a lot of util pinned down with both the Molly and the HE to try and force him out into the open. Unfortunately, no one holding the line, and Manx, actually with a slow walk further forward into Donut, gets caught.
Warrior with the frag. Red Star sat in the candles, gets his kill. Bird from Sky just walking straight into that, not checking his corners. Leaving Zello and Fash, the last two players, up against 5 X-Mad Lions.
Going to be difficult to break open this B site. So many defenders that are really not over-peaking, and even for TMB, just jiggling out from that wood position. Put Zello in a saving position, hold on to that AWP, hope you don't get hunted down after time. Haven't seen too much from Zello in this early stage. Maybe as the game sort of builds in and we get more rounds, we'll get to see a bit more glimpses of Zello, because there's definitely an interesting story with him.
Yeah, only 2 kills deep, so not much interest in the current map-up for him. He's been hunted. Okay. TMB just domed. Looks like Zello might just get away alive from this one. Only got to worry about JL. His players coming in pretty quickly, though. Maybe it might not be as safe. After time frag. Yep, found. Orb dropped. Still catch for Zello, but the orb can't be bought by him.
Very good effort to try and put pressure down, and Zello finds a couple of kills, but no more than that. And I'd ask you, Jay, if you're a stand-in for a team for 10 weeks, does that just make you the 5th player? Because that's an awfully long time to be a stand-in for.
It's a great philosophical question to ask about Counter-Strike teams. I'm not certain, honestly.
The public image might be the stand-in.
Yeah, it's like, oh, who was that player on Gambit that won the major as a stand-in? He was like, it was like on loan from a CIS team, like below Gambit's level, but when they won the PGL Krakow major, I can't remember who he was. Was it Hobbit? It might have been Hobbit. I can't remember, but at that point, it basically becomes part of the furniture. But there's that officiating point that makes you think, well, is that really the case? Right now, for ECSTATIC, they don't have an official 5th. Zello is the man for the moment. Damage was done early by the Molotovs, set in by ECSTATIC side. Now they have the defensive line set in with 3 players on B.
Bird from Sky is just hoping for some more reaction plays. A bit more CT aggression from both Cave into Tutor. Start gaining some of that bottom of mid control, force the CTs really far back. So far, Red Star has been a nuisance for this ECSTATIC side. He's always been a difficult entity to deal with around this donut control.
Sat back, waiting in there. Hoping for contact from the mid control, and they are going to start to prod towards mid for ECSTATIC. They're going to move very quickly, though. Less than 40 seconds for the execution, and now Zello will be charging forward into the hands of Red Star. The AWP of JL missing his flick. Back on the back of the A site. Red Star caught flash, blinded, overwhelmed by Zello's AWP. JL forced out, continuing to press the issue, though. Bomb plant should be secured from here, and there's not much you can do to try and deny it. It's now the swing from the backstep, and Fash is dealt with by Warro.
And now the peaks continue to come through from that temple position. JL's in a very awkward state, but they do bring it back to a 2-on-2. The double ups on the retake are doing all right so far.
Great jump face from Bird from Sky, debating the shot from one of the Orpers. Zello in the back of the site. Really needs to trade places with that AK, but now he's pinned. Can't move. See Warro, scope heard. JL does get faced upon. Great shot. Last man standing. Still facing and fragging and firing away for Warro, but he just can't find the picks that he needs. Zello is finally seen, but Warro's too twitchy. Caught running, moving out of the way, throwing the accuracy off, and throwing the round away for X-Mad Lions.
What's incredible to keep in mind, Jay, is out of any map in the pool since Zello's been standing in for ECSTATIC, this is actually his weakest one. Averages a 1.0 rating in the last 3 months, and he's been one of their best players. He's been stepping up really well in some of the post plants, having some vital kills, and just quick flicks coming through out to the Glock to deal with Waro. I'm liking this from Zello.
Smokes in, initially trying to suppress Manx, but the Mac-10 just charges straight up to the B site. JL caught completely blind. There's no way he survives. Neither does TMB. Great flash support there from ECSTATIC, and that's round done. One of the adaptability aspects of the gameplay from ECSTATIC I really like on T-side, and we've seen it in previous iterations of the lineup too, Jay, is the pace changes. They can be a team that slow it down massively in rifle rounds, and then all of a sudden you get that pop. And right there towards a B site, that has so much acceleration behind it, and those Mac-10s are just ripping. Decimating on the X-Mad Lions side. I don't know if they had Kevlar on the 2 players on the side. I know that Buzz doesn't. Might have been why it was so easy for them to tear through. Either way, it's going to be an 8th round for ECSTATIC as they win the T-side half. God from Sky, out there again with the calls. And it's funny how Lingby, the sort of the original lineup of this, was one of the teams that was just grinding the lower levels of even the Danish CSJ for such a long time. And it didn't feel as if it took a very quick moment of sort of that achievement as such and the rise of the rankings. It took them quite a few years, and it came with a couple of decent roster changes here or there until we saw that explosion from ECSTATIC. Next Mad Lions now got to temper it, put out the flames and try and stop any further rounds from the T-side line. Bird from Sky again with a lurk out towards the B side. 57 HP is going to get tagged up, and a spray through from Waro gets him. But it's all emphasis towards the B side. A is completely open here. You wonder how much X-Mad Lions are even going to find on the retake, Jay. They're light on util, they don't have an AWP to work with, and like you mentioned, no one on A. Everyone's still getting into retaking positions. Bomb's not yet to go down here. Buzz and Waro will get their kill. So there's to answer your question. They find themselves in a 5-on-2 scenario. Zello and Manx. Oh, there's much map control as they like to do so. Zello does get that one good pick back, and Manx is left alone here in the 1-on-4. Dink down to 9 HP, getting damage to the second map, but not able to frag JL. Gets his trade and finds the round for X-Mad Lions. That looked so awkward from ECSTATIC. Well, the problem with the protocol was X-Mad Lions didn't give them any respect. You saw the way that they'd left A completely open, but rather than slowing it down and trying to set up the util, they just charge right forward. Buzz is spamming through the smoke, Red Star's able to catch off Zello too, and then Manx finds himself awkwardly in a 1vX on low HP. And for X-Mad Lions, while the rounds are coming through in this first half, Jay, they seem to be a lot individual, not really being followed up in a row. Set in with the rebuy for ECSTATIC, trying to mount up more in a row. Regain control above this X-Mad Lions side, and Manx will take Buzz back, so that's a frag. That's a start. Even Bird from Sky is hearing some of those footsteps from TMB. The spam going back and forth. Dafu takes a lot of damage actually from TMB, who is double dipping. Oh, I think Bird from Sky read it through the smoke. I don't know if he heard a footstep or something. Either way, it's a pick found. Direct to the head and a 5-on-3 now for ECSTATIC. But it's still so much presence here on the B side for X-Mad Lions, and one of which of JL will charge forward, get his trade. The AWP missing though, and JL now lines up more sprays. Fasher dealt with, triple dips, looks for Manx, and now low HP on the AWP. Dafu's forced to fall away. The bomb will get planted. He's just got to stall for time against Red Star. Take him out, leave it all on JL to ace clutch this round. This has been so wild. I don't think I've ever seen so much fighting from that cheater position. And now it comes down to the Lithuanian to see what he can do. That's the first, and Dafu's on low HP. Oh, this is so doable, Jay. He knows. He knows he's back towards the B doors. Flash over towards Ramping and go for the defuse. It is open, however. Tap on it once, swing out. Gets the shot for the ace. JL is a madman. And X-Mad Lions with the wildest round. Take it back from ECSTATIC. This is exactly what I expected from this series as well. Not even this series, from X-Mad Lions. These are the kind of plays that you can imagine. And it's what we saw against Mouse NXT, wasn't it, Jay? The wackiness, the craziness. Some of these rounds are just wild. So much fighting was going on there from Cheetah and Lane. And eventually JL's like, right,
Sorry, boys. I know that didn't really work out for you. I've got it. Don't worry.
The number of times he peeked in, what was that, a quadruple dip?
It was.
Is that what you call it? Honestly, what a sequence from him, and what an ace to get. Was bottom of the board earlier, now up with some of the top fraggers of X-Mad Lions. ECSTATIC. Just looking for that breaking point still. They might be broken for the last round of the half.
This is definitely an opportunity for the taking, and they realize it. TMB, even with the re-smoke down, Bird from Sky has not peaked on the contact too often. He's actually held very passively around lane and towards Cheetah in previous rounds. Manx outside of elbow is not seeing any aggression. Baiting a lot of util. Might be another one of these B execs.
X-Mad Lions don't know that though. Glad to see the util coming in, the smoke's down. JL still blind, fires onto Fasher, catches a tag on Dafu. Man advantage extended by TMB, almost gets the double up. Red Star does. Manx overwhelmed. Zello will trade back as the last man standing here for the T-side line. The lineup was right there, but the bullets went all over the place. X-Mad Lions will hold down the site.
Just saw there how important that first connection was. Behind the smoke, spamming through, allowing JL and Cave to continue putting damage up. And for X-Mad Lions, this has been a really good turnaround from what was a definite poor start. They were down 1-6, down at a 5-round deficit, and now we're actually picturing the idea that it's won the difference at the turn of the half.
Very similar to how Fnatic rallied their difference and made it 7-8 half of their own right on their ancient CT side and all. X-Mad Lions. Tech9's up against them. ECSTATIC charging their way into the B side. Going to try to secure this off the speed alone. JL is ready for it. The utility, the flash blindness doesn't do much for them. Buzz with the latest onto Zello. 2-on-5 scenario. Wraparounds from TMB will combine with Red Star to close out the half. 7-8 down for X-Mad Lions, but far better than it could have been. Time to turn it around after the break.
So fast. Away. Okay, it's starting. Okay, it's gonna go live. I'm down.
Правіше, чуть-чуть. Правіше, ще чуть-чуть.
Not checking this time, okay? Now we go for...
Правіше. Стріляй. Він пригає зліва. Ти того. Доставай ніж.
D, yeah. Go left now.
Лівіше. Да. МТ. А він закурав. Правіше стріляй. Правіше, ще правіше. Нижче ти зажимаєшся, тобі можна зажимати той.
Flashing.
Need to go a bit to A. No. A, you're in mid. Tarek, aim ball down.
Короче, все. Він йде ставити.
Dive him down. I believe in the dive.
Нижче.
Now you're in long, break it. Go right.
Перед тобою стоїть. Ти за сигарети, лівіше. Ти зря пішов, насправді, він би ще зайшов.
And now you got the right height, and now you just need to aim.
Стріляй, нижче.
Are you hitting him? Close. A bit more right with the aim. Okay, now just run away.
Бомба і назад відти. Ну, типа скинуть. Кинь пушку і назад.
Ninja. You're at the haystack.
Іди вперед на щось.
Yeah, left with the aim.
Нижче.
Слева, да?
Straight back.
За плен зайшов, релот, стой. Мишку вліво.
Backside. Why are you playing?
Лівіше. Нижче.
Я защу. No way he hits that. Bro, is it...
Вліво, да, отут, все, дефай. Нижче.
He's just radar hacking.
Він молі кидає, не попав, ну.
Ебать. Then he can defuse it.
Лівіше. Стріляй. Правіше.
Press down. He's trying to kill you. Run.
Але ти роздефаєш.
He's failing.
В последній секунді.
So far, so relatively good for ECSTATIC. Only a single round separating them and Mad Lions as the X team managed to rally the comeback over on their CT side. It was a great T half for ECSTATIC, though. Let's see whether they can make magic happen on the CT half. Dweg, what are your thoughts?
Well, their track record proves a lot of positives. 11 wins, 5 losses in the last 3 months, a round win percentage on CT of 59, and a winning streak too. 6 officials in a row on Ancient, all big Ws.
Yeah, they wanted this map for good reason. The winning streak and all the CT side, their better half statistically. Mad Lions going to work their way in with the pistol round and start things off on a high note. Warrow will spot one player back towards Donut. Players storm the site. Meanwhile, as JL is the man to draw first blood. Red Star will try to get the bomb down, giving Daffy breathing room to voice forward alongside Fasher. Get Buzz. Red Star behind the boxes. Has so many players to get right here. He'll get one. Look for the second headshot. Knows to the last 2 members, but he still can't get traded back. Oh, he lands the triple. No. JL and Warrow in the back lines get the trades and bail out Red Star, bringing the pistol for Mad Lions.
Bro, what am I watching? What is going on here? How is Red Star still alive? How is he still on the default position? Not only fighting for XJ, but not being traded. He's out in the open, mate.
Yeah, that was wild stuff from Red Star. Couldn't have done it without his teammates, though. At some point, he would have been traded. They get that support in to try and keep him alive and keep the pistol going for the Mad Lions side. Force buy in for ECSTATIC, because they lost a very important round right there. This is Mad Lions' chance to take the lead away.
Just to continue building rounds up in a row, start to not only put your foot down with the lead, but start getting some comfortability on T-side with the economy float. Bird from Sky's not seeing anything towards lane. Might catch Buzz off guard. Oh, he doesn't aggress all the way.
Buzz has heard the footsteps, so he'll be ready for a Bird hit. So will his teammates. Counter smokes on towards that B door's position, though. ECSTATIC will play suppression.
That slight jiggle. A lot of information. The shadow being seen, and Buzz is going to drop. That's a great rifle to get picked up, and TMB falls too.
I don't like where this is going, Dweg. Swing out. Oh, Fasher's got another kill. He even gets a double. Oh, I don't like this at all. All the rifles drop. Red Star, the last man left, trying to get rid of the AKs and Galil's if possible, throwing the bomb away and everything. Doesn't know what he's doing with himself. Zello swings and Red Star can cut him down. Needs to get the ace clutch in this round, though.
Just trying to get those rifles out of play. You're right about the ace clutch. He's got time to work with, expecting a rap player to come through from T-Sport. He's going to realize that that's not the case. Bird from Sky's aggressive towards elbow. And if Red Star does not get a move on, if he doesn't get out of these doors, I can guarantee ECSTATIC are going to try and hunt him down after time.
Yeah, 25 seconds. They're so close to him. He's got to commit to the B site. No time to rotate to A. Even if he did, and Bird from Sky's watching it. Now the footsteps, herds of rotations will be cool. Dafu out towards Wood. Manx swinging out from Cave, and the Deagles can combine a strike and steal the round back for ECSTATIC.
Are we surprised? It's exactly what happened at the start of the first half. We had the pistol victory, then we had the force buy, then we had the counter force buy, and then it ended. It wasn't too wacky, didn't get out of hand, but we did see that in the first half. Jeez, what a shot from Zello too. And then even the double MP9 aggressive ramp take by himself. Fasher makes it look easy.
Madness.
Really?
Complete madness from ECSTATIC. But it works. The Eagles back from Mad Lions, no bomb plant, but a force buy regardless. Nade stacks already sent down towards lane, because that's what the defaults have been comprised of thus far. ECSTATIC will get the start out, even if they don't know it.
Those anti-rush nades not actually doing as much as ECSTATIC would have hoped. Double HE and the incendiary getting smoked off. TMB expecting some slight aggression to come through from the top of Cheetah. Bird from Sky is thinking about the info play, at least spotting out nothing towards elbow.
Sprays up, TMB will be tagged down. Buzz, 88 in this round. Manx get the kill onto JL to start things off. Line up against 2 more, does get the triple. Galil with Bird from Sky has Fasher to support him. They only get the 1 frag here on the T-side line. The AK stays, the M4 stay. It's 10-8 for the CT line. Mad Lions, not a lot of cash, so no buy here.
I am close to being convinced, Jay, that ECSTATIC are just going to run away with it now. You're up 10-8, you've got economy flowing, you've got an AK for Manx. This is really where the international team should come into their own. Be able to just siphon off these last few rounds, not allow Mad Lions back into the game. Because we do know that Mad Lions do struggle on T-side typically.
Again, to combine that with ECSTATIC success on the CT side, it just feels like that right now you can make a good case. But we're yet to see the true definitive victory yet. Still 6 rounds to go there, only 2 rounds to separate. Anything can happen in the next half hour, as they say. Particularly Zello can happen with his triple up towards mid. Only 1 casualty again maintained by the CT side. Money starting to really build up for them as X-Mad Lions have their first gun buy of the half.
And Zello is obviously standing in for this ECSTATIC side for quite a long portion of time. And Orpa, who, what is surprising me the most, is 21 years old, Jay, but yet played with Nexus for 5.5 years. Playing Tier 2, sometimes in certain years towards higher end of Tier 2.
And these players have got a lot of experience up there in general. ECSTATIC, a squad that were very well known for their history in the end of last year, how well they were able to do. Now how well they were able to do right here in this map up. Picking up JL to start things off on Bird from Sky, swinging out towards lane and kicking things off by dropping the first rifle.
Used to be the kings of Vertigo when it first came out. Still a very proficient Vertigo team. And even in this series, X-Mad Lions know that they don't want to play it so much against ECSTATIC that they even banned it against them. And that's why it's actually gone down in towards an Ancient pick. Some of the best maps in the pool are Vertigo, Ancient, and Inferno. So as soon as you don't get Vertigo right, you go into your second best of Ancient. And now even in the rifle round, come round 20, there aren't many things to be too excited about here for X-Mad Lions. They lose JL, and Buzz is down to 61, even TMB to 74.
The outset's not great. Walk their way forward towards the B doors. Bird from Sky's M4. Holding and peeking and prodding. Incendiary sent back the flashes. To go over, and Fasher waits back towards Long. Manx holding back in the corner as X-Mad Lions set up the execution.
Fasher's just jiggling, just waiting for that contact. Spotted out Warrow. Time is so low. X-Mad Lions need to get a move on, because otherwise they might be running into a very tight crossfire.
20 seconds. Smokes down. Fasher can jiggle no more. Bird from Sky holds his own. Red Star is seen. Manx still in the back corner of Wood. Gets his double and triple. Turns around for the quadra and almost lands it on TMB. 13 HP against the next 2 CTs. Got to isolate the perfect headshots from here.
What an unbelievable sequence coming through from Manx. And now for TMB, he is in so low HP. Has to deal with Zello. A lot of damage has been done at least.
Tag to 16, backing up, bombs in the open. They know exactly where it's repositioned to. There's only one place it can be. Incendiary down, he still lands the shot, but unable to connect to Dafu. That HP differential makes all the difference in the world. ECSTATIC find 12.
I reckon Manx is just sitting there thinking, guys, how did we make that so expensive? I got 3 kills out on the B side towards Wood, and somehow it's come down into a 1v1. They'll be happy that the round came through, but that probably got too close to comfort.
Yeah, far too close. There's this sequence from Manx that ultimately made it doable in the first place for ECSTATIC. What a triple that was. And the damage done to TMB, setting up Dafu for a pretty easy frag. But even then, he got away with so much in that 1v2.
We saw for the X-Mad Lions picking Ancient against Blue Jays in their 5th round Swiss result in the Alyssa Invitational, being able to get 11 rounds on their T side. So far, Jay, haven't managed one. Well, there is one with a pistol, and that's it.
I was about to say, hold on a sec, that doesn't sound right.
Yeah, they've got one.
It doesn't count, though, because the pistol usually comes with the extra bonuses of the game, and with ECSTATIC stealing that second round break, it doesn't really count, per se, because it would have been closer to, like, 11-9 at this point for them. Manx getting forward, and the pistols of the T side, of course, making a ton of noise back here, trying to boost up. Bird from Sky will again swing out a cheetah. Doesn't quite land a pick, though. He's completely blind by that smoke. The flashes come forward, and they will try and peek as it starts to clear. But again, nothing's seen.
A lot of confidence coming through here from ECSTATIC on the anti-eco. Just knowing, let's keep as much pressure down on the bottom of that lane position as possible. Bird from Sky consistently trying to spam further forward. And if they get closer down to these last couple of players, they'll actually realize that lane is fairly open.
The constant peaks and prods. Manx will get Buzz. Warrow will be swung upon right now, and Dafu's going to see what's really going on. Bird from Sky will get Warrow, so now all the information should start flowing for ECSTATIC. Manx has seen all 3 players back at elbow, so ECSTATIC can adjust.
Play really passive. X-Mad Lions brute forcing their way into A, and even Zello, they can't force him off angle.
Great jump attempt from Red Star, but JL still falls to it. Zello with a double. Does get traded up by TMV's AK, the only AK in this round for the T side. Dropped and picked up regardless by the CT forces. It's 13-8 up on the board now. And you were mentioning, Dwayne, you thought it could be a case that they run away with this from the 10-8 scoreline. I'm starting to feel like that's becoming reality now.
They're putting on a very good performance on their City side. We're seeing Zello finding a lot of consistency with the AWP. And I'm sure that it wasn't just us, Jay, but it was so many people out there for years. They were begging Zello to branch out, to have another opportunity to play on a European lineup, to go sort of move away from the Romanian scene, move away from Nexus, and have an opportunity of giving yourself a top 30 team. Well, that's what he's been able to do, stepping into the footsteps of Wolfie that was a part of this lineup. We saw him standing in a little bit earlier on for ITB in the event. And now has found himself on a top 30 team who you would have to say are at least contesting for quite a lot of deep runs and even titles at times this year, even if that hasn't quite come through.
Get one on the board. They're winning titles left, right, and center last year. Static. Preston upon with the M4 and the AK towards mid. TMB. Now the box is behind window. Incendiary is landing right in the middle of the smokes. Still can't catch the vision. The body block was heard there, and Manx can kick things off.
Beautiful util usage, just gives all of the information forward to Manx. And knowing that the resmokes come through from the elbow position, they have to cancel. It's going to be the A-Rush.
Oh, Orbizello missing out, refacing to catch JL instead. Peek back against Buzz, who lands the headshot. Daffy with 2 to get, and he only gets 1 for it. Manx also responded towards, leaving Waro 2K alone for a 3K clutch.
This is the Warrior we want to see. The one that could come up big in a round like this. And if he slowly continues to walk forward, he might be able to catch off Fasha and rotate that bomb over to B.
How ready is Fasha for this backstab? In the corner, knowing that they must escape via the A-site plant or through the backstab itself. And the AWP will check all corners, but Fasha's just a little bit quicker to the trigger. Grabs the AWP, grabs the 14th for ECSTATIC. You hyped him up for a moment there, Dwayne, but the CT protocol was perfect in that round.
And this is where we have to have the conversation of if Warro goes missing, is it all gloom and doom for XMad Lions? The fact that at the moment he's third or tied third for most kills on his team, he had a unreal performance in the last best of 3. He's the 4th highest rated player in this entire event, by far away than anybody else. And as of right now, we're just not seeing the Warrior that we knew.
Oh, look at that damage done by those nades towards elbow. XMad Lions ripped apart on the HP bars. Chunked down to very little amounts. 21 HP in the lowest case for Buzz. TMB not that much better. 7 HP on Birth from Sky with blind spray from 1 player in at lane. But still ECSTATIC hold control.
And knowing that there's now 3 flashes and a smoke, and that's it for XMad Lions, it's going to be very dry on this play towards the A site. They're desperate for Warrior to cut a rotation, to find some impact towards Candles. They're trying to slow it down and bait in some further aggression. It's just not coming at all from the Danes.
Start pressing forward for the XMad side. Wrapping around, go into that lane position, try commit towards the B site. 50 seconds on the clock, and we're yet to see a true execution be set up for them. The backstab from Waro might provide some of that, making some noise, drawing attention away from the site hit itself.
The only problem is there's no util to take the site coverage. They've got to try and force Fasher away. Otherwise, it's going to be very difficult, and they're starting to run out of time. This is still very slow from XMad Lions.
30 seconds, Warriors going to try and escape. Birth from Sky is very low HP, so it's all on Fashery to defend the back of the B site or play for a retake here. Zello catches the man out towards Donut, so the jig is now up, and Fasher gets an immediate headshot on Buzz. Flashes and nades back to site. Red Star could get cut off from the bomb plant itself. There's no smoke to the cross, and Fasher's not missing. Turns back into JL, who will finally overwhelm him for 7 seconds. The bomb's not going down. They've got to get the kills alone, and JL stepping up with a 3K. A quadra not quite found. And a 15th round for ECSTATIC. Map points.
Just saw how important that AWP frag was coming through from Zello, and then even the tap from Fasher just slows the whole round down, buys time for the rotates to come back out from that city sport position, and the util has been key here from ECSTATIC in the second half. XMad Lions, they've got to be so disappointed in themselves, Jay. Whether this is a map where they picked it or not, they kept it tight. They kept it competitive in that first half, and they've moved into the D side. And after winning Pistol, we're seeing a lack of bomb plants. We're seeing a lack of rounds that even have the shape of being winnable.
Seeing a lack of rounds in general from X-Mad Lions. Again, they've only got the pistol so far in this half. Thanks to efforts like this from Thatcher. His adjustments with that AK, ridiculous taps and bursts. And JL trying to become a hero once again for his side. They need a lot more than heroes here. They need miracles. 7 rounds to bring back on T-side of Ancient to bring it to overtime against ECSTATIC. I feel like their minds might turn towards Dust 2 now because I think Ancient's a loss from here.
And how incredible is to think that some of the group stage games and even the quarterfinals that we had yesterday were more close scorelines and more competitive than some of the semi-maps that we've had.
Oh my god, it just doesn't get any better for X-Mad Lions. Medstar naded out. Frag found as the AKs press the issue. Thatcher and Daffy with a very aggressive crossfire. We'll lose 1 man to the exchange. Warrior will find the frag buzz with an eagle back on Manx. Now getting driven back here towards the ramp control. 4-on-3 situation for the T side.
Looking very promising as of right now for X-Mad Lions. If they could draw Zello out into the open from that Candles peak, that could really exploit the mid control and that splitting towards the A side. As of right now from ECSTATIC, Gamble stack on B, they're going to play together.
Might be the right call as well. Teams might move in towards this B side. A lot of presence back here towards lane. That 1 man prodding in at pit will try to look towards the A commit. And they will decide to go for the rotate. So in the end, it looks like X-Mad Lions have found the right read.
You got to think here from ECSTATIC, how much they risk into it on going for a retake. I think if that bomb goes down towards the A side... Oh, they're already starting to move. Actually, no. I was going to say they might just look for exit frags, but they're on.
But from Sky's got to catch at least one, and that's what he'll get. Warrior down. Player and Candles not detected, though. The spree from Buzz whiffs, and Zello Zorp turns up with a headshot. JL extends, and what felt like X-Mad Lions holding a lifeline in this map seems to all fall apart to give ECSTATIC the map win instead. TMB 1v3. Surely there's no way out.
Can't imagine so. Players are everywhere. That was the opportunity. At least he deals with Dafu, but he's still got to try and bait the NWP forward, and he's running out of time.
15 seconds, Zello seen, bird from Sky, no, now bursting through, doing damage. TMB, gotta go for the plant, Zello swings, gets dealt with. Plant can come in safely, actually. He's on for this clutch, a one-on-one, hearing bird from Sky creeping in so close to the M4. Still wins the engagement, still wins the fight, and wins the map for ECSTATIC. 16-8 on Ancient, their own map pick comes up good, and they start things off in this series.
That's a bloody good effort coming through for TMB, in all honesty, to try and recover the 1v3. But it doesn't quite come out. And for ECSTATIC, that's a comfortable victory. They got tested ever so slightly in that first half. And then when you see the pistol victory, you think, okay, X-Mad Lions, this is a chance for them to get a lead, to start building up money, put pressure back on. And we just didn't see it. Very poor from them, and they'll be disappointed.
Yeah, most certainly. Again, 1 round on T-side. I understand it's T-side of Ancient, but it comes back to what I was saying before, right? The fact that they had such a great T-side of ECSTATIC meant that the second half was a formality above an effort here for this Danish side. And now being the favourites in this series, getting their start, getting their own map pick, we turn towards where the minds of X-Mad Lions will most be looking towards. Dust 2 now as the second, their own pick in this series. We'll go towards a break, and we'll come back to continue this match.
Cloud9.
Yeah.
Final answer.
So final answer, Cloud9. D is right.
Lovely.
Yes!
I think 2004. I don't know about you, Jill.
I am not sure, but I know they haven't been running for 20 years yet. So 2004.
Yeah.
Final answer.
Yeah.
Are you sure?
No. Yeah. But we gotta go with that one.
Okay, 2004, final answer C is wrong.
They had
they had 20-year anniversary, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I knew it. Oh my lord. I thought it was
Yeah,
upcoming.
man.
I thought it was upcoming. What? It's my bad. Sorry, man. It was Luminosity Gaming?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So easy, fast answer A.
Yeah.
No doubt.
Good job. Good job.
We're back. No,
I have no idea.
I actually haven't seen Overpass in the first 2 majors ever.
But Train is also was.
I think I've.
Did they play Train?
I'm pretty sure Train was like always a competitive map. No.
I don't have any idea. I wasn't born back then, Jill. It's all on you.
Final answer.
Okay, B.
So B, final answer is right.
Yeah.
Good job.
I don't remember, Jill. He didn't play that many games.
He didn't, but he did make top 20 for sure.
For sure?
Yeah, and I think he didn't get a high place as well, because he didn't play much. But he made it. 11, maybe?
I have no idea.
C, final answer.
So final answer C, 11th place, is right. Good job.
Yeah, you have to do it with confidence.
Yeah, you got this. I believe in you, Jill.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
I get something with the eye. Rapid eye. I don't know.
Final answer.
No,
I got it.
Okay. You're the skid man.
Yeah, I got it in my invent.
So rapid eye movement is good choice.
Thank you.
You had that skin?
Yeah, I do.
That's pretty nice.
It's from the Dreams of Nightmares collection.
It's way too expensive at the moment, so it's either A or C.
Actually, I do think it's B.
Okay, then we go with B. I believe in Mr. Jill.
B, final answer.
Just one more thing. The price is average from the Steam market from last year. So it can be price
from last year.
Yeah, it can be price range. It can be exact price, but
final answer.
Final answer A.
Yeah.
I'm pretty confident in that.
Good job.
How is it so much? It's not that expensive.
Believe it, the skin expert.
It's not Siberia for sure. And it's not Central America.
And it's not South Africa, isn't it?
I don't think so. So it's probably Mongolia.
Let's go. What is that?
A, final answer.
So A, final answer is wrong.
What? Central America? New York doesn't look like that.
But yeah, true.
It's because of Aztec archaeology.
Alright. We got 8. It's alright. It's alright. Still good.
Question number 9. What is photoshopped in this screenshot? There are 3 things.
Okay, so first it's the letter C. Shouldn't be there. It should be away. Then the sick ass bike, the hell ride. I wish it looked like that, but unfortunately it doesn't. And the last picture?
I'm not sure.
I don't know. I feel like that number 3 to the right is wrong, but I'm not sure.
Nah, I think that's right. That's for sure right.
Okay. Then also like the stairs thing. Normally there's bricks there, right? It's not flat.
Oh yeah. It's the stairs. Nice. You got it, Thomas.
Yeah. Good job. Good job.
Okay. We got it.
I would bring back Train. It's my favorite map, and I would replace Vertigo. I know Vertigo is it's not too hard, but it's a bit boring for me. And there's too much fight on A ramp, and if the cities don't play a ramp, it's RTK, and then if you go for the plant, you get naded 5 times, you get mollied, and then the round basically lasts 3 minutes, every single one. Yeah, so I'll replace Train. I like flashes over main, and I like running sandwich all of anywhere. And wherever I get space, I run. So yeah, I'd bring back Train.
Huh? I think I would bring back the old cobblestone. The cobblestone, as it looks right now, is kind of meh, but I really like the old cobblestone, and I've liked it a lot because it was such a big map. So it was easily to spread out and do proper things, like when you're not needed to be in a stack, as some of the maps are now, where you just go in a big stack. On cobblestone, you needed to be good at spreading out and doing things from that and all that stuff. And I would probably replace... I don't know, Mirage, man. I played it too much in Faceit lately. That map.
Well, X-Mad Lions would like to make sure that Ancient stays to its namesake in history in this series. What was a strong start for the X team, an 8-7 at the half, ultimately turned to a 16-8 victory for ECSTATIC. Only one round scored in that T-half for them, and now they're going to move towards Dust 2, where things have got to look up for them, Dwayne, because ultimately ECSTATIC proved that they are a force to be reckoned with in that second half especially.
I think Dust 2 will be on the up. I think it will be a map that's still for the taking here of X-Mad Lions. They've played it twice, and against some pretty decent caliber teams, Eternal Fire and Mauser NXT. And for the likes of ECSTATIC, there's a bit of a losing streak going on here. Now, some of the results have been fairly close, it is to be said, but I have a very good vibe here that for X-Mad Lions, they could push it to a third.
I don't know about that just yet, just because ECSTATIC looks so good in this series, and what we've seen so far over the last couple of days is that on-the-day performance can mean everything to them. Fnatic have proven that. Bad News Eagles proved that as well against Forza. So in terms of what we could see leading up to this point, the streak's going to break at some point for ECSTATIC. I feel like this might end up being that matchup, because you take a look at who they've been taking on this map. We've got Bad News Eagles, we've got Entropic, we've got Hellslayers, we've got One Win, we've got Bad News Eagles again. We're talking about some very decent opposition here in the Tier 2 space.
Yeah, but at the same time, we're still in a position where you're in a semi-final, and for X-Mad Lions, they obviously have to be decent enough to get here. Yeah, we can get into the whole conversation of the surprise factor that they're even made it this far, but even if we compare the results and say, well, they were losses against some strong teams, X-Mad Lions have to be in that conversation at least for this event.
That definitely is the case, right? Because obviously they've been going up against some very decent teams, but Dust 2 hasn't always been played in all of those series. In fact, so far in Republic, it's only been played against Eternal Fire and Mauser NXT. Now, Mauser NXT, they beat 16-10. Eternal Fire, they beat 25-22. So it's not like it's a solid foundation for the X-Mad Lions side either.
And when we look at Dust 2 as well, it was picked in that quarterfinal game from the side of X-Mad Lions, but it wasn't picked against Eternal Fire. So that is something to kind of keep in mind. I guess they realized we needed to make the veto happen a certain different way, because if you look at all the head-to-heads on record between the two, they haven't been pretty. It's always been ECSTATIC.
Nah, definitely not pretty at all. A lot of work to be done for X-Mad Lions, but at least there's one positive point towards them, is that the last two of the three best of three series have gone to 3 maps. So at least for them, there's a chance that X-Mad Lions can still pull this one out of the hat and get Dust 2 on the board. Pistol going live, and TMB looking to start off on the right foot, struggling to get a killing in Zello. So Fasher can catch the trade out towards the longhouse, flashbang keeping TMB blind. So a 4-on-4 is found.
Warren2K is going to hope to try and cut the rotates, at least hearing a lot of these footsteps, and it might give the indication now that actually no one is on A. Everyone that was at the long control is now going towards CT.
And truly, there is nobody on A right now. All 3 of the remaining CTs that were up there on the long push are now stacking in towards mid. Buzz about to meet them. Burr from Sky will get his head taken clean off. Fasher with one trade. JL can strike towards top mid, and Red Star can come in with support, leaving Manx alone in the 1v3. This will be 3 for 3 in pistols for X-Mad Lions, but this could also be 3 for 3 for ECSTATIC on the second round breaks.
REPUBLEAGUE being able to cut off that last player, and a very good calm of information. You've got the idea that they swing out towards Longhouse. It's a 1-for-1 trade. Warrior gets so much map presence up to that short position, and as soon as he starts hearing all them CTs just relocating, going down to spawn, it's a fairly easy call to just bring that bomb out towards A, to give the heads up to the lower tunnels crunch, and from that point onwards, JL from top mid and Red Star really helped through.
Starts out gain for the X-Mad Lions side. And ECSTATIC are actually going to force buy in this one.
Interesting.
The harsher Rico on the CT side. They've already gone for the force buys in the previous map on both second round breaks, so I guess they won't be able to extend their streak this time. Burr from Sky, 67 HP. Mac 10 spraying through from Red Star, tanking a lot of damage across the T side line in general. So there is decent trade potential if they had some upgraded pistols, but the Mac 10s and the AKs and the MP5s overwhelming all the USPs without Kevlar. Very concerning HP numbers, but all 5 are alive for X-Mad Lions.
And now you'd have to imagine for X-Mad Lions, get some control going on T side is going to be vital. For them, they just kept it very simple against Mauser NXT in the quarterfinals. Just a lot of default heavy stuff. We saw JL, Red Star doing a lot of good rifling out towards that longhouse control, especially in the first half. And for Warrior2K, I think we saw even more from him come in the second when they got on their city side.
Guns in for ECSTATIC early. Chance to try and capitalise upon the damage. Work in here with these guns, the positions being held by X-Mad Lions are very passive once again. Very similar to their pistol default.
Did get rid of one of those Mac 10s to a slight upgrade to the AK, so they could have used it as a heavy bonus round with both the Mac 10 and the MP5. They opt against it. Zello's hearing some of these footsteps. Bait and switch on the contact towards a short angle for ECSTATIC.
Incendiary sent down towards that mid control, driving them away from CT spawn and the mid cubby corner. Doors dominated by X-Mad Lions. They walk their way forward. Could split into the B site and isolate the two defenders there. Have got this short play also coming in for them.
A lot of control out towards mid, and actually a notch smoke going down for one of the Doors players. That's actually Manx on B trying to see if he can slow it down.
There's Fashion to fall out towards Longhouse. Zello sees TMB and we'll get the trade immediately. So back to a 4-on-4 we go. And they start to bolster up the long position. Birth of Sky caught out with the FAMAS in hand. Buzz can get the trade. So now there's one man left here. Got to fight on towards Buzz. Seeing the util thrown down and Buzz still wins the engagement.
Lovely stuff from Buzz. And something that I do remember back against Mouse and XTJ, that he was involved with a lot of lurking, cutting off rotates, making it very uncomfortable. And right there towards the longhouse, you could just see him trying to pull the distraction, bring those CTs away from A. And not only does he deal with Bird from Sky, but he follows up with the Zello too.
Big triple from Buzz. Big start for X-Mad Lions, taking the pistol conversion and the rifle round. Not the best of long defensives coming in from ECSTATIC here. Think about how they want to approach that in the future. The AK and the M4 being saved in by Manx means that there will be some decent weapons for the next round. I don't think they buy around this, though.
Can't imagine so. You'd have to imagine that they keep it quite light. If there was 3 rifles being saved in play, maybe we're in a different situation. Manx and Dafu, if they've got the M4A1S attached, they could both drop it. But overall, it is a very high risk. And coming into the playoffs, Jay, out of all 6 of the teams, ECSTATIC actually have the most maps on record in the last 3 months. These guys grind quite a lot of events.
One of that old school tier 2 mentality of playing every single potential matchup and every positive map in the tournament possible. 81 maps on record for them. Only 37 for the X-Mad Lions, of course. Tactical called in by ECSTATIC early here. They have lost the early start to the X-Mad Lions, and previously they were keeping contention at the starts of these halves, even if they were on the back foot. Not to be the case on this occasion, though. What can they do to adjust?
You'd have to imagine opening man advantages, taking more map control away, having more aggressive stances is something that they could opt with, knowing that they've got more utility to follow. There's quite a lot of decent long spawns from X-Mad Lions, so I think they're just going to brute force the duels with the flashes over high and accelerate into long.
Guns in once again for ECSTATIC will feature the scouts on Zello. Downgrade compared to the AWP that Warrior has, and the AK's the M4's on 3. T-side player set up. Warrior leans in with that scout, trying to grab the players up towards long position. Seeing Burr from Sky and takes his shoulder out.
Very lucky that that long corner smoke didn't land in a position where ECSTATIC weren't taking long control. Makes it a lot easier for X-Mad Lions to not be punished for. And now with the cross smokes, they can get quite aggressive towards ramp.
So they're trying to send utility out towards Fasher. Incendiary is being sent down. TMB will be suppressed. Further util being sent up there. Zello just trying to see if he can get the smokes and the flashes over. Managed to back off in the end. The X-Mad Lions are going in for the execution now. Smokes down, flash at the ready. Leaning in. AWP still watching. AK leaning over, Dafu spray up, and TMB and Red Star catch all of them alongside JL's kill towards Fasher, dismantling the entire setup for ECSTATIC.
Another excellent side take coming through from X-Mad Lions. It comes down to that first point of call with the AWP playing on the edge of that pit angle, allowing the first pick to get granted, start working with the cross smoke, slow it down, and then just crossfire off one another. And double spam going into the smokes directly, and Manx just has to hold on to the AK. So far, so decent here for the X-Mad Lions on T-side.
I'd say so far so good, honestly. Decent probably is underselling it, especially in that last round. All 5 players alive and none of them taking any damage at all. 4-0 start for the T side, and it's a far better conclusion compared to what we saw over on the first map. Seeing how poorly X-Mad Lions went out of that one, you can imagine they want to turn it around here on their own map pick, and they won't let a single player survive for ECSTATIC. So even further confidence to add to the tally. The half buy should come through, and X-Mad Lions should get to 5.
Just knowing that they're in a state where the economy's not ideal, trying to hold on to players and making sure that you save is vital, and that obviously did not happen come the last round. TMB, Red Star, JL, all getting entries, and then of course that last slight hunt forward into that T-spawn position. And for ECSTATIC, they're bringing USPs forward. I'm actually surprised that they're buying down so lightly with max rounds.
Usually be like down to 2k, 1.5k money float roughly. Not in the case of ECSTATIC. Money would really stack up for them. They stacked the B site earlier with their gamble, and now we'll start the rotation towards the A play. X-Mad Lions can go where they want though at this stage.
Get as much util forward of the HE stack. And if they can get a glimpse of some cross smokes and start hearing some further footsteps continue up to A, they might just be able to put it down. Even try and deny the bomb plant is also an opportunity.
Boost up for the AK. Looking over. Smoke's being sent, the nades inbound, the flash is going down, TMB crossing, and the pistols trying to fast forward, the flashbang's catching all sorts of players off guard, Warrior lands a collateral, and everybody else falls on the CT side. So it felt like it could have been something, but ultimately it was nothing there for ECSTATIC. And now the true rounds can come through for the CT side.
Could be an opportunity to get double AWPs out, to get Manx on that second big green. He's a very proficient AWPer when it comes to some of the hybrid roles. They helped against it, just get Zello up on one. And for X-Mad Lions, so far, it has been very pacey on their T side, working off each other very well. Not seeing many numbers being posted by the CTs either.
A very quiet game from all involved. Several players on 0 frags. 0-5 for Bird from Sky, 0-4 for Manx and Dafu. Positions held on the CT side as now X-Mad Lions want to play passive again.
Start working the control in for the lower tunnels, put pressure onto the AWPer. Don't have a massive glimpse of information just yet. Another play towards the upper tunnels with a fake out towards mid to B. Slight jiggle from TMB, not over-peaking the matter.
Back angle held by Zello, trying to fire through the door, but doesn't quite connect the shot. No tags or frags. X-Mad Lions stack up towards mid, indicating they want to go towards the mid doors.
They could have the idea of faking down the short position, allowing that bomb to walk forward from the doors and have the crunch down from both Buzz and Red Star in the apartments. They've kind of got to draw a little bit more of an over-rotation. That's what TMB is trying with the fake on A.
45 on the clock and Buzz is leaning in. Max and Dafu have their position set. And Red Star start to make his move. Manx and Dafu still sitting here waiting to receive them. As the smokes get set in towards the CT spawn, they try to split their way in against these two players of ECSTATIC. It's all a matter of timing as TMB tries to draw attention away from the B side. XC turning away from the flashbang. Zello missing the shot. Red Star Buzz. TMB once again overwhelming the CT forces.
Comes down to a very good B-side take. Even the late lurk out towards mid is trying to get as much damage in as possible. And now for Bird from Sky and Fasher, it's whether they can actually hold on to the weapons. Getting out of CT is going to be tough.
2 chances for Warrior to land the shots. He doesn't quite connect them though. Fasher can jump back around and make his way towards long. Next Mad Lions won't bother going for the hunt, even though they have got a lot of cash. Bottom line is the scoreline for them. 6-0 on the start.
ECSTATIC finding a lot of difficulty of opening man advantages, getting slightly over-rotated, and even the B-side players, you've got both Manx and Dafu holding down to defend off of B, and they don't even find a kill between them. When you know that your side players are just getting rolled over like that, things are very grim. And for X-Mad Lions, things are looking so positive from them on T-side that the round streak is continuing on forwards, and for ECSTATIC, they keep using these tacticals just to try and find a way back in.
Two out of 4 used. ECSTATIC got to do some hard talking in their camp. They don't have a coach at the moment. There's no 6th perspective or 5th perspective in this particular case that can go through and figure out exactly what the issues are and to try and give them the knowledge of what they need to do to fix this up. Because there are some major holes in this CT defensive. And we're still yet to see frags from Bird from Sky, Manx, or Dafu here. The highest fragger on the CT side is Fasher at 4 kills.
A lot of them have been exits. Think about that last round. He got 2 kills just retreating and being able to put himself in a position where he just wants to save the weapon, get back out to long, make sure he's not fighting any further. ECSTATIC need to put their foot down and at least charge up. I like the way that they've aggressed the smoke towards that top mid portion, indicating that they actually want to go aggressive in mid.
Press back at the longhouse for now here for the CT side. Just that one player drawing out a lot of the utility as meanwhile the walk starts to come through towards the tunnels. Woro is baited out by Dafu. Good jiggle. Molotov's being sent back with the flashes coming over. A smoke that can go down to extinguish the flames. Dafu will tank a lot of damage as X-Mad Lions fall back.
Woro has to get into a position where you have to retreat, have to be on the back foot. You can't stay around for that long. You know you just get spammed or HE'd. And now they can start working the mid control again. TMB opening man advantage. That's Fasher to go.
Flash over from TMB going to try and lean into the ace site. It's completely opened up for now as Woro lands a shot technically through the smoke, but as it was starting to clear there against Manx, you could see him pretty clearly. Zello backed up as Woro does get engaged upon again. 13 HP down for him, but there's no trades for the CT side. Birth of Sky's mid play does work out for one, and now they're going to lean into that B site.
Still a lack of information. It's only damaging for one. Doesn't spot out that bomb. Charges back up towards A just to kind of keep an eye down on short unless that's been taken. ECSTATIC are positioned fairly well up against the site take.
Stalled for time for the time being. The notch smoke does come down, indicating there might still be a play towards the A site. So they're actually going to go ahead and try and half stack it here. Incendiary's up, but it's sort of ruse from Buzz. Flash is in, he will get killed off, and now they recognize what's really going on. Turn around from Dafu, got to get a kill towards the site, and JL will drop. Red Star next to face, but Dafu next to fall. 2 on 2.
Get that bomb down. That's what's got to be the objective. Zello trying to put pressure on. Orville battle. Woro backs off again.
The scope was heard by the player on the site. Did he get a bomb plant in time? Did Red Star do it? Okay, I thought for a second he was stalling for a bit too much time. But ultimately, it does go down. The retake is on for ECSTATIC.
And now it all comes down to Zello and Bird from Sky to be able to make something happen. No one's over-peaking right now. Everyone's very passive between the two.
Swing forward from one man on the side. Bird from Sky slow walks it, but into the hands of the Orb. Woro's accounted for. Zello sprayed through the door. His gun barrel just sticking out. The AWP can't seem to find the frags, and now dead out of time. He's dead out of the round. 7-0 for X-Mad Lions here. ECSTATIC capitulating on map 2.
Zello just making sure that he holds onto that AWP, retreats it away, gets it into a spot where they can save again. X-Mad Lions with another good site take over towards the B-bomb site. We see even Woro 2K landing one of those entries, allowing the multi-frag to come through, holding into the tunnels. And even TMB and Buzz were just selling fakes over towards A, drawing more attention over. Bird from Sky has the big wrap coming through from the longhouse up to top mid. It's not enough in the rounds.
I'm a little bit lost for words, honestly, with how this has gone down here for ECSTATIC.
Really?
Like, I at least hold some decency on the CT side. At least get something. You mentioned before that you probably expect them to go to the grand finals right here and now. Okay, that's a bit better from Zello. His teammates on the site trying to hold back, do get traded to a 3-on-2, now to 1. That's what I was expecting to see for this entire map.
Zello getting aggressive out towards those lower tunnels, looking up towards upper. Lands a couple of kills, and then straight away, the B crunch being landed through. Fashion from the back of Plat's going to catch off JL. And now it's like a slow start. You get your first. You have to try and build your way back in yet. A lot of players surviving in that last round. You've got the money to work with, and it's double AWPs on T side. I'm loving this from X-Mad Lions. Remember who they've got on their team, Jay. So many AWPers.
Bring the change of pace, the change of narrative now for Zello. That AWP collateral started off a round. Finally, they're first on the board for ECSTATIC. X-Mad Lions bringing out the big greens across the board. Red Star leaning in first and foremost. Can't land that first shot. The tag's up and the nade down. We're forcing back down at the HP disadvantage here. X-Mad Lions hold their own towards top mid.
Red Star's just waiting for that reface to come back in. Not to be the case at all. ECSTATIC starting to regroup up towards that CT spawn area. You get the feel here that from X-Mad Lions, they're going to put some more pace down towards mid, and instead it's just a straight spam to the head of Dafu.
And the spam on the other side tags Fasher to 61. That was JL's credit. AWP just spraying through, tapping on from Red Star. Max from a TMB. At least where are the two players that are here? There was Xbox and Bird from Sky is going to try and hunt them down. Woro going to slow walk to try find the position. And TMB does get tagged. The nade to follow it up. Doesn't quite land.
Even getting out towards that A site, you'd have to think he's going to get as much out of this AWP as possible. X-Mad Lions really running down the clock. What JL was hoping for is either Bird from Sky re-aggressing towards short or Fasher moving out from the doors. It might be the AWP looking back into this short angle.
Smokes are peeking from Bird from Sky, lands on Waro. He backs up towards the back of ramp. Looking left and right and center as Zello catches the player over towards long. Buzz down, 4 on 3 rather. That was already picked up. TMB to swing out as Fasher and Bird from Sky continue firing, continue fragging, leaving Red Star alone. The AK swapped out towards, does win that fight towards backside. Smoke down to buy a bit of cover, tries to secure the bomb plant, but Zello creeping in real close, looks for the headshot. That's exactly what he'll get.
Multi-frags, that's what they want, and that's what they want out of Zello. 2 rounds in a row in which he's been able to do it, out towards the lower tunnels in the last round, out to long this time around, and start building up some confidence from this slow start on City side. X-Mad Lions will be pretty frustrated at that one, knowing that there was just a straight spam in from the doors. The trading game was pretty good, but Zello out towards long, and Bird from Sky playing at ramp really shut the round down. Oh, okay.
Ooh. All right, Zello. Calm down. Tactical taken now by the X-Mad Lions side. 7-2, of course, still holding the lead above them from the 7-0 deficit that they gained above ECSTATIC. But it feels like off the back of that AWP collateral that Zello landed, that it was all going to come together, like the backup, the comeback.
I don't know, mate. It's been 2 rounds. Like, it's to say that the comeback is like
those two rounds have looked far better than the last 7 prior to that point. So
well, they didn't win any before that.
Exactly. And they look pretty awful in doing so. So make of that what you will.
Okay.
AWPs in for both sides. Single AWPs this time. M4s, AKs, and Bomb not committing out towards the tunnels, even though the majority of the T default is there.
Well, they want to get Manx aggressive. That's why Zello is holding this angle, to get him as far up as possible. Lands a lot of damage, but it's a 1-for-1 trade, and Manx is still looking to try and fight.
Him and Fasher on the short control. 3 kills between them, make it a 4-on-2 situation. TMB and Buzz forced to slow down because Buzz was tagged there earlier.
ECSTATIC are finding the more aggressive approaches are working out better for them on the City side. Even TMB's just getting baited forward. There's a slight peek that can come through from Bird from Sky from CT. TMB doesn't fight all the way around, so doesn't lose it at all.
Daffy's ready for Buzz. Tap to the back of the head, TMB. 1 versus 4. Bird from Sky will burn to try hunt him down. He somehow turns a flat 90 degrees straight to Manx, but Fasher trades it, so not to worry. 3 to the board of ECSTATIC. X-Mad Lions still continuing to invest here. Their money was so well built up that the buyers are only now starting to lack the true foundations of the money line.
Now they've actually got to pretty much focus on getting site takes and bomb plants, because you can feel as if their economy is starting to dip. Starting to get rebuilt here from the ECSTATIC side. Knowing that the AKs are being saved in from a couple of Fasher and Dafu too. 4 out towards long. They're expecting X-Mad Lions to go for a long take.
Very similar to some of the stats we've seen in previous rounds. Lord on Fasher's part will try and hold the longhouse control, seeing no resistance. The sprays through from one player will indicate that there's some presence up there, but not much.
Bird from Sky AWPing is kind of caught me off guard, Jay. If it was anyone to be AWPing, you'd think it'd be Zello and then probably Manx at the 2nd and then Bird from Sky at 3. We don't often see him picking up the big green, but he's trying his luck at it. And Fasher was trying his luck at hiding in the closed door. Unfortunately, he just gets spammed and mollied.
Not much he could do from that. No smokes for him or for Manx. Manx now held back behind the blue bins. TMB is allowed to walk out towards short control alongside backup, seen by Zello. Gets that dink down onto the 1-man. TMB eventually overwhelmed alongside Manx's kill. JL will deal with him and now try to act towards this long position. 3-on-2 as Zello gets trailing. So does Waro though, so even man standing. Suppressed on the A side. The bomb's committing here.
They've got to try and work together. And for JL, getting across towards A could be difficult. The NWP might be able to land a frag because Zello's been seen.
JL tagged Waro. Leaning forward, trying to catch the man off guard. The backstab towards short from the CT side is going to come in way too late. Smokes down, flashes in, turned away from. These guys going all the way out towards that top mid position, but the AWP adjusts against Zello. Missed bullets left, right, and center. Should have been a sitter for the M4.
Hang on. JL might drop the bomb. The spam is getting so close. The pick doesn't quite come in. And JL with a turnaround allows the AVE to get gained up. ECSTATIC had the idea that there was going to be a walk forward, that Warrior was going to attempt to have that backstab, and even with that information, he still hits a ripper.
It's a round from X-Mad Lions there, particularly from Warrior. How he got that kill is a question I'll be asking for the rest of my days. JL dealing with that the backstab that almost dropped the whole round in a matter of a moment. Now they charge out towards Longhouse with the AWP set with a rifle. Look at the edge of the smoke, seeing one player. Can't see him, doesn't catch the second man. Fasher does though, and Buzz is caught at the edge of the smoke, but no shot lands towards him. Second phase from Zello, gets the frag back to a 5-on-3. Fasher swings and Red Star deals with him. So there is one trade.
They're so aggressive, they have to keep fighting. They don't have the room to back off, and Zello almost lines them up. At least he deals with TMB, and now the rest of the B players are getting aggressive. This is a lot of information gathered.
Noble sacrifice for the orb that keeps the man advantage for ECSTATIC there. Couldn't escape. He knew it. Fought to the very end. Now Dafu and Bird, two players on defense. The third man going to join him as well. Flash forward, and Aura's orb is set and ready to deal with it. Jump up on top of the car, however, leads to his demise. Red Star alone for the 3K clutch. Sees them both, taps desperately, but misses the kill shots. Only tags forward to the board of ECSTATIC.
We're starting to really get some glimpses of the Warrior that we saw in the quarterfinal against Mouse NXT, and that has to be looked at as a huge positive right now from this X-Mad Lions side, because he was missing come the last map of Ancient. Didn't see much of him at all. Now we're starting to get a couple of rounds where that AWP is getting some high impact. Unfortunately, the rifle is not really having that assistance, and ECSTATIC wanted to put so much pressure on in that 3v2. Rather than allowing the bomb plant to go down, they wanted to fight it head on.
Needing again from Bird from Sky. Going to try and tag up these pistol players. A bit of a forced invest here from the T sideline. I'm going to try and play quick. Zello does get that first. Red Star's such low HP. He's not dead yet, and there's no directive A defensive. So X-Mad Lions can force the issue in towards short.
They're just running, not even trying to recover that AWP down in mid. And this has to be given the respect. ECSTATIC have to position themselves in a retake stance. At least Bird from Sky's not seeing anything else from the Longhouse.
Nades on, they land to Buzz. The bomb plant has been denied for now. And Warrior still striking out towards this short position. No peeking in at the elbow angle. Kill on Fasher, and now extending to the site itself. The bomb's been dropped lower, though. That's a big concern.
Yeah, of course it is. It means I have to brute force it. And knowing that there's low HP, this is the round pretty much done. For my money of here from X-Mad Lions.
No one's watching long either, so Bird from Sky can start to swing. Not watching CT directly, but either way, they've got it covered. And TMB deals with the man, so that's an important frag. X-Mad Lions, however, still forcing the issue on the rotate. Dafu has his eyes set. Are they aware of any mid-presence?
They're thinking that there could be a backstab. The time is really coming down, and Dafu's positioned really well. They're going to start making noise when they jump down.
Red Star was seen, but Dafu didn't adjust. It's Manx alone now to fight TMB and co. Dropping down, heard of the boxes for footsteps creeping in behind him. Manx, not sure where to look. Gets Red Star, isolates Warrior for damage, but he gets his kill in regardless and keeps it together for X-Mad Lions.
And that force buy has now put ECSTATIC on double eco status. They have to force buy here. They're in such a weird economical status when they've been able to string rounds in a row. And I look at that round and think to myself, how does that really come through? The idea that it's evened up, that there's bomb control, you've got one player on 9 HP, another one on 38 without any util, and X-Mad Lions kind of recover it with ease. That shouldn't happen.
Yeah, ECSTATIC really working and bottling that one. 9-4 to the board as we go into round 14. You're right about that double eco. Deagle's in, Scouts out, 5-7 also brought down. Be a similar buy for round 15 as well.
Double digits. They're coming, aren't they? You can feel it.
11-4 seeming like a likely half end for X-Mad Lions, and for ECSTATIC, again, it would just be continuing to disappoint for my money. For a CT half here.
This was their opportunity to really get started. Of course, it was a slow start. It wasn't until 0-7 down that they found their first. And while it felt as if there was a way back in, the economy has hit them the hardest. And even out towards a long take, there's not too much of a defensive being held. At least Zello's got a backstab up towards top mid, so he can be quite quick to have the wrap play to get into long.
Also going to cover him off for now. Bird from Sky. Scout didn't have a chance in that round. Bird dead. Red Star continuing the swing. See Manx, Thatcher on short, dealt with by TMB, a 5-on-3. The Scout trying to get the headshot on Buzz. Indeed, Manx can land it, so that's a pick. The bomb goes down, and ECSTATIC just have to save.
And you wonder if the lack of coaching is affecting them in a negative stance, Jay, because I remember Fetish, one of the ex-pros, was coaching them for a very long time, about a couple of years, and then they had Trace in there for a bit before he went over towards Astralis. They have had some very well-established coaches in the past, but as of right now, Jay, they haven't even had one this entire year.
Trace left on December 9th.
Yep.
And since then, that was actually the day where they came second in the Malta Vibes series at the time.
Okay.
And since then, it has not been... Well, there's only been one other second place since that point, but never a title victory. Been top 8s, top 6s at certain points, and then open qualifiers have been pretty poor runs for them. Top 4 as well with FunSpark Ulti, which is probably the most impressive result that they've had all year so far. So you might be onto something with that, Dweg, because it does correlate.
Well, this event is for theirs of the taking. When we think about all the previous events, when we think about the brackets, they are the strongest team coming into it. But just because you're the strongest team doesn't always mean you come out on top. And so far here on Dust 2, it is looking like X-Mad lines all over them. Waro with that pick down towards the mid portion, and Manx might even want to try and have a double face.
Like it was on Ancient, this is X-Mad Lions map pick, and being down by 1 in the series means that there's still a chance that ECSTATIC can turn it around. Maybe in the next half and probably in the next map, if we're being honest with ourselves. This is a 1-for-1 trade for the time being. Birth and Sky has also taken the chance to swing up to the long house, so they'll be waiting for X-Mad Lions to make a move back. The bomb's right around the corner, he doesn't know.
I wonder how long JL actually holds this position for, because the longer he holds it, you'd imagine the frag is eventually going to present itself, and yep, there it is. That's exactly what he's waiting for.
In fact, we're doing decent work to trade towards mid, but doesn't ultimately get any more kills outside of the one. Damage to TMB as well. Position towards the A-site defense, up towards long as well. We'll start to hear footsteps. How much can he gain out of this? AK's to face him. And again, it's just damage. Dafu, SMG in the 1 versus 3, covered off by TMB. Ready for the shot. Doesn't quite land it, so that is a pick back. Probably an AK for Dafu to gain for the retake.
Would be one hell of a clutch, that's for sure. 1v2 up against both JL and Red Star, who've been so consistent. He has picked up an AK, and he's coming in quickly from short.
Molotov against him will stall the execution. Flash over towards long, however, going to try to throw some misdirection into the bag. Making noise now towards short. JL will hear him. Red Star hiding at Goose. Peek into a crossfire with at least one back turn, and Red Star making the noise, giving JL the peek in the pick. 11-4 for X-Mad Lions. ECSTATIC CT side looking a little bit blue as we head into the second half.
Is that?
Oh, Fisher! No! Ah!
That one still went down. Oh.
No!
Okay.
No arm! I can't jump. No. Okay, that is now, it's our time now, but it's not here anymore. You can do it.
Do it, Fasher. Ah.
I don't know what I need to do. Yes.
What is this? What is this? Oh, what is this?
I'll just go. You guys are
No.
Yes.
You also respawn.
Oh, you have like 3 buttons for this.
No, I only have 1 bottom. Guys,
I'm not trusting you. I'm not trusting you.
I only had 1 bottom.
Oh, pull all the way back.
Oh, I got baited. No way.
What?
Hello, we're doing this for you.
I don't know what you can do in this.
How?
Hello, go, my man. Go kill Burn.
Oh,
kill him!
What? Oh.
Run!
They are still shooting to the wall.
Okay, we got this set up.
Where do we need to go?
Oh.
Oh.
Ah, you got it, guys.
There's no way.
No.
No! Thought I could sit on it.
It's actually nice because when you're respawning, you have a free way.
Try mix.
Ah. Thought I could make some tricks, but couldn't.
I mean, otherwise I can't do anything. It's impossible.
Oh yeah, then I'll just die, whatever.
Is either the time to step up or be disappointed by ECSTATIC. Down 4-11 going into their T half the way. Their CT side was so disappointing, and I don't feel like for X-Mad Lions it will be a similar story.
Can't imagine so. Up against Eternal Fire in their upper bracket semi-final, we saw the way they put 10 CT rounds on the board in the opening map, and even against Mouse and XTJ in the quarterfinals, 9 CT rounds here on Dust 2.
So much work to be done for them. Zello at least starts things off in the pistol by finding Buzz, his teammates, to act towards the B site. Red Star detected and tagged, but not taken down just yet. Backups also arrived. TMB with the kill. JL fighting back against Dafu. Fasher domed in, and Zello in the 1 versus 4 for the pistol to go to X-Mad Lions. 4 for 4 in this series, and I think that might spell the end of the Dust 2.
And keep in mind, for TMBJ, averages a 0.87 rating in the last 3 months on Dust 2. Coming into this best of 3, he's actually the 56th highest rated player. He has struggled. The in-game leader of this team is leading by example with the frag counts and the impact plays. What a sequence that was from him in the pistol round.
The 12th round to add to the tally of X-Mad Lions, giving no breathing room to ECSTATIC. Woro. Saying of the short control, Buzz to receive, and the T side just hold back passive for now.
Wondering what they get out of this scout buy. You can see Bird from Sky down to $0, passing that off to Zello. And anytime you make an investment like that, especially being 5, or what could be, I mean, I say 5. Are we even expecting a 5th round here from ECSTATIC? They'd love to be able to get that, but obviously not forcing down all the way. You can't imagine that being a possibility.
No, not with a Hero Scout. Hero AK? Maybe, but that's obviously not possible at this stage of the round, on this stage of the half, rather. I've got a bit of an open line into the A site, so the bomb plant could enable some AKs in the next one. Just got to try and do so right here. Find TMB, particularly the headshot seen at elbow, and now the T's are forced to act here.
Good counter utility coming through from TMB. 1-for-1 trade, and the HE placement could deny the bomb. No, doesn't go over to Dafu.
The headshot should get landed by Woro in the end. Zello's still fragging with a scout, but Woro deals with him, so 3-on-2. Backstab's coming in late from this Glock here. We've got to fight with the JL, but as his teammate falls to the site, JL still gets both the picks. And X-Mad Lions will claim 13. Decent effort for ECSTATIC, and again, they get a bomb plot, they get a buy.
And it's pretty crazy, too, that even for Woro 2K, he's had 5 deaths in this map so far, 17 kills, just not falling. And I guess it is important to know the kind of role that he's playing. He was always back passive on the T side with that AWP, not really being too aggressive. But still, when you've got someone that's putting up as many numbers as he has, they haven't really been able to punish Woro at all in this map of Dust 2.
So few deaths for him. So many frags for him as well. ECSTATIC do some real good work from here on out. Now they got the guns in. This is their chance to bring the comeback. But already 9-round deficit, and the AWP and Manx doesn't get the opener.
That was such a good opportunity. And now even the HE placement onto Dafu is pretty good. Down there at the lower tunnels, space is being opened up. I like this from Fasher. A slight walk forward. They don't know that he's here.
Question is, what can he do with this position? And will he get checked for X-Mad Lions? Might they suspect that it'd be the thing? Flashbang forward, and indeed he is checked. Woro gets the kill. AK now in his hands, and Zello at least responds.
TMB putting more nades down towards that back of Xbox position, and he's got a teammate with him. They can actually be quite aggressive off one another.
AK trying to wrap around for the smoke. Look above. Flashes over from Buzz, will try to press the sprays back and forth as Woro and Red Star will get slight tags through the smoke, but very little done by ECSTATIC. Now they're going to charge straight forward towards the A site. The footsteps will be heard, and the player's now going to adjust here for this long position. TMB especially looking at elbow, bursting through, flashed off blinded, should concede the bomb plant.
just got to give it up here. They've got a kit to work with on Red Star and a few flashes. Difficult retake to be worked in here from X-Mad Lions. They'd be desperate for a pick. They'd love an overextension.
They're waiting for a chance. X-Mad Lions not going to give anything to the ECSTATIC side. Slow walks out towards long, being undefended so far by the T-side forces. TMB will look to be the first man in. Short being defended, CT uncontested, and finally Max can strike. TMB down, Red Star seeing the head taken clean off. One trade from Woro, Buzz leaning forward, will be able to double back to a 2 versus 2, swing to the site where Daffy's accounted for him, and will try to spot out Woro, overwhelm him the same, get the round together for ECSTATIC, lose a number of players it seems for the T-side line, but at least they have their 5.
Even Zello with the AWP can hit the flick. Beautiful shot down there onto Woro, making sure that AK does not get saved in. And for X-Mad Lions, I'm actually not on double eco status here. There is some limitations with JL and Buzz. They've got the opportunity of forcing it down if they don't want to save, but they do have the opportunity of, yep, going in for double scats. I was just going to say that.
Well read.
I wasn't going to say that, but anyway, they've done it.
Can almost coach the X-Mad Lions, right?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure Cuban's still helping them out, actually.
Well, ECSTATIC need a coach, so there you go. Like, you read them so well. Provide the information for Zello and Daffy to deal with them as appropriate. Pick towards mid and towards tunnels, expecting where X-Mad Lions are going to be. The 5-on-3 has been gained.
Even Woro's getting baited further aggressive. This should be an easy pick for Dafu. Flash around the corner. Woro just getting forced out. Always really difficult when they fight you head on. And for Red Star, just hoping for any sort of recovery in mid.
Swing with a quick peek up. Scout shot from Red Star. Still fantastic against Manx. It's an impressive kill. Zello ready with the AWP to deal with Buzz, and he doesn't need to hit a headshot for that. So Red Star just going to stay back on the B side. They know where he is. So the bomb will go down, and the round will be found by ECSTATIC.
Best bedroom in all of Counter-Strike, I would say, for someone like Red Star. Have you seen his little artwork that he's got? Got a bit of a paradise feel going on.
I have not, I'm afraid, no.
Oh, it's very good.
Trying to think if we've had him on interview so far.
It's probably been a little while. We haven't here on Republic, no, maybe in previous events.
Possibly. I mean, not for us at least, obviously. X-Mad Lions came through from Group A, we weren't watching that one. Alas, no bedroom will help you on this one. Bird from Sky there to dish out the final blow to the round 19 for X-Mad Lions. They did force the issue, and with not a lot of lost bonus, they can't really force back either. So, again, the chance for ECSTATIC gain now to capitalize and start to build back a basis for the comeback. But it's still a long way to go.
But Zello's at least attempting to get them out of trouble. He's pretty much been the only player that's consistent right now from this ECSTATIC side. Come on, Dust 2. Aggressive approach coming down from mid. That's going to be red so quickly, though.
So quick in, Zello lands the headshot on TMB. Takes his thing back, but the pistols continue charging forward into the hands of the rifles, and what felt like it might have been a high-pressure environment for ECSTATIC is ultimately dealt with. Pressure relieved, CT's fallen all over the shot. Or 1 versus 5, 33 HP, a USP to do it all. It won't happen. Not even damage coming through against ECSTATIC. And the deficit closes now to 6 rounds on the board.
Hey, you just wondered to yourself, is it the curse of the second halves here for X-Mad Lions? We've only played a few rounds of the second half, but if you think back to Ancient, there wasn't that much success being found.
And much like Ancient as well, X-Mad Lions being on the deficit after winning the pistol anyway. So, very characteristic to how things worked out over on Ancient. And again, CT side somehow not being won out as effectively on both teams I don't know what's going on here today with that one, Dweg. I don't think you do either unless you have an answer for me, but tags up against ECSTATIC with the guns coming back in for X-Mad Lions. They have done their damage.
Even for ECSTATIC, they're brute forced just with the utility alone, getting out to the blue bin, getting that long house control. They've got Dafu as that slight lurk in the upper tunnels to wait for some aggression. Now, the bomb did get seen there for a moment of Waro spotting onto Bird, but it's a slight misdirection because that bomb's going back out to long.
And all it means is that they know the bomb hasn't committed yet, so that's a given. At this stage, ECSTATIC are yet to truly form up the map control, yet to decide whether they want to go towards B or A. The smoke's coming down towards long might indicate they'll go towards A. So X-Mad Lions will try connect the dots looking forward, but that bomb's on its way over towards the B site.
Even Buzz hasn't got aggressive enough towards his short angle to get a proper realization of what's happening in mid as of now. JL over to the B side does have a smoke. He has to try and hold on to that as late as possible. That as soon as he sees a contact or util over the top, he can put that down and almost make ECSTATIC cancel or double pump.
Sent towards him. Smoke's being sent down. Second player on the way in. JL gets his kill. Only one kill. Warrow's Orb flash blinded. Peeking in at window. Trying to land a shot, but just couldn't stabilize in time. Manx overwhelms him, and the 4-on-3 ensues. It should be a safe call for X-Mad Lions.
Got to imagine so. They need to get out of this one. No kits in play. Lucky util. Even Buzz is hoping to try and draw that fire to Zello, and it just might come.
Or just watching, waiting for someone to peek forward, but no one's going to give him anything, so no exit frags for ECSTATIC and exit route from the site. So no one will be there to get the exits for X-Mad Lions themselves. The guns need to stay in for them because the money is in ruin.
For JL, he did a lot right on the initial stance, that re-smoke down towards the tunnels, being able to put up a fight of one. He needed to stay alive, though, and I think he needed to back off when he got that kill. Try and just waste time at the back of the bomb site. Don't over-peak and allow yourself to just get traded with ease. And for Warrior 2K, it's a lot of pressure on him to just start delivering almost immediately from that window position. Manx was ready for that reface. He ended up with a couple, opened up that B site completely. 8 on the board now from ECSTATIC, slowly putting rounds up in a row and clawing back at the deficit.
They found the foundation. The build up from there. Slowly but surely, this match may be brought back by ECSTATIC. X-Mad Lions, however, still hold dominion over the Dust 2 victory. Oh, Red Star about to get caught off on the site. Smoke goes down. The burst fire from Warrows for Mars. Drops that bomb. Red Star flash blinded. Will be traded by Dafu's own part. Warrow will be overwhelmed, but he still gets the USP out against the low HP Manx. Kill found. JL charging into the site. Sees where Dafu is as well and doubles up. And that's what I'm talking about. One breaking round, one breaking point is all X-Mad Lions lead. Will be able to get the 14th. And now with 2 more to go to take this map.
And it comes down to confidence and just rotations in a round like that for X-Mad Lions. So you've got Red Star being the B anchor, getting overwhelmed. You've got the rotates very quickly from guys like JL and from Warrior 2K. And rather than setting yourself up for the retake and allowing that bomb plant to go down, they just send it. They get so quick out from that doors position and put so much emphasis on putting those fights down that ECSTATIC just crumble in the pressure.
We're in trouble now for ECSTATIC. Manx trying to engage out towards Longhouse. Fasher, blind by the flash, still gets that opening duel. That's the start. They need more.
They're going to try and retake long. This is going to be very difficult. The flash is going to have to be on point.
AWP missing. Manx still deals with 2. Warrior with the AWP responsive gets 1 and 2 back of his own right, feeding him the individual fights. The 3-on-2 scenario favors ECSTATIC here.
Now they can slow it down. They've got the lurk out from Dafu towards the mid portion. They've got so much time to work with. The last thing they need to do is commit towards a quick long take into A. So many CTs falling at the helm, trying to get aggressive up to that longhouse. Warrior 2K is at least making this round doable.
Pushing forward with the AWP, unawares of where Dafu is. The headshot gain leaves the AWP down and out. Red Star, the only player left in the A site defense, which is where ECSTATIC are going here. He could stand to gain something massive in his swing. Zello's watching it. The AWP shot misses and Bird from Sky bails him out. So nothing's fancy from Red Star in that one. Deficit is back to 5 rounds between the 2 squads. X-Mad Lions don't have a major buy.
Interesting that we just see the AWP being brought down immediately. Could be very similar to what we saw from B and EJ of those hero AWP rounds. I know GXX was loving one of them. And quite a few maps over the course of the playoffs. And in the group stage, of course. What do they get out of this? Yeah, not a lot. Eco pistols around it. I'm keen for Warrior.
25 picks deep, no reason not to doubt him with the AWP. Boosted up above that smoke, looking on. For players in that mid control, but nobody is going to be seen thus far.
Just knowing that ECSTATIC have not really got aggressive into taking map control early allows X-Mad Lions to get very comfortable on the CT side. Now, there is a heavy lean towards a B stack as of right now, Jay. 3 players on B with that AWP in fold. ECSTATIC just have to not fall into that trap. They have to gather enough info on the default that they're not running into this setup.
Orp just continues to press the issue. Into the tunnels they'll go. So many players they could potentially find on this. Noise will be made. Thatcher about to challenge him. Doesn't see them yet. Now he does. Warriors Orp frags. That's an AK to gain. One player to try and watch out of the lower tunnels. Keep his eyes set to try to set up the split in from the short control. TMB's Deagle with all the work in the world to do. Catching Burt from Sky. Dropping the bomb. Looking for more of the headshot angles. Not landing at elbow though. Forced to back off. Leave it to the player on long as the bomb should get planted from here.
They want to beat them with pace. Dafu's desperate for another frag. Try and follow it back up. And even Zello's playing around the short smoke. They've got to waste time in this post plant.
Spam with the Deagles. Flashbang turned away from the charge through TMB's core. But Zello's blinded. Still gets JL. The AWP firing away himself as Red Star's AK is picked up. Counter flashes from the T side will drive the CTs back here. And they continue to extend. There's a player on long though. He's leaning forward himself. Deagle spotted now. Tagged up by the player at elbow. Engagement from Dafu's a bit awkward. He takes some damage. Manx with Zello can combine and Red Star lines them up. Diffuse to be held for 10 seconds. I think they might just have it here. X-Mad Lions with the steal of a lifetime as they find map points.
Lovely round. Very good retake coming through from X-Mad Lions. And it comes down to the starts of applying so many pressures to that short angle. So many players, Jay, to that angle as well. The Zello has pretty much got to fight against all four. It's only Buzz that's out towards that long position. Red Star multi-fragging. Manx and Zello lining up for a moment there. That's not good enough.
Such an awkward short defensive from those two players. It's map point now for X-Mad Lions, 6 of them to get brought back by ECSTATIC. They're still proving this T-side half to have some merit to it. They just need to go that a little bit further. And now they can't put a single foot wrong, which Banks just does right there. Buzz picking up the first, but Thatcher quick on the trade.
Warrior is still so aggressive in the mid portion, and he actually is going to start backstabbing Jay. Look at this from him. The AWP is now at top mid.
JL Zorp is looking in from the A side though. Smokes on, Bird from Sky, close to contact against TMB. Flashing, kill gets found by JL with TMB support. Dafu gets finding on Red Star. It's 2 Orb trades back on the center of the site though. Warro seen the AWP. Thatcher is a known man, marked for death by the Orpa. And indeed, it's 2 kills for Warro to close out a 16-9 a victory for X-Mad Lions. A bit of a disappointment there from the ECSTATIC side, but ultimately map picks going both ways.
Warro's back, mate. Warro is back in action. 30 bombing in both of those maps against Mouse NXT. Now he posted 28 frags and 11 deaths, Jay. This has got to be looking good for X-Mad Lions because that was the key person. That was the guy we've been hyping up the entire event so far, Warrior 2K, and we saw him there on Dust 2.
Yeah, we saw some stellar stuff from him throughout the course of the entire tournament thus far, and that particular round, that particular map was amazing. I think he ended about 28, 29 kills, very close to that 30 bomb. So for him, he's got a lot of momentum now going into Nuke, the 3rd and final map of this series, the final map of the day, and the final map of the semi-finals. By the end of the next hour, either ECSTATIC or X-Mad Lions will be going forward to the finals. Join us after the break to find out who. The ultimate bounce back from the Mad Lions, the ex-Mad Lions, taking us to a third map in this series after a stellar start on Dust 2 that left ECSTATIC a little bit deflated more than anything else. 16-9 was the map score line, and now Nuke will be the final battleground to see who will be in the grand finals to join the likes of Fnatic. Dweg, it's a difficult one to weigh up because honestly, I felt that ECSTATIC was so good on Ancient, and then that Dust 2 came around, and there was a lot more than just map issues, to be honest, for me in that team.
No, I don't know. I was pretty convinced that ex-Mad Lions were going to take Dust 2. It's a strong map for them. It's obviously a punish pick. And coming to Nuke now, the opportunity here for ex-Mad Lions to take the entire series, it's on. I just don't know how high the opportunity really is.
Yeah, they don't play this map that often, do they? I think they've got like 2 maps on record in the past, in the last 3 months or so, versus ECSTATIC, who have a lot more than that. And admittedly, a lot of those are losses. But then you take a look at those losses and it's like, well, Skate are there, Apex are there, Eternal Fire are there. They've got K23 in there. So there's some decent opposition that they've been losing to overall. So that win rate might be a little bit misrepresented. In general, a lot of those results are also pretty close and everything. So for me, I feel like Nuke might be the strong affair in which ECSTATIC can try to bounce back. But it's just that little voice in the back of my mind saying, like, look, going like 7 rounds without getting frags on 3 players doesn't indicate the best of form for me on ECSTATIC's side. They definitely have dropped off over on that Dust 2.
And keep in mind that even for Nuke, we've actually seen an ex-Mad Lions team beat ECSTATIC on Nuke before. So knowing that we've never seen a series victory, actually in a complete head-to-head in a best of 3, go the way of ex-Mad Lions, when they've played Nuke, it has. So that's at least a bit of confidence moving forward.
It could well be, but it's just like a case of the differences between those two, between these two teams since their last couple of face-ups. Again, ECSTATIC are missing one of their, missing so many of the elements of that side since the last few series that we played. Similar story for XMAD Lions. Obviously, they began players in and out, left, right, and center. That one result from last month was the only one to go with, and even that was also a close affair at 16-12. So everything's up in the air in this one, and that one map victory that we have from XMAD Lions in that sense, it is encouraging to a certain extent, but I don't know if that could be replicated here.
Perhaps, but again, on the day performance, like we've mentioned, is so vital. And when we look at Ancient, when we look at Dust2, I don't think we have a clear-cut winner that comes out towards a third, which we can give a little bit more of an edge through. We have to look a little bit more at the map historically and think, okay, well, XMAD Lions have had the one-up previously. Look at what happened after that. We saw B&E being taken on that nuke map, ended up going the way of ECSTATIC, and we also saw B&E putting up a decent nuke against the Forza side, but then maybe not as good against Fnatic. There's a lot that really could be dived in. I think it's very even coming into this last map.
I agree on that front, most certainly here. There's a lot of argument points to make here. We did predict that it would be ECSTATIC taking the victory in 2-1 fashion, Dwayne. However, you mentioned that it's pretty even in this map up. Has your faith been swayed in the ECSTATIC squad? I'm going to give you one chance to change your prediction.
Well, I like the way that you said we when you said 2-0. But anyway, I'll let that go. 2-1, no, my prediction has not swayed. I am still back in the ECSTATIC side.
All right, I'm gonna go ahead and back ECSTATIC still, even if I do think it is gonna be a bit more of a closer affair than people might initially expect. So, yeah, I'm excited to see how this one plays out because there are a lot of fun things that could happen. It does worry me a little bit for ECSTATIC because you mentioned it earlier, Dwayne, they could be tournament contenders. But if there was one team that would have the magic to pull off an upset in this kind of semi-final, it would be a squad like the XMAD Lions. It will be ECSTATIC in the choice of side. CT seems to be picked, as it always does. So a very important start for them. The first half might be their day to rue.
And knowing that the T side against Eternal Fire was lacking in quite a lot of detail for XMAD Lions in that lower bracket final, I could be concerned for the first half here. For the XMAD Lions, they do need to get as much out of this as possible. When thinking back to some of the players that we've seen in great detail, JL typically seems to be quite a good nuke player. Red Star is into the mix. Don't often see the best of performances from Waro in those two maps played, Jay. So I wonder, is this his time to show up again?
It could well be. He showed up in that last map, most certainly. Ridiculous stuff on Dust2. Dropped a total of 28 kills towards the end. Top fragger in the series, matching Zello's numbers at 43 apiece. So there could also be equal resistance on the other side of the board. ECSTATIC now with one CT side to start. Pistol round going live for our final map of the day to see who's going to be in the grand finals of Republic. Setting the defaults as the outside control is taken with inside as well.
All about this lurk for TMB. How much of a distraction he can pull forward. A lot of players grouped up towards this lobby take. This could be a lot of damage being exchanged out from Zello.
Bearing down upon them as Dafu's USP watches and waits. Julie's ready to receive as Buzz is spotted towards the outside and Dafu draws out first blood. Headshot gained.
TMB's hearing all the footsteps, but can't really do much with this lurk. No one's down at that lower bomb side to come up from Secret. Now the hub plays in.
Taps on from Mangs, able to get at least one pick, but runs out of ammo, so JL can get the double up. Warrior can follow suit with the trade, and TMB towards outside. Strikes on Dafu, leaves Birth from Sky all alone in this clutch. 1-on-3, bomb plant is safe. He's coming in from heaven. He fights on the TMB, does some damage, but gets returned to a lot more to his name. That name might catch JL here. Oh, too close, but not close enough. Now the T-side player is able to receive him down to the site itself. Gets that one shot, runs out of ammo again, and Warrior will close the pistol.
What a recovery coming through from XMAD Lions. You lose the pick towards the outside. Dafu getting a pretty nice tap towards the top of main. And then you crunch down towards Hut. You expose Zello out into the open, try and break the crossfire. And it comes down to JL on those entries being backed up with Waro just to recover this round.
The start for Mad Lions does come through with a pistol. The AK is out immediately for them. The force back from ECSTATIC. We'll see the SMG, so they do have some automatics to play with. Mad Lions have the firepower advantage.
Even towards outside, you can see Bird from Sky being dropped into the vents. Very good kill coming through from TMB. A lot of pace in this round already. And now the idea of what ECSTATIC could bring further forward. Even Buzz is cutting off the rotate. This force buy is getting ripped.
The Fasher found as Buzz continues the placement. Red Star leaning in. Max spotted and tagged low. Dafu close and checked. So no worries here for the T-side line. 2-on-5 scenario for their favor. Red Star out towards heaven. We'll start to spot out where Manx is, the scout. Might get detected. No, it's not. Red Star works into the A site.
Even for Manx, him and Zello have to try and be in a position where you want to do some further exit damage, but you also want to keep the weapons alive. Give yourself something to work with come the next round. And for X-Mad Lions, just walking really towards the outside with that drop from TMB allows themselves to have a pretty easy second round.
Simple stuff so far. Again, just the 2-0 for Mad Lions. Holding their own, holding their nerve. Holding their second here on T-side, and a good T-side could still be pivotal to their game. We saw how great it's been over the course of the last 2 maps, on Dust 2 especially. If there's anything to show for here on Nuke, then that could make the difference. That could win them the series.
Even Red Star putting some pressure down. I think Zello's got to be a goner. No, Red Star's not even that confident. Realizes I might be giving up an AK. I'll let him save the scout. Fine.
Keeps that much. Yeah, simple stuff again. ECSTATIC shouldn't be doing much here. The guns will not be afforded by them once again. A force buy would be suicide, to say the least. Again, the start for X-Mad Lions has worked pretty well for them. Should be able to get themselves up to 3-0.
At least one of these teams, Jay, will be in the final, which means one of the closed qual teams will actually be there. Who would have thought that at least one team from the closed qualifier would have an opportunity of getting into a top 4 position, let alone going all the way the distance to the final?
Anyone come from the open qualifier, any chance?
ECSTATIC came invited into the closed qualifier, whereas X-Mad Lions came through the open quals.
Ah, there you go. What a day it would be for X-Mad Lions then. Performance you could have. They're going into this tournament the long way around. Into the grand finals as far as that. That would definitely be impressive. Warrow swinging alongside Buzz and JL, getting Fasher in at Bird from the Sky to drop. Easy picks found. The plant will be secured.
ECSTATIC probably throw themselves in for a couple of exit frags. Can't imagine too much more is going to get gained out of this one. So a simple 3-0 start coming through from the X-Mad Lions. So far getting themselves comfortable on this T side, which is exactly what they want. The good vibes, as JL mentioned.
Good vibes in general for the X-Mad Lions camp. But certainly good vibes at the moment here in this matchup. Not much they can do here on the ECSTATIC camp. Of course, the USP from Dafu tagged up so heavily. Manx and Seller just don't have the firepower to deal with them, so all 5 look to maintain their lives here for the T side. Again, to get that 3-0 start, to gain control of the early game. And now to look towards the rifle round for ECSTATIC. This will be their chance to get started.
And it is an incredible story to think about a team like the X-Mad Lions, because they are a mix. They're not practicing at all. They're just here to play out the rest of the events until the player break. I can't remember the last time I've seen a mixed team, Jay, beat the likes of an Eternal Fire twice, eliminate them, a top 25 team in the world, beat a side like K23, and now even have as competitive of a result against another top 30 in the team like ECSTATIC.
I don't know if you call them a mixed team per se, because they were part of an official roster prior and they're no longer organizationed. I guess so. Either way, they've got themselves set in. Opportunity to try and defeat the ECSTATIC side right here and book their spot in the grand finals. Buzz and JL tagged heavily in the early defaults.
TMB even getting close towards that squeak door position. Fasher is dropping down in the vents. Bird from Sky is going to do the same, so they might be thinking there's an exploitation towards outside or ramp on the cards.
Smokes to suppress them here towards the squeaky door means that there's no vent dive, and they probably will extend out to try and defend the secret control. If they extend out of secret, though, they'll see nothing of the T side.
Just knowing that ECSTATIC are trying to stall the time, holding on to as much of that util as possible is going to be important towards a top site play as well. Another re-smoke going down to the squeak door. Nothing that TMB can brute force open that way. A lot of lobby control, and even Warrior 2K on the walk outside does get spotted.
Bird from Sky drawing out that first frag. Then watching with the AWP into the hut position. Waiting for the first contact. Molotov sent towards closed vent. Counter actions coming in from the T side line, trying to suppress the M4. Engages from Fasher, but Red Star wins that fight. Dafu can get one. The nade from Bird catches Red Star with the damage, compounding to get the kill together. Dafu can double up, look for the triple, runs out of ammo, pulls out the USP. But Zello's there to close it down and keep that first in for ECSTATIC.
Incredible strong crossfire being set up there from ECSTATIC. It's not often that you actually have the AWP playing down in top site. You normally get it on a ramp rotation or up in heaven or sometimes towards outside. So you've got a slightly unorthodox setup involved. A lot of distraction being pulled from Zello, and then Dafu that's playing towards the top of Hut. He ends up with a multi-frag. Bird from Sky that caught Warro outside first and foremost. Ended up with a couple of kills towards the end of that round. And ECSTATIC get started on CT. That's what they're hoping for.
Just try and follow it up as the next big concern for them. Mad Lions. Of course, guns being brought down. AWP and AKs up. Spray's blinded. Damage will be returned to the CT side. The start up against TMB is pretty chunky, but so is the return to Bird and Fasher.
Red Star's just trying to keep an eye towards outside in case there's any aggression towards Secret or to the back of T-Red. As of right now, they're not at least attempting towards outside. They'll need a little bit more utility behind them. Zello back passive, and keep an eye on Zello being a madman on just always repositioning, making it so uncomfortable for Mad Lions to get a read on where he is.
Again, dead set even with Warro's numbers in terms of the series itself. Backside defender at this moment in time. The opposition playing towards the outside. TMB trying to work his way in towards the locker rooms. Perhaps could find a flank angle. Mad Lions, 50 seconds. Whatever they set up, gotta do it quick.
Very good outside walk coming through from TMB, but this has to be calmed over. Knowing that Manx is getting slightly aggressive forward, they have to have that realization that there's a potential of a walk outside.
On the backstab could work out so well. No one's watching it. Bars is dead. The start is found, and that throws a major spanner into the works for the Mad Lions side. TMB continues walking as Warro gets picked up by Fasher. A 5-on-3. That bomb yet to be seen by JL as Bird from Sky has his back turned with Manx now to support it. The kill is found against the wraparound. JL now to fight his way back out of position. We'll get Manx on one good pick. Bird from Sky, a known entity. Red Star to act out towards Mini. I think he was heard there. The CTs will try just against it, but 8 seconds. Time's up. Mad Lions, no chance to get into the site. Got to save their weapons and can see the second.
I don't know if JL's going to stay alive, in all honesty. He's trapped behind the squeak door position. They're going to put a lot of pressure down. He just survives in with the first, but no. Eventually is going to drop. Can't stay alive after time 2 dropping. That's going to hurt the economy float. And for ECSTATIC, tactically, that was a very good round from them. The way that Manx aggresses forward, Bird from Sky starts walking in towards that hut control, sets up the crossfire down towards ramp, and it breaks it so difficult for Mad Lions to get a foot back in.
Took too long with the exit as ECSTATIC closed in the pincers for the backstab. Moved the entire lobby presence from play, and Mad Lions, but not much in this. That spray from Fasher gets the kill on TMB through the wallbang. Edge of the doorway. The start is found by ECSTATIC here.
Even Bird from Sky continuing to spam. Wants to get as much damage out of this as possible. You've got that secret dive coming through from Manx. He hasn't spotted anything. Might catch off Buzz towards the back of T-Red, actually.
A shot from Bird gets Buzz. 5-on-3 gained. Shots out from Manx as well, finding Red Star. And ECSTATIC have returned to formula. A 5-on-2 found by them. Picking apart Mad Lions respectfully, methodically here.
We have seen some steamroll streaks of rounds over the course of this series so far. Wouldn't be surprised if ECSTATIC can come into their own now, start really ripping through on the CT. Even JL towards outside has been spotted. The best he could do is just try and look for some further damage.
One frag, but now they know where he is. They'll be on position here. The AK got to get swapped to here for JL. Knowing they're all around him. Every entryway, every corner you could possibly check from this. Bird from Sky known, Manx takes the face. JL trying to protect himself at any cost here. And they might wait for the after-time kill to come forward. Eventually the spam will be able to get the kill back. And it will be evens for ECSTATIC.
Seeing some good stuff out from Bird from Sky too. Averaging a 1.06 rating in the last 3 months of Nuke. Putting up a lot of impactful frags, a lot of multi-kills behind that main and outside location. There was that early spam into the squeak door from Fasher, and then Bird from Sky and Manx just crossfiring outside.
Overwhelming all. Bringing the scoreline to 3-all. ECSTATIC might have had the awkward pistol win conversion start, but once the guns are broken back out, things start to look alive here in this map up. I was worried for a little bit that X-Mad Lions would be able to run away with a decent T-half, but the CT-sidedness of Nuke cannot be ignored. And the gun buyer looking like it will be more of an eco here from X-Mad Lions. Should be seeing ECSTATIC take an easy fourth.
Disappointing that we haven't seen a great game coming out of Fasha either. Currently the 14th highest rated player in the event so far, averaging a 1.13 rating for the ECSTATIC side, the highest out of any player in his team when it comes to Republic. Currently down towards the bottom of the board, not only in map 1 and map 2, but also in map 3.
So very early doors here on map 3, of course. Plenty of time to turn his situation around or just to bolster up his teammates, give them the support that they need to win the map out. We'll see how it transpires as time goes on. JL is the first player tagged solo, 11 points of health.
Start hearing a lot of those footsteps towards outside. Zello with the orb does get baited for the first time around, but they have heard quite a few members outside.
Thatch is there with the nades back. They will retreat away from the red box. Try and rejoin the map towards that lobby position and just move as a cohesive unit here on the X-Mad Lions side.
Gotta expect a slight amount of acceleration in a round like this. You've already been tagged up for a couple. Start working out towards ramp. Now, as of right now, there isn't really too much of a contention towards ramp. It's only Manx.
It's the kill anyway. Incendiary saw them back, swings up for the second and a third. And Bird from Sky getting the aggressor of Red Star. Bomb dropped in the open. Buzz, a known entity. Backstabs can continue to come through. They can do whatever they want here for the CT side because whatever it is, they will win the round.
And the conversation that we were having in the Enterprise games with Han on CT side of Nuke was that whole idea of, well, Nuke was never really a great map for him. It was never really a great map from Fiend. That's a very similar conversation too from Red Star. When he was playing for the majority of the officials last year, Jay, they weren't playing much Nuke. So I'm actually going to be very keen to see what he offers come this T side and what he comes to offer in the second half, because he'll have to have a good performance again.
Well, so far he's only on 1 kill here, so it's not the best of starts. Again, early doors. Time to step up as he moves to the charge towards the outside control. Bird from Sky going to try challenging directly. His backup might get caught off as TMB is getting the first frag onto Max, dead to rights. Warrior returned.
Even Bird from Sky doesn't want to fight any further towards outside. Red Star taking so much space. And with all the distraction going down into the vent and from lobby, Red Star's walking outside. He can get right up towards Hell.
TMB finding himself here at Decon. That's curious. Could be a very interesting time if they can cut down the stairs. Fight on against the CT backstab. Red Star finding Zello. Now left to 2. Bird from Sky has no idea what he's just faced in from. And Dafu left alone to the backside of A. They can go towards the B site. They know it's completely open.
Very good default there coming through from X-Mad Lions, getting players into very aggressive setups. Obviously, TMB that went down into the vents was able to get out to that single door of Decon, and then Red Star just presses Zello towards a ramp control. Out towards Hell, just has no idea it's coming, and it shows how much map's presence and space was really gained from X-Mad Lions in the round like that.
I'm gonna really focus on trying to get that space right back. ECSTATIC. Struggled heavily in that one. Now reduced to a 4-all scoreline. X-Mad Lions, they keep up this kind of pace, and things could get real dicey for the Danish squad. Especially when you consider the last head-to-head that they had. The reason why they were able to win it over on the X-Mad Lions side was because of an 11-4 CT half. So you can imagine the second half for them would be very juicy indeed.
And that was even ECSTATIC picking Nuke, which is quite an oddity considering they never pick Nuke. So it might have been the idea that, oh, we're playing a team like X-Mad Lions, let's try and curveball the veto ever so slightly. They get punished for it. At least on this map, not in the series. But now it comes down to that decider. 4-4, X-Mad Lions, the closer they keep the competitive nature in the first half, the easier it's going to be come to the second.
Incendiary set as Zello watches the AWP. Smoke set in as he tries to hunt for TMB. Shot not connecting. Incendiary is thrown down to block any further.
A lot of good jiggles have been landed up against Zello, trying to bait the AWP and gather information, start diving towards secret control too. Zello might think about the rotating the vents.
TMB starting to back away as the CT's I think we're pressing the issue here. They are going back downstairs towards this vent control. Red Star not being seen by Zello. No scope doesn't land it. Bird from Sky does find the trade. Knows that Red Star's out there, and Red Star can double up, grab the AWP, turn it to a 4-on-3.
Might as well keep AWPing. He's down on low HP, and TMB's heard the drop from Dafu. Oh, JL's there for the assistance, though. That's an excellent trade.
Basher, however, chimes in on Red Star. You mentioned his low HP. 2-on-2 is an easy kill. And Warro started to prod back at BA site, but it does not matter. The bomb's been dropped at Decon. ECSTATIC about to discover that.
That's the uncomfortable factor. As soon as they dropped Red Star, that was the bomb control. Trying to even drop down into the vents. Fash is here on the other side.
Now they know they've got a reason to go to that B site. JL tags so heavily. Smokes in. Warro's core. 11 HP for the 1v2 clutch. JL with it all to do. Swung upon. Gets the headshot on Manx. That's definitely impressive. And now Fash has got to hide. Does he know about the bomb control here at Decon? Well, JL's going to fight him over at double doors anyway. Flashbang forward, and Fasher gets the kill anyway.
Comes down to a triple. One of the biggest rounds I've seen from Fasher so far on the city side of Nuke. And it's a very good play from the vent rotation from Fasher to take that fight head on with Red Star. Make it so uncomfortable for the T's to recover that round back. Because you'd have to say in this sort of position, things are looking pretty good. 4v2. Get themselves in for some trading games where Fasher just slows the whole round down, does so much damage, and JL can't really do much at all.
The HP difference was way too much, but at least he brought it down to one single player for ECSTATIC, so it continues to be an expensive round there. Difficult affair for ECSTATIC. The bias can only continue for so much longer. AWP set in Bizello. Red Star faces his reactions a little bit late on the CT side.
Very dry towards the outside take two from X-Mad Lions, not even putting smokes down to the cross. Bird from Sky head on against Red Star. Red Star's got the advantage by slow walking forward. The AK still wins it out, just when he thought it was actually going to go the other way.
Bird of the jump on him and everything. Saw the gun barrel wrap the corner, got the first shot off, and the spray should have been right there, but no. Red Star chimes into a second pick, in fact, to open up the B side. Fash is hearing all the rotates, and Warro with the AWP towards outside. Gets him to drop. Manx and Zello, last two players left. JL will at least drop that one pick, but they have lost all control here.
This has just crippled the economy state too from ECSTATIC, that it's gone back and forth, and players aren't really surviving en masse. Manx and Zello are going to desperately hope to hold on to their weapons. What a double entry in from Red Star. First off, it seemed as if he was just going to hold the angle and wait for Bird from Sky to aggress, and then they sort of meet each other. The flick comes through, and then he multi-frags. He even follows up. That's a great display from Red Star.
Second pick on 22 HP, and again, Bird from Sky had the jump on him. That's going to hurt ECSTATIC. Emotionally and in terms of their own game here, the two weapons being saved should enable a buyback to come through because the money's still pretty good on the current flow. But you can see how little they got out of the loss bonus there.
Buying down has to be the option. Let's have a look at these entries from Red Star. Not even really pre-aiming it. And Dafu just getting caught. Silly rotation down for the vents position. Warrior with a good quick flick towards outside. And from that point onwards, that was it. That was round down. ECSTATIC 5-5. They probably won't be too happy with this scoreline, to be frank.
No, not at all. Not at all. CT side needs to be confident, needs to be good. The fact that X-Mad Lions have kept pace up until this point is nothing but encouragement to the opposition. ECSTATIC either better pick up the 10-5 from here on out or have a confident game plan going into the T side. It's Zello's AWP that has confident game plans in towards this ramp control. Gets his 2 picks, and there's no trades for Mad Lions.
Notice the way that Manx just wasn't over-facing, but instead jiggling, pulling so much distraction forward to allow that bait and switch setup to come in. The NWP will rotate from hell, finding so many connections. Warriors found a response as the ramp players get aggressive.
Giving up that pick pretty easy. Hope that doesn't turn into a round taken back by X-Mad Lions on those trades. Going the way of them, giving ECSTATIC the window opportunity that X-Mad Lions can take. Opening up the squeaky door. Fash is going to try and prod some more at the T-side line. TMB will start the walk towards outside. Could find a major flank here.
The bomb is kind of trapped towards outside, so they need more information that there's nothing being gained around the lockers or heaven control to at least get it down to secret. It could even be a crunch down onto A.
But from Sky's watching this, turns away. Perfect time for a backstab. TMB looks to strike, forces him out of the way. Kill not quite found, but Buzz can be assisted on this one. Damage being done. The CTs are forced away. And from a 5v3 to a 3-on-3, the bomb will get planted here.
There's so much util for TMB to really slow this down. And even for Buzz, he's out in the open. He needs assistance.
Incendiary sent down towards Squeak and Zello with the AWP pick. Now Warrow up close and past them with his own AWP play. He's going to focus on Birth from Sky first and foremost. Might see Zello instead. Get out of dodge. The M4 can't get a trade back. Dafu flashing his way forward. Warrow's so low and TMB is tagged, but so is Birth from Sky. Dafu needs to come in and provide some sort of support here. And the AWP in the middle of the smoke misses the shot. TMB still strikes a one-on-one with the headshot landing on Dafu to hold it down at 11 HP and get the lead for X-Mad Lions.
I reckon Zello is fuming in that round, Jay. They've got 2 opening man advantages. He got 2 picks on the rotate from hell, and they can't win the round. They don't close it out at all. A lovely round in from Buzz. The aggression from the AWP in from Warrow towards that heart control, and then TMB just plays it to absolute perfection. What a tap this is as the flash starts to pop. That is one hell of a recovery.
One hell of a clutch as well, and look at this, the MAC-10 storming down for the man, picking up Manx. Broken investment for ECSTATIC, Scout and M4 already. The Scout saving, they'll charge their way back downstairs for ECSTATIC. Might let chaos ensue here, but automatics are sparse. The M4 can chime in on 1. Red Star and Buzz with 2 trades, a 4-on-2 to the favor of the T side. 5-7 gets that 1 kill back onto Buzz and looks to go point blank against TMB, but a MAC-10 does him 1 better.
Beautiful pace coming through there from X-Mad Lions. They realize that the economy is very shaky, and they probably have the realization that there's going to be a lack of head Kevlar, so let's just send it. Let's have a very aggressive approach towards that ramp room, get down to lower, and just force as many fights out in the open as we can. Really wreck against the force buy. I can't believe it, but X-Mad Lions might be looking at 8, 9, possibly even 10 rounds on T side of Nuke. What is going on?
What's going on in the 7th round for X-Mad Lions? ECSTATIC, they're in deep trouble now. I said 10-5 at the half from that 5-all scoreline. It might go the other way though, and if it goes the way of the T side, I don't know if ECSTATIC bring this back.
Even Dafu, a player that is the 16th highest rated in the event, Jay, positive 19 KD difference, 1.13 rating. Where's he been in the series? 20 kills and 34 deaths combined in map 1 and in map 2. Haven't really seen much of him on the CT side. So when you've got Dafu not putting up the numbers and Fasher too, you know you're going to struggle. You know you're going to have a tough series.
TMB through the smoke, getting Dafu to start things off. Fasher training back Buzz. 4-on-4 gained. CTs remain center of the site. TMB find anything you can here behind these smokes that will start to clear here. Boost up to allow the AK to look over towards the squeaky door while being protected. TMB might not expect this. Neither might Warrow. Headshot found. Bomb gets dropped in the open. TMB swings and they'll try and challenge him.
TMB's got to be careful about over-fighting here. Doesn't want to lose that bomb control. It could be a distraction. Jail's trying to play out from hearts.
We'll get Zello for it. Back to a 3-on-3 will go. Takes a lot of damage for that engagement. And now the dive comes in from TMB. Bomb on his back into the B site. Still going to cut those rotations from ECSTATIC. They've got to go the long way around here. And yeah, no one's going to be able to receive.
Oh, JL gets caught though. And now for Red Star, he's so far away from regrouping up with TMB that TMB might actually be worried about getting the bomb down.
Especially with CTs being as close as they are. They heard the vent dive. Now Birth from Sky is in the vents. And Red Star has the A site. TMB's thinking of a rat play back towards Heaven, which might be the best call for him.
He doesn't know how quick the rotates can be out from Secret and from the vents position. Red Star's got to get down into those vents. Got to try and work off one another. Fash is holding so deep in lobby. It's going to be the rat back to A.
Up from hell into Heaven, down back onto the site. Red Star's watching. Playing cover in case anyone starts to make the moves in, but no, they're going to wait for that bomb plant and go for the retake.
They've been good in post plants before. Manx trying to peek in very aggressively with the PP buys and gets denied.
AK Fasher facing next and dealt with by TMB for his triple Birth from Sky. 5-7 against the first, but not the second. TMB wins another clutch, a 4K for him in the round itself, and X-Mad Lions win the half for it.
just keep in mind, Jay, in the two officials that we've seen from X-Mad Lions against Ghost, ECSTATIC and Eternal Fire, TMB has averaged a 0.67 rating, and he is top fragging in the server. He has won so many 1vx's and stood up tall in the post plants. He is having an incredible series and an incredible map when it matters the most.
You weren't already concerned about ECSTATIC, now is the time to be so. SMGs of Manx Bird from Sky picks up Warrow. TMB tags so heavily down as JL's forced to respond, get that one trade back to a 4-on-4 and open up the ramp control.
And now they could just start working that lower take. Even Zello is waiting for some further aggression to come out from Hell. JL down towards that lower side. Fash is hoping to catch one of the rotates.
Gets caught off himself. Red Star frags onto them. Burst fire from JL, going to try and look for the kill back from Bird from Sky. 18 HP as he continues to get naded down. Red Star charges up to the site. Should be able to score the bomb plant.
Red Star could have dropped that bomb. That could have been such a massive fight to come through from Fasher. Doesn't happen. And now, Jay, do they back themselves? Do they save? I reckon saving's not a bad option.
Ah, well, Bird from Sky can't save. Dafu does force the issue forward, get his kill back on TMB. Low HP on Red Star and JL. It's possible they can go for this. As they get the kills immediately, not allow the headshots to come through on the flicks, and it won't happen for JL's part. Orb now leaning in, looking up to the rafters, but Buzz has one back turn and one man facing directly. X-Mad Lions, 9-5. ECSTATIC. They just can't catch a break.
They've got to be buzzing off of that one. They've got to be so hyped. 9-5 on T-side in a semi-final on the third map in the decider. And this kill, that is monstrous from Red Star. He is one of the last players in lobby to come down to ramp, and he's the bomb carrier, Jay. That frag almost presents itself from Fasher, but doesn't come through. X-Mad Lions looking for double digits in the first half.
On the T side as well. ECSTATIC, regardless of how this plays out from here, whether it be 9-6 or 10-5, they're in dire straits for the second half here. What on earth do you do to even think about bringing this back?
I could just imagine how chirpy someone like JL must be right now, Jay. They are in their element on the T side, working the outside control. Bird from Sky trying to come up from Secret. It's the lack of nades in this round right now from ECSTATIC.
M4 swing, burst through from Bird. Buzz finds the frag and the headshot immediately to the man. TMB continues working towards the outside, and the CTs will back away from that position.
We've seen how strong X-Mad Lions have been deeping that control towards outside, allowing themselves to get into Garage and to Hell and to Heaven. And for ECSTATIC, they want a lobby crunch. They want to put pressure back on. The issue is here, there's no one in lobby.
One man is, and if they can find it, that could be a positive entity, but JL's now got his head on the swing. Swiveling back towards Zeto, getting killed off. I thought he was going to get a frag there, and now Max Dafu can strike. At long last, some decent confidence for ECSTATIC to close out the half. Down by 3 rounds, however, X-Mad Lions still hold dominion over this T side. And again, I remind everybody at home at how things played out in the last head-to-head. A monstrous CT side is what allowed X-Mad Lions to gain control of that last map. Blake, you think it's going to happen again?
I think it is. I actually think this is on. And I would not have ever imagined X-Mad Lions to not only make the playoffs, Jay, but to make the grand final. They have had a very good resurgence as of late. It came down to adding Red Star only a couple of weeks ago, trying to fill in that 5th spot. And since then, there's been a lot of victories on the board, and this one could be the biggest.
Blocks and USPs pulled out. P2 Fiddy for Zello. Bird from Sky busted open the windows, making a lot of noise out towards the Heaven wrap. ECSTATIC go back downstairs into the B site. Only one CT backed up a ramp to defend it. Be a retake on for X-Mad Lions.
We've seen some good pistols, though, out from X-Mad Lions, and JL catches off that lurk. That's Manx being dealt with, and even for Bird from Sky, he hasn't been able to pull enough of his attention.
It's an important start for the CT side. TMB knows that Bird from Sky's out here somewhere. Warriors going to see him, and now they're converging upon the man. Red Star Pulls the attention away as TMB gets credited with the kill, a 5-on-3. And now all hell's about to break loose on this B site, but a major man advantage for X-Mad Lions here. Fasher needs to get a kill for ECSTATIC. He sees one player back towards Secret. It's Buzz as Warrior strikes on sight. And now they're going to get overwhelmed, pushed into a corner as the defuse come back. The P250 can't get a kill against the carrier. Fasher got a swing. TMB body blocks it. JL, USP, switched out to. Fasher's got no ammo. No pistol at double doors. He can use to get the kill. And JL gets away with murder.
No way! No way has that just happened in a semi-final! A 10-second defuse, distractions going down everywhere, and it comes down to the stance of not having enough bullets. Oh, that's heartbreak. ECSTATIC did so much right, and X-Mad Lions have pulled off an absolute miracle.
I can't believe that. Look at the ammo counts for Fasher. Oh my lord. That is the most unlucky pistol ECSTATIC have faced off in this entire series, possibly this entire tournament. I don't know what to say, Dwayne. He had it. He had the open line. JL held the defuse. He was an open target right for the picking. And they needed that pistol more than anything else.
And normally, what could happen in those sort of situations is JL just gets off the bomb and fights, knows that the round's done, but he backs himself. He's got the confidence to say, if I don't hold this bomb, we ain't winning this round. So I'm going to do it at absolutely all costs and just hope. Just hope that there's a whiff, that there's something that happens in the wings for me to get this pistol. X-Mad Lions up to 10. ECSTATIC on the force up, and they are desperate to get back into this. Knowing so many players dropped, knowing they got a bomb plant, they've got the confidence to go for the force up.
But they are running out of rounds, and quickly at that. This round win could still turn their fortunes, but X-Mad Lions could put them even further into the dirt here. M4s, SMG, Tech 9s and rifles brought down. Particularly ECSTATIC looking towards the AK on Fasher as the main damage dealer here. Swing out towards the default setting, so passive for ECSTATIC.
Even Red Star diving down from that ramp control, getting down to the lower bomb site. He's cleared out the vents, seen nothing, so there's no vent drop. They know about that much. Start working out from the secret control. TMB just clearing out the other side of the vent corner. Expecting a play towards outside. It might be a slight lurk. Red Star seeing nothing right now.
Smoke's starting to clear indoors here. The outside smoke set in. But ECSTATIC just unbelievably passive. Unbelievably passive at the moment.
They know that they could just run the clock down in a round like this, end up for a top side split. You've got Fasher that could be the super late lurk outside to come in from main, get the util off of the skylights, and land the beautiful entries. That's what they need.
TMB watching. SMG standing. Both entryways will be covered off. One man's going to burn TMB with the opening kill. Zello trades it. Mank still falls to Buzz. Fasher with 2 picks. Red Star with a responsive. Back at open vent. That bomb going to commit towards him, and JL provides support. X-Mad Lions let them go no further.
And they did so much right on the side take, Jay. The way that they forced Buzz off angle, the way they continued to apply pressure on those entries, what really held them up and what was almost the negative aspect of that round of which fell apart, it was the rotate. Red Star coming up from that vent position, gets a multi-frag, and then JL2. It is all down to those rotations right there for Mad Lions. And for ECSTATIC, they didn't even get a bomb down, Jay. And they're still forcing, they're so desperate, mate.
They have to be at this stage. The CT side are only 5 away from eliminating them. Tournament potential winners. One of our favorites. Out in the semis to a team that aren't even going to stay together in whole.
Team that aren't even practicing.
A team that aren't even practicing, aren't even actively trying to be a decent team. ECSTATIC about to lose to them. That's how important and that's how ridiculous this whole scenario is here. The set towards the CT side as Red Star mows down 2. Can't make it a triple, but Zello will be traded.
Celo's got to dive down. He's got to go into secret. He can't beat back up because now the bomb gets dropped. Dafu's going to fall. And Manx is now the last one left. Even by my standards, Jay, this was a hell of a risk to force buying around like that. Yeah, he did a lot of economical damage in the last round, but he didn't even get a bomb plant. They're not working with the best of weaponry. They've now got none of it. 12 on the board now for the X-Mad Lions. And for ECSTATIC, oh, they're going to force again.
No.
Yeah,
No.
This is, I think this is done. I actually reckon this is over.
Yeah, I reckon so too. The desperate moves, that pistol must have tilted the ever-loving hell out of ECSTATIC.
Might just be a hero.
Because why else? No, Bertham's guy's going to commit as well. Tactical's coming out to discuss it even further. It must be full tilt, because what other reason would you go for this kind of force buy over and over again when you aren't getting bomb plants, when you aren't doing that much damage in the grand scale of things? ECSTATIC, I do not agree with this at all.
Nah, I'm with you. And this is where maybe if a coach stands in and goes, guys, just pull yourself together, because this is where you start digging yourself a bigger hole. They obviously realize the reset potential is pretty close. TMB doesn't have a lot of money. Red Star the same, Buzz too. So they're getting close to the double eco reset status. But this is really desperate. This is pulling all of the stops out to make the force buys happen. And we have not seen the success from the last couple of them.
Time to be concerned. Time to expect the unexpected. Time to expect an upset. 4 rounds to go for X-Mad Lions. ECSTATIC playing passive as they did in the previous round. A bit more active in the lobby control itself. Boros sat here with the M4, blind firing roughly onto Fasher, but he is behind hard cover.
Util's gonna have to be perfection right here from ECSTATIC. Now they've got to play it down towards that lower bomb site bird from Sky. This could just be a fake though. Try and bring more rotations over, open up a door, and just try and force the CTs off of angles. Try and exploit them ever so slightly.
The central site defenders will be the big concern here for ECSTATIC, and they won't be rotating that much at all. Maybe down from the vents. Bird from Sky won't cover that off though. Utility thrown in with the smokes coming down, the nades doing some damage to Manx and Fasher. But they have to commit here, 40 seconds.
Bird's making noise downstairs. They're trying to overcommit them, and JL's rotating away from ramp, but Manx has been seen.
Burst through, flash in, incendiary set, Zello swings, gets his kill. Buzz now with them all to line up, and he gets a double for it. Manx overwhelms to the 3-on-3 with the Mag-10, but CT's coming in so quick, Red Star could almost line them up, and indeed, he does get picked up. So a 3-on-2 for ECSTATIC in the Popes plant.
Very aggressive again. JL's making a lot of noise. TMB the same. Trying to wrap in from this heaven and main position. This is difficult.
M4 recovers. Known towards that mini position. From Sky not seen. The incendiary might drive him out of position though. In towards Squeaky. No, it landed outside of it, so Bird's safe. Dafu, lesser so. Both players exposed and Bird will get the kill. JL will try hunt for them. No time on the retake, no kit on his pouch, none. Well, there is one dropped out towards Hut, but either way to hunt for these picks to go back for it. It takes too long. 7 on the board. ECSTATIC finally break into the half.
And you can't really imagine the X-Mad Lions are going to force down here. TMB doesn't have money. Buzz and Red Star the same. It's only a couple of guys that do. Take it as a light eco. Buzz, very good hold from him. A couple of kills dropping down off of that top of Hut, but just didn't get enough from those rotators. And for Red Star, Jay, you could see the opportunity was there for the disaster. To drop that bomb, to multi-frag up, and instead, ECSTATIC just have a lot of eyes looking down to that main position, and Red Star just gets caught.
Harsh USPs out for X-Mad Lions. Finally, that damage is going to compound itself for ECSTATIC. Swing in, Fasher can deal with them all towards outside. There'll be no shenanigans here from the CT side. 2 rounds gained in a row to give them the opportunity here to try and bring back the comeback. They started that on Dust 2. They got that one conversion. They followed it up and they started to find their confidence again. But is it too little too late here?
It's got to come down to the mental. Think about the idea that coming into today, Jay, that ECSTATIC were on a 6-game winning streak, that it was just 2-1 after 2-1 after 2-1, victory after victory. They lose to a Sinner side in a very close best-of-3 only a few hours ago. And now, potentially losing out on a grand final placing against XMAD Lions. Warrior2K with that AWP, looking to try and open up from Squeak Door, but no one even giving him a chance of a peek.
Orps ringing out, Warrior being tagged, Buzz aggressing, as is JL. Dafu barely seen, the reload was heard. He have his eyes on that trophy room entrance in case JL continues to extend, but he won't. Sit back behind the chairs and wait for ECSTATIC to make their move.
Unless they get a flash, I can't see Buzz getting aggressive here. Hold the sight line, keep the pressure on, and as soon as somebody fires, that allows JL for the possibility of having that wrap.
Buzz was picked up by Dafu through the wall bangs, detecting him, hearing the tags. AWP of Warrior continuing to bear down upon them. And I like this bait and switch setup from him and JL. Orb frag gets out of dodge, JL baits them further and gets the kills against every other T-side player. That's assuming they go there. ECSTATIC want to play towards outside.
That's the issue. Red Star has to try and hold as long as possible. And even for him, knowing that he's playing in Garage rather than Secret, it's going to be difficult to deny any of that outside control. Another one of these topside players. Oh, it might be Ramp. It might actually be Ramp.
Molotov's being thrown in. Warro, Orp fragged against Bird from Sky. Backstab check. Dafu gets away. Unalived by Manx, 4-on-2. ECSTATIC trying to hold their own. Zella will get caught to the back lines. TMB makes this round possible for him and Red Star, but they are down by a player, and Fasher takes that advantage back.
Could have hold on to two M4s in that situation, opt against it. TMB super quick on those rotates down for the vents. And Warrior's got to be kicking himself because I don't think he needed to get aggressive there, Jay. Went in for a slight peek of information towards lobby. If he would have held the back passive angle, there would have been so much more success being found. Red Star's trying to get back over to that AWP, but I don't know if that's a possibility. Has to multi-frag, doesn't happen. 9 on the board now from ECSTATIC, clawing their way back into this map on T-side.
Doing everything they can to do so. Back to the 3-round difference we saw at the turn of the half. XMAD Lions still so close to taking control of this series. ECSTATIC back over the tilt factor, trying their best not to allow it to affect their game from here on out, even though it has led them to this position already. They are keeping it held together just about here. Pistols pulled in by XMAD Lions, so once again a free round for ECSTATIC.
What a check that was too from Dafu. How important that could have been. If that gets unchecked, you might be thinking about 2, even 3 kills being presented for JL. And for ECSTATIC, this is where I think the more experienced team comes into the fold, Jay. With how disciplined they can be in these sort of situations, I do favor them with the confidence on the back foot.
Deagle facing. I'll hold off towards that secret angle. Smoke set in for Bird from Sky. Will try and block out some vision over towards the Heaven position, I can only assume. You down at locker room's the same, so again, vision just held off. It's careful placement.
Notice how much slower it is too from ECSTATIC on their T-side in comparison to XMAD Lions. I think we saw from the international squad there was a lot more acceleration, a lot more puggy sort of tactics on the T-side by exploiting outside. Very much running the clock low, and Bird from Sky is finding a lot of map control.
Ending quite far out. JL sees the one. Bird from Sky challenging. Damage done to get the kill now. Heaven is compromised. They're going to walk into the stack here. Red Star gets his kill back. The USPs, however, don't quite get that much. TMB, Deagle found. AWP missing a shot in the round, but connects the second face. ECSTATIC find 10. Continue to close the gap bit by bit.
And for XMAD Lions, this is now a wondering, do you rely on your AWP players to go for a double AWP? It's pretty uncommon on the city side of Nuke, but I'm looking at this team and I'm thinking, mate, Red Star does a bit of AWPing, JL does a bit of AWPing, TMB even does a bit of AWPing. When the struggles are continuing on the CT side, I think they need to change it up. We saw definitely on Dust 2 how much double AWPing there was, even on T side from them.
We're going to leave it on Moro for the time being. 7 kills deep, however, you asked him to be a monster. He was in the last map, not so much this one. It's Bird from Sky towards outside. Fasher fell from the silo, will lose his life, and TMB can get the advantage for XMAD Lions here.
They're making noise though. Warrior's gonna hear that dive down towards a lower position. TMB's here with a smoke to try and stall for time.
And he heard of 2 sets of footsteps at TMB. Right call to make, turning away from the flashbang. Expecting them to press forward, but they won't do so. Woro starts to close in the pincers with the AWP now in its secret control, and he's going to wait for them to extend back.
This is such a tight angle, because you're only going to see a pixel of their head when they come up from the actual stairs. This is not an angle the AWPers want to be in, but in this sort of situation, you want a sandwich. You want to put pressure on the guys out from secret.
See where Fasher fell down earlier. Molotov's indicating they'll press the issue. TMB tagged up and not being damaged by the fire, waiting for the headshot against Dafu. The bursts don't land. He's forced to close double doors and retreat to the site.
Warrior's thinking about aggressing forward, but he doesn't want to get caught off. ECSTATIC have still got a player towards the top site. It might actually be an over-rotation to regroup up with Manx.
Noise being heard, smoke's going down. AWP to counter-rotate back. Buzz still on site, hearing them in the vents. Catches Zello, looks out with Warrior support. Manx overwhelms, takes a ton of damage for it. A 3-on-2 for the CT favor, and Warrior leads the charge straight in. Incendiary to suppress him. The bomb will go down.
They can slow it. They've got a kit. They've got some util. They've got the man advantage. JL from Evan.
He gets the kill on Dafu, left to Manx now. Half HP against 2 of them. Warrior watching with the AWP, swung upon, gets his shot, and ex-Mad Lions find unlucky 13.
That's what we want to see from Warrior, stepping up in the important rounds, getting them over the finish line, up to 13 with a multi-frag. And even Buzz, good hold from him. He doesn't over-rotate, Jay. The youngster, one of the less experienced players on this ex-Mad Lions side, doing a solid in a round like that. Playing up on the floor, on the off angle, dealing with that rotate up from the vents, and just helping as much as possible to get those rotations back in.
I can't help but feel like that suicide from Fasher, assisted by Red Star, may have given ECSTATIC the way back in had they held that man advantage. Fought so well in that round to keep it on its toes, but ex-Mad Lions walk away with the win there. Rifles back in for the T side line. Bomb plant bonus might be required at least here for round 24.
Knowing that there's limitations on the city side with TMBs from us, they want to get as much out of this as possible. Fasher is alone out to the back of T-Red. He is going to get some smokes behind him. And there's a player down towards Secret of Red Star that they don't know about just yet.
Up and holding. Manx leading. Smokes down, the suppression held in the round from us. Watching for TMB's part. Just the suppression involved. No angle to work from here for either side.
Ex-Mad Lions ranked first in the event on their CT side for most multi-kills per round. If we can get that now, if they can get that right now, to get them over. 3 more to go. And for ECSTATIC, it is back to the very slow passive default from them.
Smoke sent, incendiaries down, flashes come through for TMB. Diving out. Be seen by ECSTATIC. They're slowing this down still. 30 seconds. They're going to make a move soon. But from Sky is heard.
Oh, they know about him. That actually pulls the NWP over and straight into the trap of Fasher that's waiting for that play.
Buzz on the backside. Manx not checking him. Headshot found. Dafu to swing with the bomb on his back. No flash support. And Zello falls to Buzz. He's on for the quadra, but Bird from Sky puts him down at last. Woro pulls distraction as JL gets in from the hot control. Bomb plant. JL swings. Gets his spray. Red Star finds Bird. And ex-Mad Lions extend now even further. 2 more rounds to go.
The youngest man in server right now, the 19-year-old of Buzz, has another electric round there, Jay. Playing as that B anchor. Look at the time management. The fact that he isolates 2 incredible picks to then follow it up with a 3rd, and that just wastes so much time on the bomb site. Red Star and JL working together, and Buzz is stepping up in this second half. There's no doubt about it.
Tactical timeout used by the Mad Lions. Second one in the game. They've been very sparse with using them. Haven't had a need to thus far. Now's the time to cool it down, understand the position you're in. So close to the victory, and with ECSTATIC on the force buy, they will not play for overtime. They'll stand and fight here. Do or die for the T side.
Ex-Mad Lions even getting that AWP from Warrior 2K to keep an eye on the outside play. And from ECSTATIC, that's where the bomb's going to follow. That's where Bird from Sky and Co are going. Him and Fasher trying to see if they can work down to their secret control. TMB not spawning anything in the squeak door either, a feat.
Incendiary is posted back behind the smokes, nades on, damage land directly to Fasher, spray through on Bird from Sky, takes him the same. Open the windows for the moment as the T's stall.
Red Star might be that rotator down to the lower bomb site, leave JL to not leave his post. And TMB, he is adamant that there's going to be a play out for this squeak door.
Smokes on TMB. Key positions, Buzz falls back. ECSTATIC play the mind games with the silence across all of Nuke here. Further util thrown, so once again the T's will not be allowed to aggress. At least at the moment, Molotovs will come down as they rotate towards ramp control.
It's going to be a lower take, and JL and Red Star have got to work together. They're close off between one another.
Orozorp forced back into the ramp entrance from Hell. 30 seconds. Get back towards the upper side, thinking there might be a wraparound, a cancellation. Indeed, there is. Back to the split blade. TMB in an open vent. Buzz gets his kill on backside. Dafu trading. TMB responds. And Bird from Sky continues trading. Look at the low HP across the T side board. The CT's closing in the pincers from the back. And they know it might already be over. Bird from Sky will try look for the plant. Wallbangs attempted, won't land. Dafu overwhelming. Bird from Sky didn't stand a chance at the AK. It is map, match, and semi-final point for Mad Lions over ECSTATIC of all teams.
The team that went all the way to the quarterfinals last season, Jay, to fall to the likes of Eternal Fire, who we know went on all the distance to get that second place. And for Mad Lions, Jay, while it might only be a core 2, if we look back at season 2, they were eliminated in the European Open qualifier at 5th to 8th place. They didn't even have a chance of making it to the group stage. And now they are one round away from making the bloody grand final, mates.
I made the Open qualifier in this season of Republic. Went all the way from the open bracket to do everything to bring themselves back here. Surpassing teams like ITB, Mouse NXT, Sinners Enterprise, K23, Sprout, and ECSTATIC, who also came through that close qualifier. They were invited directly. Mad Lions had a point to prove in this tournament. They might not be practicing, they might not be taking it seriously, but you know what they're doing, Blake? They're winning.
One to go. That's all that's got to be the focus. And they've got a good buy. They're up against a Galil 2 from Manx. Run boost towards outside. Warren 2K not quite getting the jump up.
Look on with AWP at credit card, though. Continue to hold down that position. Does not see anybody. Deceiving how that X-ray looks at the gaps there at the boxes, but there's no angle that you can use from credit card. Incendiary sent down, smokes involved, the T's will cross as Red Star sprays through the smoke, catches the kill. Dafu quick to trade.
Very quick frag indeed. And now Red Star's got to think about diving down to that lower bomb site, try to assist down on B, always being that guy to drop lower. And TMB is still trying to press the squeak door though.
Windows open up on the B site. Trying to press them back towards that secret control. They are convinced they're in secret. Start pushing out towards the squeaky control for Mad Lions. And Manx will catch off their kill. Buzz is still out there. Easy trade on 1. Second, third, and fourth might be a bit more difficult. Look towards JL instead. Headshots turned away from Zello's dead. Dafu's down. Fasher left alone. 1v2 for a 3K clutch. Bomb is on his back. Thinking of going to the B site. And so are the CTs.
Oh, this is a good read. This is a very good read indeed, because those two guys are going up towards a heaven position. Both JL and Red Star have over-rotated here.
Fasher get the bomb down at the back of the B site. Now where do Mad Lions go? From ramp, from site in towards the vents. JL first man out, 19 HP, easy pick. Last man will be a bit more quiet. It was the distraction play. Red Star slows it down in decon. Fasher waits. Red Star comes inbound as well. Will he check the corner? Yes, he will! For the spray and a headshot, the BM and all. Well deserved for him and Mad Lions as they upset tournament favourites ECSTATIC. 16-10, 2-0. They're off to the grand grand finals of Republic.
I don't know how they keep doing it. Every single time we doubt them in the group stage, in the best of threes, up against the quarterfinal of Mouse NXT, they have won another series here in Republic. They're off to the final. That is a huge achievement for the boys.
Unbelievable. The only team in the playoffs from the open qualifier coming through and doing all the work, not only to get through the round of 6 in the quarterfinals, but to beat out ECSTATIC in the semis. They're going to make top 2 at the very least at the end of this team's run. I don't know what it is about dead team syndrome, Dwayne, because it always shows up every single time.
It does indeed, and for ECSTATIC, they have got to be fuming. This is a side that was on a good winning streak coming into today. They lost to Sinners a few hours ago. They've now lost to X-Mad Lions when they've always had the one-up. They even played each other 19 days ago, and it was a fairly convincing 2-1 series. They go back onto Nuke. It's not the exact result that ECSTATIC are looking for. It's the same result from the map scoreline last time of Nuke being taken by the X-Mad Lions.
And I'm looking at this whole situation, thinking back to what I said after Dust 2, right? Where I said, look, there are some concerning signs for ECSTATIC off the back of that map having gone as long as they did without players getting kills, for instance. Like, that was the big concerning factor for me. And I don't feel like that was necessarily the problem over on Nuke, but I do feel like that they came in extremely poor. And after that pistol, it was full tilt from there. It was GG. I think you called it at the right time, Dwayne, because ultimately it was going to be a victory for X-Mad Lions. And I do kind of take a look at that Sinners series over from Elisa, and I take a look at what we've just seen here in Republic, and I do feel like it might have been one of those off days for ECSTATIC. The worst off day is conceding 2 series in playoff tournaments. That's got to hurt even further.
Knowing that they could have won the whole thing. I was back in ECSTATIC from the beginning of this playoff bracket to win the entire tournament. I'd probably put Forza up in that conversation as well, if I'm going to be honest. But they were a contender. They were definitely a team that you could have lucked at going the whole distance. And they get upset. They get upset in the semi-finals. They can't carry on. And just knowing that they'd been in a grand final placing before, it didn't come their way. This looked to be the best opportunity of the majority of events in the last few months to do it. And unfortunately, it just doesn't happen.
Indeed it doesn't. And the best part about the X-Mad Lions side victory, I'd like to point out that you typed up Warrior 2K. He definitely was the difference maker on Dust 2. On Nuke, he only got 9 picks. The fact that we're able to go around him and be able to pick up the slack where he was leaving off, leaving that AWP not with the massive amount of pressure that X-Mad Lions might require from a regular AWP individual, that's a big thing for them. Like, they are playing a no-nonsense style, a fun style, a style that works as well. And for ECSTATIC, they pay the price for it, eliminated in the semi-finals. After such a good group run as well, Dweg.
It's a difficult team to play against, in all honesty, because for X-Mad Lions, they are quite gimmicky in some of their attributes. We saw it in a few of the wild rounds out from the entire team. And for ECSTATIC, they're normally a team that like to prep for their opponents. And you think back to that Sinners result, well, Sinners are playing with a coach, and now you're going up against an X-Mad Lions side where it's difficult to pull from results because the lineup keeps changing. So you can understand from ECSTATIC's point of view why it is difficult to play teams of this sort of position, but still, you have to be managing the victory. And it didn't happen. X-Mad Lions pull another one off.
And for a team as well that have been in that position, right? Like, we've talked about how the ECSTATIC and Lingby Vikings were always in the conversation among the top-end squads of the Tier 2 scene. For them to not only lose out on this tournament, to be the closest they've ever gotten to a trophy in 2022 and still lose out. Again, it's all sorts of context just piling on for this ECSTATIC side, contextualizing how poor this loss really is. But it's great, however, for one team, X-Mad Lions, defeating them in a 3-map series, go to the grand finals. And we're going to talk to Buzz now, who's joining us here on the line. My friend, welcome to you. Congratulations on the victory. We did not see it coming. We've been counting you out time after time after time. We think everyone's going to beat you, and somehow you always manage to pull it off. Where does the magic come from?
I'm not sure. Like, I think it's really just people really wanting to win and having really deep focus. Yeah, because it's like we don't have any set strats or anything, so people are really just focusing on their individual level and yeah, trying to shoot some hits and do some multi kills. I think that's what's winning a lot.
I've got to ask about the last pistol of on Nuke, Buzz. What was going on there with you guys? What was the comp? Because JL didn't have a kit, was just sticking a 10-second defuse, and then all of a sudden he doesn't get traded. What is the comms like in that round?
I mean, they were a bit stressed, I think, but we called early, even before we started the retake, that one guy just had to stick the bomb and just keep stinging it because we had no kit. And I mean, the others of us tried to protect him, but he had to stick it, otherwise we would lose the round anyway. And I don't know how they didn't shoot him, but yeah, it's... I don't know.
I can tell you why, actually. I can tell you why. It's because his pistol ran out of ammo. He switched to USP that also had no ammo. So if you want to know how ridiculous it was on our side. Yeah, very unlucky indeed. But for you guys, like, I don't even know what to say about your run so far. Like, you've been through the trials and tribulations of virtually every match. You've lost a series against the Bad News Eagles, but you've beaten K23. You've beaten Eternal Fire twice. You've beaten Mouse and XT, and now you've beaten ECSTATIC. Were you expecting this run to be as deep as it has been?
I definitely didn't expect it, but after the first couple of wins against the decent teams, I definitely thought all the time that we had a decent chance of winning if we just started to full focus when we went into the match and everyone came with a positive attitude. So yeah, no, I didn't expect it, but I definitely thought we had a chance.
I want to ask about Tier B's calling from when you guys were sort of actually playing as a team than what it is now. Sort of having that idea that there's no practice, that it's a little bit more chilled. Is he giving you guys more freedom, or is it business as usual? In-game, he's going to call us all the way to victory.
I mean, even when we were playing as a team, his calling is like pretty loose. He likes to activate his players and let them take some initiative in early rounds, and then he's more like helping in the mid rounds, doing some good calls and finishing the rounds out. But it's a bit more loose, but I feel like the whole time I've been playing with him, he's been really good at giving his players space to do their thing. But of course, it's right now, if anyone has like a play they think is good or whatever, just go for it, because we have nothing to fall back on, so just do whatever you feel like right now.
And nothing to lose for you, or you're in the grand finals of Republic Season 3, an unexpected position for your team to be in. You'll be up against Fnatic, of course, and I want to get some thoughts very quickly about that series, about that finals. Just go ham. Tell me what you think about facing Fnatic.
I think it's definitely gonna be fun getting to play against my friend Nicolas. I'm gonna smash him, of course. It's gonna be easy for me, but on a serious note, I think it's gonna be a tough match. But as I said before, if we show up and play well, we definitely have a chance to win. And yeah, we really want to win, so we're gonna do that.
Awesome, and we look forward to seeing how far you can go against Fnatic, whether you can take the Republic Season 3 trophy. For now, though, you're in the grand finals, you've won your semis, and all we can do is congratulate you on the run so far, on the win so far. Buzz, thank you for joining us, and good luck in the grand finals.
Thank you.
Wow, Dwag, what a surprising turn of events here in the semi-finals. A shocker of a series victory for them, and a lot of confidence going up against Fnatic. But I think for this team at this point, you can't blame them. They have to have the most amount of confidence in the world, considering what we've seen from them this week.
And it wouldn't be one of these typical online cups without having a surprise, without having a dark horse run of some description. And for X-Mad Lions, they have just turned up in every series, and they've played to their full potential. He was mentioning there that they're playing with a lot of freedom. We're seeing a lot of X factor from some of their players. The individuals are striking like there's no tomorrow. And I actually give them a very good chance of creating yet another upset, Jay, come the series tomorrow.
I don't know if I'd go that far just yet, although we'll see how things work up in tomorrow's grand finals. Of course, the schedule will also feature the third place decider match between BNE and ECSTATIC, which will be taking place first tomorrow, with, of course, those at grand finals at 7 p.m. CEST between Fnatic and X-Mad Lions. Not the teams, or not one of the teams at least, we were expecting to be in this position, and now one of the biggest challenges for the X-Mad Lions so far, even though they face challenge after challenge themselves. They're probably used to it at this stage. And we'll bring you up to speed with what the bracket looks like. Of course, Mal's Forza already down and out in the quarterfinals. Of course, the victory is also being locked in as well from the semi-finals for Fnatic, and they're 2-0 above BNE, and the 2-1 scoreline for X-Mad Lions. Honestly, I'm still stunned at saying that over for ECSTATIC.
And you look at the way that even that third place decider goes down, and that could be a very fun game because this is a matchup in head-to-heads that has been the upper bracket final of the group. There's been a lot of history between the two, and then come the grand finals, X-Mad Lions just pretty fresh. You've got two, you could say, not 100% teams. The idea that X-Mad Lions are taking it really chill, they're having some good vibes, not practicing against a Fnatic side that's just made major roster changes. So having that sort of environment in a grand final could explode into a really fun and entertaining series.
It's going to be a fun day overall tomorrow in our final match day of Republic League Season 3. Our third place and grand final matches will be taking place tomorrow at the regular start time of 4 p.m. CEST. So make sure you're following us on Twitch and all the social medias to keep up to date with all the action that will go down as we close out the season tomorrow in our final match day of the Republic League Season 3 playoffs. Till then, though, we'll see you soon.
Sneak back in. I can't get rid of her. I'm just a prisoner like the wind. Oh, she got my heart right on my chest, making me believe she knows the best. Explosion.